Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Cold Fury by Daphne Loveling. Narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. Chapter 1. Fury.
"Let me out of here! God damn it!"
The prisoner shouts. Panic sharpens Spanner's voice like a knife. He strains against the ropes holding his wrists, which are tightly bound above his head. The hook he's attached to pulls him upright so that he's almost suspended in midair. The balls of his feet scrabble to stay connected to the ground. A sheen of sweat slicks his bare chest. His eyes bulge. He stinks of fear. It's a scent I know well. "No can do, motherfucker." My words are casual, but there's an undercurrent of tension in my voice. It betrays the anger that I keep on a tight leash. "You know better than that. You done fucked up, son."
"I didn't do anything,"
Spanner insists, still grappling for purchase on the ground. I gotta hand it to him. He's dumb, but he's holding on to the lie. Too bad it won't do him a damn bit of good. Looking over to one side, I make eye contact with Venom and Voodoo. They're the president and sergeant-at-arms of the Ankeny, Iowa chapter of the Royal Bastards MC. This isn't my chapter. Mine's up in Minneapolis. I'm down here on the orders of Magnus, my own president, to oversee the punishment of a former prospect for the Minneapolis Club. I'm the sergeant-at-arms of the Minneapolis chapter. As such, I'm here to make sure that this son of a bitch pays for what he's done, and to make goddamn sure he'll never have the chance to do it again.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
Spanner yells, still trying to convince me.
"Fury, come on, man. This is a mistake. You know me, man. I didn't do anything."
He locks eyes with me, hoping I'll buy his bullshit, but I know better. The way his tongue flicks over his lips when he's lying is one of his tells. Besides, we have proof. Spanner came to us as a hang-around. He moved up to Prospect about a year later. The dude was eager, ambitious for sure. A little too ambitious, as it turns out. We'll never know if he made the decision to Prospect because he genuinely wanted to be a royal bastard or for some other ulterior motive. Either way, a few months after he got his Prospect patch, one of our rival clubs started making moves that made us suspicious that we had a rat in our midst. Based on the intel the rival club seemed to be acting on, we knew it wasn't someone high up in our ranks. But it was clear there was someone on the inside, selling secrets to our enemies. And we had our suspicions that Spanner was the traitor. We caught the motherfucker by setting him up to eavesdrop on a conversation between our prez and VP, Magnus and Norse. They fed him false info about the location of a storehouse that supposedly held a shipment of guns we were set to transport up north to Canada. When the storehouse was broken into and ransacked a couple days later, we knew for sure Spanner was the one who had sold us out. He figured out we were onto him and fled south across the Minnesota border before we could nab him. But stupid fuckers do stupid shit, and Spanner forgot one crucial thing. The Royal Bastards are everywhere. "Iowa is Royal Bastards territory, you dumb asshole," I rasp. "Running down here wasn't going to get you anywhere. You should have known you were going to get caught."
"I didn't do anything,"
he insists again. Christ, it's getting goddamn old. I swear to fucking God, it's a compulsion with some people to keep lying in a desperate attempt to save their own skin, even when it's obvious the game's over. It's almost comical, like he thinks we're just going to say, "Oh, you didn't? Well, mercy me, our mistake. We'll just let you go then. Please accept our apologies." "Shut up, you piece of shit traitor," Angel, the enforcer for the Ankeny crew, barks. Lightning fast, a blade appears in his hand. Before I have a chance to register the movement, he's sliced a shallow trench across Spanner's naked stomach. Blood beads on his skin and begins to drip downwards, mingling with his putrid sweat and thin, pathetic rivulets. "Lying to our faces is just going to make this worse for you," I snarl. "Besides, it's too fucking late. There ain't a single thing you can say to save your sorry ass now." Fury is my road name. Vengeance is my drug. Hurting people who need to be hurt gives me a hard-on. And no one needs to be hurt more than someone who has betrayed the Royal Bastards MC. The Ankeny chapter of the Royal Bastards has a couple of legit enterprises. One of them is a biological cleaning business. The other one is a hog farm, which is where we are right now. We're standing in the yard, only a couple dozen feet from the outdoor hog enclosure. The hogs are milling around, snuffling, and making excited noises. Seems to me that the smell of Spanner's blood has caught their attention. The Ankeny Club's two legit businesses have some other less legit applications as well. Both of them can help with cleanup of some less than legal biological messes. Because these hogs, they've developed a taste for meat. I step closer to the trader. You were an ambitious dude. You had promise, I won't lie, I say. He flinches at my use of the past tense. His chest is heaving in and out with fear. I take out a pack of smokes and shake one out, lighting it. But ambition is a dangerous thing. Ambition without loyalty, well, that can get you in some serious fucking trouble. Of course, it's really too late to be giving you advice. You ain't gonna need it any longer. You're done, Spanner. I take a long drag of the cigarette, drawing the smoke deep into my lungs. Then, exhaling, I take a moment to contemplate the orange ember on the end. Reaching out, I extinguish the cigarette on the bare skin of his chest. Spanner throws his head back and lets out a howl of pain that mingles with the squealing of the hogs in the pen. His body jerks back, straining and writhing. Oh, shit, I chuckle. If you think that hurts, you're about to be in for a bad damn time, son. Still straining away from me, Spanner scream dies as he stares at me in terror, the whites of his eyes showing. He starts to babble, incoherent pleading noises that I cut off with a wave of the now-dead cigarette. I only wish the rest of the Minneapolis Royal Bastards could be here to enjoy this moment. I let my lips spread into a grin. But I'll tell them all about it. Funny coincidence you coming down here to Iowa like this. Fitting, too. I nod back at the hog enclosure. The punishment is going to really fit the crime. You know what they say, Spanner? Pigs get fed. Hogs, though, they get slaughtered. I make a sign to Voodoo, who's operating the bobcat. He moves a lever, and the winch on the crane hoists Spanner by the ropes around his wrists. Spanner starts to scream again, flailing his legs wildly. The bobcat lifts him up high, then over, until he's suspended above the enclosure. Next to me, Hawk lets out a snort. Ain't been fed for a while. Doubt this will take long. Pity, I murmur, and light another cigarette. Voodoo lets the prospect loose. Spanner drops down into enclosure on top of a couple of the hogs, which startles them and pisses them off. They surround him, and within seconds, Spanner starts to shriek. That just enrages the beasts more. They begin to tear him apart, their squeals of excitement mixing with Spanner's screams. A sense of calm descends on me as I watch and listen to the grim spectacle in front of me. The bloody justice of the club has been done, the cosmic scoreboard rebalanced. When the hog's feeding frenzy is over, we all turn away. The prospect is not only dead, he might as well never have existed. All that's left of him now is his bike. I'll leave it down here for the Ankeny Club to remove the VIN and do whatever they want with it. A small thank you gift for disposing of the body. You sticking around to party with us tonight, brother? Voodoo asks me as we walk toward our own bikes. Yeah, be good to let off some steam. Venom told me there's an empty apartment at your clubhouse with my name on it tonight. I'll suck down as much of your free booze as I can and head back up to Minneapolis tomorrow. Good deal, Voodoo says, clapping me on the back. We ain't had a decent rager for a while. Got a feeling the club's going to be rocking tonight. We'll pull out all the stops for you. While we wait for the other men to get to their bikes, I call my prez, Magnus. Last I heard, he was up fishing in northern Minnesota, so I ain't sure whether I'll get a hold of him. But he answers on the second ring. Talk to me, Magnus, always a man of few words, barks into the phone. Yo, Prez. Thought I was going to have to leave a message. Didn't expect you to have decent cell service. We're on our way back down to the cities. We're filling up our tanks before heading back down. You caught me just at the right time. You still down in Ankeny? Yep. Mission accomplished. Happy to hear that. The edge in his voice sharpens. That situation needed to be dealt with. Yeah, well, it's been dealt with and disappeared. The hogs took care of that. Magnus grunts his approval. Where are you at now? On our way back to the Ankeny clubhouse. Planning to stay the night down here if you're good with it. Yep, I'll let Norris and the rest of them know you took care of the problem. I'll check in once I'm back in Minneapolis. You do that. See you at home, brother. Good work. Gotcha, Prez. I pocket my phone, fire up my bike, and head back with the others to the Ankeny clubhouse. It's going to be a good night.
Chapter 2. Cat. So, brunch this weekend? Christy asks. I don't know. I stall, trying to think of an excuse. Can I get back to you? I'm sitting at the nurse's station with one shoe off, massaging an aching foot. My colleague and good friend Christy is standing on the other side of the desk, looking at me hopefully. We're in a rare lull in an otherwise chaotic and understaffed emergency department at Fairdale Hospital, where I've worked as a nurse for about 6 months. I love being a nurse. The last couple of years have been difficult, to say the least, but even so, I still feel that this job is my calling. It's a privilege to work with all of the talented people in this profession, and I found that I thrive on the fast pace of emergency medicine. The highs are stratospheric, and I've learned to deal with the lows and think of them as just part of the package. Are you seriously going to try to wuss out on me again? Christy squints at me in disapproval. You never come out with me. There's this new place on West 7th and St. Paul that people are raving about. How can you not want to post up at a table in front of a bottomless glass of mimosas and a plate of delicious carbs? Day drinking is the best cure for stress. Come on, Kat. You know you want to. I hesitate, wishing I could say yes. It's not that I don't want to go out and let loose a little. I'd love to spend a lazy Sunday morning thinking about nothing but what I'm going to grab at my next round at the buffet. Unfortunately, my bank account doesn't agree. It's just that money's a little tight, I murmur. Ugh, you always say that. Christy shakes her cascade of blonde hair, which she wears down instead of in a ponytail like most of the nurses who have long hair. Her pretty face is made up to perfection. She looks glamorous even in nursing scrubs. I swear, she looks more like an actress playing a nurse in a TV show than an actual nurse. She's that put together. You are way too hyper-focused on paying off your student loans, Christy complains. One brunch isn't going to make a huge difference. You have to have fun sometimes too, you know? Otherwise you'll get burned out. She waves her hand around impatiently. This job is too hard for you to not de-stress whenever you can, girl. Come on, come out with me. Hell, I'll even pay. No, it's okay. I begin, but a voice behind me interrupts us. Did someone say going out? Adam Lotto, one of the residents, comes up behind Christy. Where are we going? He gives her hourglass figure an appreciative once-over. You are not invited, sir, Christy says to him dismissively, barely giving him a glance. Learn to stay in your lane. Damn, that's cold. Dr. Lotto flashes her a grin of even white teeth. Come on now, don't be like that. Christy whirls to face him. Like what? She asks, a challenge in her eyes. Dr. Lotto opens his mouth to respond, but seems to think better of it. Sheesh, he mutters. Forget I said anything. Christy pointedly turns her back on him. After a few seconds, he gets the picture and picks up a chart, pretending to look at it. A few seconds later, he sets it down and wanders off. Christy sighs. God, what is it with them? All the male doctors in this hospital think they're God's gift to women, I swear. It's a stereotype that any nurse would be thrilled to have captured the interest of a reasonably handsome up-and-coming doctor. But Christy does not fit the stereotype. Not only is she beautiful enough to be a supermodel, she's also smart as a whip. probably smarter than most of the doctors here. But she still has trouble being taken seriously because of her bombshell figure and looks. Male doctors are always flirting with her or even openly hitting on her. More than one patient has tried to cop a feel. Christy has learned to instantly shut down any banter that seems even vaguely sexual in nature. As a result, she's earned a reputation as a bitch and a hard-ass, which she doesn't mind a bit. I know better, though. She might have a tough, no-nonsense exterior, but underneath, she definitely wants a relationship. She told me as much. It's just that the man or woman who eventually steals her heart will have to be someone who values her first for her personality and intellect, not her smoking hot body. Christy and I continue to go back and forth about brunch, until I finally relent and agree to meet her at the new place on West 7th. I figure I can get something small that doesn't cost very much. After all, she's right. I really could use something to look forward to this weekend. To take my mind off, well, everything, really. At the end of my shift, I change out of my scrubs and into street clothes, making a mental note to do laundry when I get home. It's a sunny day out, so I grab the ball cap I keep in my bag and put that on too, pulling my ponytail through the back loop. On the way to the main lobby, I peek out the front windows and see Jimmy, a homeless veteran who hangs out in the front of the hospital sometimes. I make a quick detour to the cafeteria to buy him a sandwich and a pop. "Hey, Jimmy!" I wave to him as I approach the bench where he's sitting.
"Cat, how you doing, baby?"
He grins at me with a mouthful full of messed up teeth. I hand him the sandwich, tuna salad on soft white bread, and the Coke, and sit down next to him. "Good. How about you?"
"Doing okay."
He accepts the food without comment and unwraps the sandwich, taking a bite.
"You know what?"
he asks casually.
"I ordered a chicken and an egg online."
I stop in the midst of pulling out my sunglasses. "You what?"
"Yeah."
He waits a beat, deadpan.
"I'll let you know which comes first."
I let out a snort of laughter, slapping my shades onto my face against the bright sun. Jimmy is an endless supply of corny jokes. Even though I know this, somehow he still manages to get one by me sometimes if I'm not ready for it. We chat for a few minutes, enjoying the sunshine. He catches me up on gossip about some of the people he knows in the neighborhood. He tells me his brother's been trying to reach out to him. "Your older brother?" I ask. "The one who lives out in Eden Prairie?"
"Yeah. He always tries to get in touch around this time of year. Both our parents died around now. Guess he feels guilty or something. He's Catholic now, converted because of his wife."
It's nice he's making an effort, though, right?
It ain't real, though. Steve don't really care about me. He just wants me to do what he wants me to do, you know? I mean, it ain't like he gives me any money. He ain't offering to let me stay in his house or anything. He just don't want a brother who's a homeless guy.
It's a bleak thing to say about his only living family, but I don't try to argue with him. Gently, I steer Jimmy away from the subject of his brother, letting him talk and tell me jokes I've heard from him dozens of times before. As he finishes his sandwich, my cell buzzes, and I pull it out to see who it is. "Well, what a coincidence," I tell Jimmy, holding up the phone for him to see. "It's my brother calling." My brother Quad never actually calls me. Most of the time he texts, and even then it's usually to ask me for a favor. Still, I haven't heard from him for a while, so I decide I need to answer. "Hello?" The background noise of music and voices makes it hard to hear him.
"Cat?"
He shouts into the phone.
"Hey, can you come down to the G-spot? I need a favor."
Of course he needs something. Why else would he be calling? Quad, I just got off work. I'm on my way home to relax. Can it wait for another time?
Come on. I need you to take Kelly. Carla dumped her off on me this morning and she ain't answering her phone.
You've got the baby at a bar? I squeak. And not just any bar. A damn biker bar. God. Leave it to my brother to bring his own child to a place that a lot of adults wouldn't necessarily feel safe going to.
Well, yeah. What the hell else was I supposed to do?
He shoots back impatiently, like it's obvious.
That's why I need you to come pick her up.
Jesus God. I let out a sigh so noisy that Jimmy cocks a brow at me. I roll my eyes at the phone. Idiot, I mouth. He gives me an understanding nod. Where's Carla, Quad?
She ain't talking to me. She was letting me stay at her place, but she threw me out again.
Before I can ask for details, he changes the subject.
Look, I've got the money I owe you too.
He wheedles.
Come on, Kat. Come to the bar and I'll give it to you.
Damn it. Quad owes me $500, which is part of the reason he's been avoiding me for weeks. He's playing the trump card. Quad is my only brother. My only family, to be more precise. Between that and wanting to get my niece out of a bar full of drunk bikers, I feel like I have no choice but to agree. Okay, I say, blowing out a breath. I can be there in about 15 or 20 minutes. I say goodbye to Jimmy and go back into the hospital, taking the elevator to the floor of the parking ramp where my car is parked. It's a crappy, ancient compact, but it does have the one advantage of a sunroof, which I open as soon as I'm out of the ramp. Having the wind and sun on me lifts my spirits just a little as I drive over to the G-spot to confront my brother. When I get to the bar, however, the biker that's sitting out in the parking lot on his motorcycle isn't Quad at all. It's Hooch, my brother's asshole best friend. Quad and Hooch belong to a local motorcycle club called the Eagle's Talon. The Talon are a bunch of thugs, involved in shady dealings of various types that I try to know as little about as possible. Hooch is large and meaty, and though some women might find him attractive, the only reaction he elicits from me is revulsion. He exudes a dangerous kind of determination, like he's already decided what he wants and he'll be damned if anything will ever stop him from taking it. Setting my jaw, I climb out of my car and make a beeline for the front entrance of the bar, pretending not to see Hooch. I'm hoping that if I don't acknowledge him, he'll leave me alone. But no such luck.
Hey,
he shouts at me.
Your brother ain't in there.
That stops me short. What?
He ain't in there. He left a few minutes ago.
But he told me he...
Yeah, I know.
Hooch takes a few steps toward me. I try to ignore the greasy way his eyes slide over my body.
Carla came into the bar right after he called you. They left together.
Damn it. Typical Quad, only ever thinking about himself. Why couldn't he at least have the decency to call me and let me know?
Yeah, well, that's Quad, right?
Hooch shrugs, then gives me a cocky grin.
Come on in, I'll buy you a drink.
No, I grumble, shaking my head. I'm not in the mood, I'm just gonna go home.
Come on,
he repeats. He's close enough now to put a large hand around my bicep. He gives my arm a slight tug.
One drink. And then, hey, I'll take you to Quad. You can go get the money he owes you.
He told you about that, did he? I ask, trying to pull my arm away.
Nah.
His grin grows wider.
I heard him talking to you on the phone.
Just tell me where he went. I finally get my arm away. I'll drive there myself.
Nope. The price of me telling you is one ride on my bike. I'll drive you there and bring you right back here to your car when we're done.
I don't want to go chase him down, Hooch. At least not with you. There's something about his offer that makes me nervous. Besides, I doubt he even had my money. He was probably just using that as a lure to get me here. I turn away to go, but Hooch grabs me again. This time his hand is like a vice around my arm.
Come on, one drink ain't gonna hurt you.
Let me go, I cry, pulling away, but this time his hand is like a vice around my arm.
Don't be a little bitch.
Hooch grabs my other arm, twisting me to him. I'm so close to him now that I can smell the beer on his breath.
You walking around acting like your shit don't stink,
he rasps.
You're gonna lose the fucking attitude and come in and have a beer with me. You got that? Now come on.
No! Fuck you, Hooch! Let me go! I shout. Desperately, I look over at the front door to the bar, but no one is coming out. There's no one else in the parking lot. I'm on my own. As I continue to struggle, my eyes lock onto his face. All pretense of friendliness is gone from his eyes. Instead, there's a grim, angry determination. And something else. Something even more frightening. Hunger.
Chapter 3. Fury. The next day, I don't get out of Ankeny until afternoon, after a shitload of coffee and a big mess of eggs and bacon. The party at the clubhouse was a rager, just like Voodoo predicted. It went until all hours. As it turned out, I barely used the apartment for sleep at all. Venom set me up with two of his club bunnies who looked for all the world like identical twins. I crashed there for a few hours around daybreak, after a night of booze, loud-ass music, and pussy. I stay in Iowa until the coffee chases all the booze out of my system. Then I head back up north after saying goodbye to Venom and the rest of them. The ride up to Minneapolis is uneventful. There ain't really a scenic route to speak of, so the only good choice involves a boring-as-fuck stretch of Interstate 35. Straight, flat, and featureless, except for the steady stream of 18-wheelers hauling who knows what, who knows where. Still, once I cross over the state line to Minnesota, the landscape starts to change. Subtle signs indicate that I'm getting closer to home. There's something about Minnesota that gets in your blood. Maybe it's the smell of crisp white winter, which sometimes comes to you even in the swell of the summer heat. It's the smell of evergreens in the sun and clean, clear lake water. For me, there's nothing like it. I've been all over this country, but I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. By the time I get close to the Twin Cities, it's late afternoon. I decide to stop for a beer before checking in at the clubhouse. There's a bar I like in South Minneapolis called the G-Spot. The G-Spot attracts all types of people, and is pretty popular with bikers of all stripes. It's in neutral territory, and generally speaking, different clubs manage to peacefully coexist when they're in there. Funny coincidence, I end up running into another Iowa biker brother at the G-Spot on the way into the bar. His name is Memphis, and he's a former member of the Des Moines chapter of the Demented Sons MC. Memphis's Uncle Ox is one of our Minneapolis RBMC crew. I ain't seen him in a while, so I almost don't recognize him. "Shit, son, I sure as hell didn't expect to run into your ass," I greet Memphis, slapping him on the back. "Ox mentioned you were coming up here to pay him a visit, but I didn't figure we'd cross paths. Least of all here." "Good to see you, Fury," Memphis says. "Cross paths is right. I'm headed back down I-35, but figured I'd stop in here and wet my whistle before I left town." "Great minds think alike. Let me buy you a beer." He turns around and follows me back inside. I signal to the bartender, and we take a couple of seats at the bar. "You hear I left the Demented Sons?" Memphis asked. "Shit, yeah, I hear you're patching into the Dallas Royal Bastards." I grin. "Welcome to the club, brother. Ox told me all about it." "Thanks. It was time for a change. Speaking of which, my road name's Aries now." "So noted, brother." "So, Dallas, eh? What prompted that?" Our beers arrive, and Memphis, Aries, picks his up and takes a long swig. You know, like I said, it's time for a change. Warmer weather, all that shit." He looks away instead of giving me a direct answer, like he's thinking about something he doesn't want to talk about. I know from Ox that Memphis had a girl he was in love with who died a while back. I didn't get the whole story, but from what Ox told me, she died in his arms. I guess he hasn't been the same since. which is understandable. I sure as hell ain't gonna pry into that if it's part of the reason he's leaving Iowa. We shoot the shit for a while. Aries drains his beer and tells me he's gonna hit the road. I repeat that the beer's on me. Aries claps me on the back, gives me a one-finger wave, and exits the bar. I stick around for a few more minutes to finish my own beer, then stand up and toss some cash next to my empty glass. As I walk out to the parking lot, I'm trying to decide whether to go to the clubhouse first or head home. On the other end of the lot, I see a guy trying to force a girl onto his motorcycle. She's got her back to me, but I can see her struggling, trying to pull her wrists away from his grip and shouting at him in a voice spiked with fear. "Hey," I shout. "Let her the fuck go." I storm toward them. The guy freezes and looks toward me. I'm just close enough by now to clock the patch on his chest. Eagles Talon MC. To say there's no love lost between our clubs is a fucking understatement. The Talon opens his mouth in a snarl, but before I can lay hands on him, the chick he's struggling with knees him in the balls. The Talon roars in pain and doubles over, letting up on his grip. The chick wrenches away from him and takes off running down the sidewalk. He lets out an angry shout at her and starts to straighten up, just in time for my fist to meet his fucking face. It's a good, solid connect, and it takes him down in a second, knocking the asshole out cold. "You motherfucker," I spit at him. "You're lucky I don't put your ass in the goddamn ground." I land a solid kick in his kidney, which rolls him over like a sack of potatoes. Satisfied he's down for the count, I turn my attention to the chick, who's half a block away by now. "Hey," I yell at her. She ignores me and keeps trucking down the street at a fast clip. God damn it. I jog over to my bike, fire it up, and pull out onto the street and come up even with her a few seconds later. "Who the fuck was that?" I call to her over the sound of the engine. "What did he want with you?"
"His name is Hooch, and none of your business," she calls back without turning around. Her face is angled away and obscured by a large pair of sunglasses and a ball cap she's got pulled low on her forehead. For some reason, she won't look in my direction. Maybe she's embarrassed or something. But even though I can't see her face, I can tell she's a looker. She's got a hot-as-fuck body and tight little jeans and a t-shirt that's molded to her. Her tits aren't huge, but the swell of them makes my dick jump to attention. Something about her calls to me. I don't know quite what it is. "You need a ride somewhere?" I try again. "I'm fine," she shouts. "Thanks for helping me. You can go now." I start to get frustrated. "Look, I knocked that asshole out, but there's no telling how long he'll be unconscious. When he comes to, he's probably going to come looking for you. It'd be best if you weren't out here somewhere he could find you." She slows down a little at my words. I can tell I've hit a nerve. "Come on," I urge her, pushing my advantage. "Let me take you somewhere, home or wherever you need to go." I see her sigh, her shoulders sag, and she gives me a little nod, still looking away from me. "Okay." She ducks her head as she walks toward the bike, the bill of her cap still obscuring her face. Wordlessly, she climbs onto the seat behind me. "You ever been on a bike before?" I ask her. A snort erupts from her. "Yes," she says sarcastically. "I have been on a bike before." Damn, there is really something familiar about this chick. She sure has an attitude, though. All I'm trying to do is help her out. But I'm not going to call her on it, because something tells me that if I do, she'll just hop off the bike and walk away without another word. And I really don't want to have to keep following her down the street like some damn stalker. "Okay, good," I say patiently. "Then you'll know to keep your feet on those damn pegs and to not put them down when we stop. You think you can remember that?" She huffs out a breath. "This is seriously a bad idea," she says under her breath. "Look, I'm just trying to get you somewhere safe, okay? Calm the hell down. Where am I taking you?" "Just drive," she says tightly. "I'll tell you where to go." I don't press it. I put the bike back into gear. She slides her arms around me, loosely, like she's trying not to touch me. For a couple minutes, we just ride. I feel like maybe she's trying to decide where to have me take her. Maybe she doesn't want me to know where she lives. I don't ask any questions, though. I just keep driving like she says. To be honest, there's something about having her back there that makes me want to keep her there for a while. You okay back there? I ask after a while, just to make conversation. For a second, she doesn't reply. Then she leans forward.
You really don't recognize me, do you?
I frown, puzzled. How would I recognize you? I haven't even seen your face behind those glasses in your cap. But again, there's something about her voice, low and throaty, with just enough of a sexy rasp to make my dick stir in my pants. It has sounded familiar since back in the parking lot, but I didn't really think much about it.
You still got that tattoo on your right bicep?
She asks. Sweetheart, I got a whole mess of tattoos, I shoot back. Bikers generally tend to... I trail off as it finally hits me. What she's saying. And who she is. Jesus Christ. Cat? I ask, stunned. She lets out a huff of laughter.
Oh, so you do remember me. Took you long enough.
Holy shit. I pull off onto a side street and hit the brakes, hard enough that the momentum presses her body close against me. We roll to a stop and I cut the engine. Get off, I grit out. Now. I expect her to protest, but she does what I say. I climb off the bike, and when I turn to her, she's pulled her cap and her glasses off and is staring at me defiantly.
What, so you just going to leave me in the middle of nowhere now that you know who I am?
I stare at her. Cat. It really is her. Jesus, now that I look at her, I can't figure out how I didn't see it before. It's been years, but she still has the same snap to her gorgeous eyes. The same tiny waist, flaring to generous hips. The same shapely legs that all these years later I can still remember wrapped around me. The same fire to her. And just like that, I'm hard as a rock. I didn't say anything about leaving you here, I shoot back, sounding angrier than I feel. How long have you known it was me?
Since the second you came out of that bar, dumbass,
she retorts, rolling her eyes. The fuck? Why didn't you say something? She flings her hands up in desperation.
Because I didn't want to see you. Do you really think I'd be like, oh look, there's Connor, the guy who broke my heart and dumped me. Awesome. Can't wait to catch up and reminisce about old times.
Fuck you, Cat, I seethe, but her words hit their mark. I got you away from that dickhead that was manhandling you, didn't I? She rolls her eyes.
If you'll remember, I got away from him by myself.
And I knocked him out cold so he wouldn't follow you.
Oh, I see. You want the credit. Unbelievable. So now I'm just supposed to swoon at your feet?
No. But shit, a thank you would be nice. She lets out a sharp laugh.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for all the great stuff you've done for me in my life.
For this one fucking thing. Jesus, I'm starting to regret helping you out now.
What's the matter, Connor? Am I getting too real on you by bringing up the past? You know I'm right. And you know I have every right to be pissed at you. So yeah, asking me for a thank you is pretty damn rich, if you ask me.
Then why did you accept a ride from me? I challenge her. If you didn't want to talk to me so bad.
Because I needed to get away from Hooch,
she shouts, flinging her hand back toward the bar. That must be the name of the Talon.
But you know what? It turns out that I ended up just trading one asshole biker for another.
She blows a loose tendril of her hair away from her face in frustration.
Screw you, Connor. I'm done with this conversation.
And then, before I even register what she's doing, Cat hops on my fucking bike and starts the engine. What the fuck are you doing? I yell. But she kicks the bike into gear, gooses the throttle, taking off down the street before I can stop her. She wobbles slightly until the bike starts to pick up speed and then flips me the bird as she drives off. Son of a bitch, I exhale, running a rough hand over my beard. This is fucking unbelievable. For a few seconds, I can't even do anything but stand there and watch her go. Even though the bike is way too big for her small frame, she still manages it. As pissed off as I am right now, there's a part of me that can't help but admire her. I shouldn't be surprised that she can handle that beast. After all, I'm the one who taught her how to ride. Sighing, I stand there for a minute or so and then pull out my phone. It's got an app on it to trace my bike's location in case of theft. To my surprise, it looks like the bike is stopped on a street a couple blocks away. Has she abandoned the bike already and left it for me?
Hopefully she didn't have an accident. Either way, there's only one thing for me to do. Swearing into my breath, I start out on foot in the direction the GPS tells me to go, with my brain still reeling at the uncomfortable realization that Kat Berglund is still the sexiest thing I've ever seen.
Chapter 4. Cat. People tell themselves all sorts of stories about their past. We do it to make sense of things that would otherwise baffle our belief in who we are, our understanding of the things that have happened to us, the people we can trust, and the people we can't. Sometimes we even manage to convince ourselves those stories are true. As I muscle the Harley upright and drive away, I resist the urge to catch a glimpse of Connor in his own rearview mirror. My mind recalls his close-cropped, dirty blonde hair, the dead sexy beard, which is new since last time I saw him, those unforgettable teal-blue eyes. I've told myself all the stories of our past 100 times, 1,000 even. I did my best to put the history of us into a sealed box in a corner of my mind. Why the hell did you accept a ride from him? The truth is, I panicked. It's been years since I've seen him, but I know Connor Matson. I knew that if I refused the ride, he wouldn't have taken no for an answer. He'd have kept pressing me to accept, and then eventually he would have taken a closer look at me and realized who I was. Not sure how I convinced myself that accepting the ride would have a different outcome. Wishful thinking, I guess. But you told him who you were, you idiot. He didn't even recognize you. Maybe there was a tiny part of me that was kind of offended that he didn't instantly know who I was. Even with the new beard and his hair shorter now, even though he's built more muscled and hard than he was back then, I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else in the world. I instantly knew exactly who he was, even from the other side of the parking lot. Somehow, the words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. The words that sealed my fate. You still got that tattoo on your right bicep? It was the first tat he ever got. The one he got for me. My dramatic exit a few minutes ago notwithstanding, Connor and I were only a couple blocks from my apartment when I took off on his bike. Sighing in resignation, I pull up on the street in front of my building and kill the engine. I just managed to settle the huge Harley onto the kickstand without tipping it over. And then I sit down on the curb and try to decide what to do next. I can't just leave Connor's bike here with the keys in it to get stolen. I'm going to have to wait here and hope that somehow he finds me. Otherwise, I'll need to figure out how to track him down and give the bike back to him. God, I am truly a master of not thinking my decisions through today. Thankfully, it turns out that I don't have to wait long. A few minutes later, a lone figure on foot turns into my street. My heart starts to thump crazily in my chest as he approaches. Guilt, nerves, and a whole new fresh wave of anger at him, and at myself, washes over me as I stand up and get ready to face him. Connor stops a few feet in front of me. I square my shoulders and try to stay calm.
So you stole my bike,
he rumbles. His voice immediately connects with something deep within me, just like it always has.
Shit. I guess I should be glad you didn't try to run me over with the damn thing.
In spite of myself, I snicker. Only because I didn't think of it.
So what's the deal, Kat?
He frowns.
I didn't know you were back in town.
Well, I would hardly have sent you a memo about it, would I? I snap, relieved to go on the offensive. I expect him to shoot back a barbed reply, but he surprises me.
Yeah, not likely,
he admits.
So why'd you happen to stop the bike here? I figured you'd make me work a little harder to get it back.
Shrugging, I point at my building. I live here. He lets out a loud bray of laughter.
You stole my fucking bike to drive 2 blocks home?
I was mad. I spit at him. I wasn't thinking clearly. Damn it. Connor always could fluster me. I hate that I just admitted that.
Well, look. Thanks for not pushing it out into traffic, I guess.
He grabs the keys from the ignition, then glances over toward my apartment.
You want to invite me in? Maybe we could catch up for a bit, for old time's sake.
It's on the tip of my tongue to inform him that I'd rather stab my eyes out with a fork. But now that he's being a little less of an asshole, I have to admit that he did get me away from Hooch just now. Besides, I am just a little bit curious about what he's been doing in the years since I last saw him. I can already see that he's still a biker, but his cut isn't the same. He's wearing the colors of the Royal Bastards MC now. I bite my lip. Sure, I guess I can do that. But just for a little bit. I have to work later. It's a total lie, but at least I can use the excuse to get him to leave when things get too uncomfortable. Connor follows me up the front walk. I try not to think about what his reaction to my building is. It's not much to look at, that's for sure. The hedges out front are misshapen and half dead from want of watering. The sidewalk is uneven. The front door is kind of dented and has scrape marks around the handle like someone tried to jimmy the lock. What can I say? I'm still trying to pay off my massive student debts from nursing school. This is all I can afford if I don't want to live with a roommate. But Connor's low chuckle tells me he's not really looking at the surroundings. You're staring at my ass, aren't you? I call back to him. The chuckle gets louder. Knock it off.
A man can look, can he?
He counters. I resist the urge to turn around and punch him in his smug damn face. Instead, I make a half pot of coffee, then go into my tiny living room to wait for it to be ready. Connor has already made himself at home on my couch and is looking around at the tiny but clean space.
Nice,
he comments.
Homey.
I shrug. It's okay. It'll do for now.
So, how long have you been back in town?
Almost a year. He seems surprised.
Huh. That long, eh?
Is it my imagination, or does he look a little hurt?
You come back for any specific reason?
I got a job at Fairdale Hospital. I'm a nurse in the emergency department. Connor blinks and lets out a low whistle.
Impressive.
Thanks. I feel my cheeks heat up.
You like the work?
I do. It's intense. Well, actually, sometimes it's boring. I laugh. But I love helping people, and it makes me feel good, like I'm making a difference. He nods.
I always knew you would do something important.
My face flames hot at the compliment. I stand quickly and go back to the kitchen, bringing back 2 cups of coffee. I hand one to him. He takes it and looks down.
Cream, 1 sugar?
He asks.
You remembered.
I sit down and take a sip from my own cup. So, you're still in the MC life, I see, I say.
Different club now.
So I see. Royal Bastards, eh? I narrow my eyes at the patch on his cut. Any reason you switched clubs?
I had my reasons.
Connor's expression changes then, almost like a shudder has come down. I don't push it, even though I want to, because his old club, the Chrome Skulls MC, is why we are no longer together. What's your road name now? I ask instead.
Fury.
Fury. I wonder whether my brother knows Connor is a Royal Bastard now. Hell, even I know the Royal Bastards are the biggest club in the area. More than that, they're one of the most famous, or infamous, clubs in the country. I might not know a lot about the whole MC world, but I also know that my brother Quad's club, the Eagle's Talon, the same one Hooch belongs to as well, is a support club for the Royal Bastards' biggest rival, the Bloody Scorpions. Which means that Quad and Connor, Fury, are still enemies. Probably even more so now than they were before. Connor is studying me, an inscrutable expression on his face. Somehow I feel like he's reading my mind, so I do my best to quickly change the channel. He takes a sip of his coffee.
So, who was that asshole Talon who was assaulting you back at the G-spot?
He asks dryly.
He an ex-boyfriend or something?
Ugh, no. I grimace. That's Hooch. He's my brother Quad's friend and club brother. You remember Quad as in the Eagle's Talon?
Yeah.
Still the inscrutable face, but I think I see his jaw harden. So, anyway, Hooch wants to, get with me, I say, feeling awkward. But I'm not interested, like, at all. Hooch won't accept that. He just can't seem to take no for an answer. And unfortunately, my brother is not helping matters any. He keeps trying to convince me Hooch is a good guy. I put sarcastic air quotes around the word. I mean, for God's sake, Quad would lose his mind if I dated a gangbanger. He was totally against me being with a biker when I was with you. But I guess now it's okay? I shake my head in disbelief. A freaking 1%er? No thank you. I know there's a sharp edge to my voice when I say these last words. And sure enough, Connor picks up on it.
Not all bikers are created equal, you know,
he says quietly. I purse my lips. I know there are some clubs that aren't about that life. But sorry, 1%ers are a different story. I'm a nurse, Connor. I heal people for God's sake. I'm not going to date someone who hurts them. The conversation has shifted and we both know it. His eyes lock on mine.
Our club doesn't hurt innocence. I don't hurt innocence.
Oh, please. Liar.
You best watch yourself, Kat.
His tone turns menacing.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Don't tell me what to do. Suddenly my pulse is racing, chest heaving. You hurt me years ago, didn't you? I challenge him. To please your president. Your priorities have always been clear. Connor is on his feet in an instant, clearly furious. Electricity crackles in the air between us. He is angrier than I've ever seen him. His fists clench, and for a second, the mask falls, and I come face to face with the full measure of how dangerous this man I haven't seen in years could be. Then, just as quickly, the mask is back. Eyes still flashing with the fury that must have earned him his name. Connor towers over me.
It's good to see you, Kat,
he says in a tight voice. Glancing over at a side table where I've left a pen and a pad of paper, he reaches for them and scribbles something on the pad, then tosses it on the couch next to me.
If you ever need anything, call me. Stay safe.
Then, turning on the heel of his boot, he walks out and slams the door, leaving me alone, stunned and a little breathless. Jesus Christ, I whisper. I don't know what just happened. In the last hour, I've gone from fighting off the advances of one man to being thrown back into the past with another man I thought I'd never see again. A man who stole my heart, then broke it beyond repair. I pick up the pad and stare at the number scribbled there for so long that I eventually have to turn on a lamp against the approaching night. I almost throw it out. Almost. Instead, I punch it into my phone and press save.
Chapter 5. Fury. I'm more rattled than I want to admit from seeing Kat again. As I eat up the last miles to the Royal Bastards Clubhouse, a flood of memories, some of them pretty damn unpleasant, wash over me. I can't get her out of my mind. Kat's right, much as I hate to admit it. I walked away from her once at the order of my club president. I chose my club over her. At the time, I felt I had no choice, and I've spent years since then trying not to regret it. Before being patched into the Royal Bastards, I was in a club called the Chrome Skulls MC. The Chrome Skulls are a small local club. They're also what's known as a local support club to the Minneapolis chapter of the Royal Bastards. There's lots of reasons a smaller club might choose to ally with a larger one. For one thing, it gives a smaller club a certain amount of protection.
and also more cred on the streets. In exchange, the bigger club gets some extra manpower they can send out to do their dirty work when necessary. It gives the bigger club an extra level of insulation. The royal bastards can call on the Chrome Skulls to conduct business for them, which makes the bastards' activity less visible to law enforcement. Larger clubs use support clubs for recruitment, too. A guy in a support club who proves himself worthy might be invited to prospect for the larger club. That's what happened to me. Magnus and Norse saw my work in the Chrome Skulls and decided I'd be a good fit for the royal bastards. So I left the Skulls and patched into the RBMC. It was Yates, my president in the Chrome Skulls, who told me to stay away from Cat all those years ago. The reason being that Cat's brother, Quad, was in the Eagle's Talon. Even back then, there was a lot of bad blood between the Chrome Skulls and the Eagle's Talon, echoing the even worse blood between the Royal Bastards and the Bloody Scorpions. At the time, I was young, barely 20 years old. I was ambitious and hungry to prove myself to my club, no matter the cost. Yates made it clear that I had a choice between my club or Cat. I chose my club. Years later, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night after a dream where she and I are still together. Those are the nights I rarely get back to sleep again. The Royal Bastards MC Clubhouse is on a large, forgotten piece of land on the west bank of the Mississippi, a few miles north of downtown Minneapolis. The location is in a nondescript, mostly industrial area. There's a paper mill to the north, a lumber yard on the other side of the river, and a deserted patch of wasteland to the south. If you looked on a map, it would tell you the wasteland is a park, but I've seen more green coming up between the cracks in a parking lot. It sounds desolate, but it's the perfect location for our club. Inside the large, unimpressive concrete box that is our clubhouse, it's comfortable and spacious, a virtual fortress. Not all of what the forgettable facade would lead you to believe. I pull up to the gate outside the clubhouse compound, press a button, and wait for whoever's manning the security camera to open up and let me through. A second later, the gate clicks and slowly swings open. My tires crunch over the gravel, kicking up dust. A minute later, my bike is parked and I'm pushing through the front door. The familiar smells of leather, oil, smoke, and beer greet me. A shouted chorus of greetings welcomes me in. I've only been gone a couple days, but you'd think I was Homer returning from his fucking Odyssey. Behind the bar, little Big Mama gives me a friendly wave and immediately turns around to grab me a beer.
"Stranger," she calls. "How was Iowa?"
"It was fine," I say, taking the glass from her. "Good to be back, though." I tip the bottle back, relishing the cool liquid as it glides down my throat. As soon as I set the glass down, she pours me a shot of whiskey to go with it. Mama's real name is Melissa, but at 5'0" much with a huge personality, little Big Mama just seemed to fit her better. So the name stuck. She just showed up one day, and Magnus told us she was our new bartender. She got a riot of red curls and a fiery temperament to match. She rides a Harley herself. She's tough as nails. I think more than one of the royal bastards are a little afraid of her. Mama is the only female who actually lives here at the clubhouse. She has a tiny, tidy little studio apartment upstairs. She's not a club bunny. Never has been. A couple of the guys have made a play for her, but she keeps her distance. And a pocket Beretta Pico that Magnus taught her how to shoot. Magnus and Mama are not involved either. Never have been, as far as I can tell. There's not a hint of sexual tension between them. Only Magnus knows her history and her story. He's made it clear to all of us that we're not to ask about her past, and that she's to be treated with the respect of an old lady, even if she isn't one. Ox comes sauntering across the room and claps me on the back. "Good to see you back, my brother," he drawls. "You missed Memphis, though. He's on his way back down south already. Actually, I ran into his ass at the G-Spot, if you can believe that." "You're shitting me," he exclaims. Then his brows knot together. "How'd he seem to you, Fury?" "It was good to see him, but I gotta admit, he didn't seem quite like himself. You notice anything?" "I don't know him all that well, Ox," I say, skirting the question. "But I do know him well enough to know he can handle his own as well as anybody. Dallas will be good for him." "Yeah, I suppose it will," Ox grunts. "Magnus around?"
Yep, got back from up north yesterday with Sinnerman and that rogue fella from the Lords of Carnage MC. They're in the back playing pool. I'm gonna go check in with him, I say. I grab my beer and head back to the pool tables. Magnus, Norse, and 2 other men are standing around shooting the shit. It looks like they're between games. No balls are on the table, and a few pool cues are leaning against it. Norse, our VP, spies me first and lifts his chin in greeting. Fury, my man! Glad to have you back. Glad to be home. I glance at Magnus. Prez, how was the trip up north? Good. I look to the man on his left. Good to see you, Sinnerman. Sinnerman is an ex-convict turned pastor. He's a royal bastard, too. Technically, at least. Though his actual status is kinda uncertain. I've met him a few times, but I know more about the stories that float around about him. He was originally patched into the Royal Bastards by Bulldog, the founder of the entire RBMC back when it was in Washington State. When Bulldog moved the national chapter to New Orleans, he made a big mistake in letting in a new member named Rancid. That son of a bitch Rancid betrayed Bulldog and killed him, exiling Rancid's son Jameson at the same time. Around that time, Sinnerman's son and wife were killed. He was wrongfully found guilty for their deaths and went to prison for years for a crime he didn't commit. He was let go recently when more information surfaced and he was found not guilty on appeal. Since then, he's been laying low here in Minnesota for a lot of the time. He doesn't come around our clubhouse much, though, even though he's tight with Magnus. Bulldog's son, Jameson, is back on the scene now. He killed Rancid and took back his rightful place as Royal Bastard's national president down in NOLA. Jameson is out to spill the blood of anyone who betrayed him and his father by standing with Rancid. According to Magnus, Sinnerman is up here biding his time, planning his return to NOLA to convince Jameson of his loyalty. Meantime, he's doing research into who actually killed his wife and son. And when he finds out, I doubt that anything will stop him from getting his revenge. To look at Sinnerman now, though, you'd almost think all this tragedy hadn't happened to him. The trip up north must have done him good because he seems more relaxed than I've ever seen him. How was the fishing? I ask. Sinnerman shrugs. Good enough. At least it was warm up north this time. Last time we went up to this fucker's cabin, he took me ice fishing, he says, jerking his thumb toward Magnus. About froze my fucking nutsack off. It ain't cold in an ice house, you asshole, Magnus growls. You're letting that Cajun gift for storytelling get away with you. Minnesota's okay in the summer, brother, but how y'all live up here year-round I'll never understand. Any place I can't ride my iron horse year-round is just pure unnatural, Sinnerman insists, tapping his temple. Your ancestors were touched in the head to come up here to settle. At least we didn't put down roots in a damn swamp, Magnus counters. By you, my brother, by you, Sinnerman corrects him smoothly. Snickering, I turn to the man in the Lords of Carnage cut, noting the road captain patch on his chest. Rogue, right? I don't believe we've met. That's right, he agrees. Magnus is an old buddy of mine from way back. Our dads used to fish up here together when I was a kid. Your club's based out of Ohio, yeah? Rogue nods. We've got 2 Ohio clubs, in Tanner Springs and Ironwood. We just started a chapter in Jacksonville, Florida. Florida? How does Creed feel about that? I ask, referring to the president of the Royal Bastards Jacksonville, Florida chapter. Rogue takes out a pack of cigarettes and shakes one out. It ain't a problem, he says casually. Creed and Wide Glide, the prez of our Jacksonville club, go back a ways. It's all copacetic. They've worked it out. Sinnerman clears his throat. Welp, I'm gonna take off, he announces. Got some shit to take care of. Yeah, I'm out of here too, Rogue says. Gotta catch a flight back home tonight. Say hi to your old lady for me, Magnus says to him. Tell her she should come back up and try to catch the northern lights again. Rory'd like that. Rogue takes a puff of his smoke. She still talks about how cool it was when we saw him the last time we were here. Sinnerman and Rogue walk out together. A few seconds later, the roar of engines fading into the distance tells us of their departure. Magnus heads into the chapel to go over some club business with Norse. I drain my beer and head over to join my brothers Mac and Reed at the bar. Little Big Mama eyes me as I approach. One more? She asks, indicating my empty bottle. You know me well, I joke.
Hey, welcome back, man. Mac greets me, clapping me on the back. How was Iowa? Did what needed to be done. Spanner's taken care of. Yeah, we heard, Reed, our road captain, observes. You don't look that happy about it. Yeah, shit. Thought you were looking forward to seeing that asshole suffer, Mac says. Turning soft on us? You look like your grandma just got hit by a bus. Fuck off, Mac, I growl. You do look like shit, though, Reed agrees. Thought you were salivating over ending that fucking traitor. Nah, that ain't it. Watching Spanner die a slow, painful death got me hard as a rock. Well, then what's up? Reed asks. Who pissed in your cornflakes? I pause, and figure the hell with it. I saw Cat, I say, looking at Mac. No shit. His eyes go wide. Down in Iowa? No, over at the G-Spot. I stopped there on the way back here. She's back in Minneapolis now. Works at Fairdale Hospital as a nurse. Well, fuck, Mac exhales. How'd that go? Not great? Like shit? Who's Cat? Reed asks. Chick Fury had to give up back when we were both in the Chrome Skulls, Mac says. Her brother's in the Talon. Quad Berglund. Oh, shit, Reed mutters. Suddenly, I'm in the mood for something a lot stronger than beer. I motion for Mama to set me up with another shot and toss it down. Then another. Mac's my best friend, and even though I'd like to hide it, I know he sees the change in my mood. You got a raw damn deal back then for sure, brother, Mac says, a note of sympathy in his voice. You and Kat were good together. Maybe it's the booze that's loosening my damn tongue. It never felt right, I admit, letting her go. Then I grab the bottle of beer and take another long swig. Because I don't want to say the rest of that thought, which is that even to this day, every woman I'm with turns into Kat when I close my eyes. I stopped trying to find a replacement for her years ago. Hey, either of you two know anything about a Talon named Hooch? I ask instead. Reed's lip curls. Yeah, he's a rising star in the club, I think. I heard he's getting patched over into the Bloody Scorpions. He's a shady-ass motherfucker. The dude did some pretty sick shit to get the Scorpions to recruit him, I heard. The image of Hooch trying to strong-arm Cat onto his bike appears in my mind again, making my blood boil. That motherfucker needs to stay the hell away from her. I'm gonna have to start keeping a closer eye on Cat, which she ain't gonna like. So I ain't gonna tell her.
Chapter 6. Cat.
What the fuck, Cat?
My brother's voice shouts at me through the phone the next morning. He's pissed, wanting to know the story about what happened with Hooch yesterday. He was being a fucking creep, is what happened. I snap back. Your asshole friend has trouble taking no for an answer. Maybe you should talk to him about that. Quad ignores that.
Hooch said some coward in a fucking cut jumped him from behind and knocked him out.
He yells.
Tell me who the fuck it was, so I can lay him the fuck out.
The guy didn't jump him. I roll my eyes. Besides, I think your boy Hooch is lying to protect his fragile male ego. If he had come at Hooch from behind, how would Hooch have seen that he was wearing a cut?
Who was he?
Quad repeats.
Tell me right the fuck now.
I don't know. I lie. Just some guy. He knocked Hooch unconscious and then took off. It's not like I think Connor can't hold his own against my brother. They're both about the same size, but Quad's more bulk than anything. He's used to getting his way by throwing it around. Connor, on the other hand, is all muscle, and not the kind that comes from doing endless reps at a gym. But I don't want to make any trouble for Connor. And truth be told, I don't exactly want to make trouble for myself either. After all, Quad despises Connor, dating from way back because we used to go out. Quad has never liked anyone I've dated, but Connor has been the subject of his particular hatred. And of course, the rival MC thing doesn't help anything. Oh, it's not that he cares about me so much. It's just more of that fragile male ego thing. Like anyone who touches his sister would sully his honor or some dumb crap like that. So the last thing I need is Quad knowing that my ex-boyfriend is the one who punched out his best friend. Quad would lose his shit, and I am not in the mood to deal with his macho chest beating right now.
It wouldn't kill you to be nice to Hooch, you know.
Quad grumbles at me.
He's got a thing for you, always has.
Oh, for the love of God, Quad! What is it with you anyway? Any other guy who has ever shown any interest in me, you've threatened to beat him to death. Why is Hooch somehow different? I pause a beat, and then something occurs to me. Are you trying to pimp me out or something? To get ahead in the Eagle's talon?
It's nothing like that.
Then what is it?
I'm just, watching out for you.
I almost choke on my laughter. Right. Like you've ever given a damn what happens to me. Jerk. And now, all of a sudden, a dude who is all of the stuff you've warned me about in a guy is someone I should just give a chance to. You're so transparent, you're practically saran wrap. We argue back and forth for a few more minutes, until finally I get sick of it and tell him I have to get ready for work. After hanging up, I can't help but think back to a time when we were kids. Back then, my brother probably did actually care about protecting me and making sure I was safe. But that was a long, long time ago. Sad to say, I can't trust my brother or his intentions any longer. Damn it. This conversation with my brother has put me in a terrible mood. And when I'm in a bad mood, I eat. I decide to treat myself to breakfast. It's not exactly health food, but right now what I need are some pancakes, bacon, and a bottomless pot of coffee. Comfort food will always cure what ails you, at least temporarily. That's my professional advice as a nurse. I take an Uber to the G-Spot, where I left my car after yesterday's drama. From there, I drive to the Old Town Diner, my favorite greasy spoon, and park in the tiny lot behind the restaurant. But as I'm walking around the corner toward the entrance, something catches my eye. I turn to see what looks like Connor idling in a silver pickup truck across the street. He's not looking at me. In fact, it looks like he's doing his best to pretend he doesn't see me. What the hell? I reverse directions and walk back toward my car, then slip around the corner and wait 30 seconds or so. The crunch of boots on cement warns me of someone approaching, so I step out onto the sidewalk. Connor startles, coming to an abrupt halt. Well, this is quite the coincidence, I snark. What's the big idea, Connor? Are you actually spying on me right now?
It's not spying,
he protests. Well then, what is it? I ask, crossing my arms. Because it's pretty obvious you are following me around at this point. I know you don't expect me to believe you just happened to be in the exact same place as me 2 days in a row. His lips twist into a cocky grin that makes my heart flutter.
No comment?
I heave a giant sigh, shaking my head. Damn it, Connor. What is going on? He shrugs, and I can tell he's not going to give me a straight answer.
Let's just say I had business around here. Since I was in the area, I decided to check in on you and make sure you were safe after yesterday.
I want to toss back at him that I don't need his protection, but I can't quite tell him to leave. Because the fact is, I can't lie to myself. Part of me is happy to see him. I shouldn't be, but I am. He just looks so damn good in his low-slung jeans, tight gray t-shirt, and leather cut. The shadow of his beard accentuates his strong jaw, and the grin he's flashing me right now makes his teal-blue eyes twinkle mischievously. For just a second, he looks so much like the old Connor I used to know that the years fall away and I feel like I'm in high school again. My chest squeezes. I want to tell him off, tell him to go away and leave me alone. But I can't make myself do it. Ugh. Well, if you're gonna skulk around like this, you might as well join me for breakfast, I mutter. You're paying, by the way.
I'll take that offer.
His grin gets wider, and he steps up to the door of the diner, pushing it open so that I can go through. I give him an irritated look and go inside. The Old Town Diner looks and smells exactly the way a greasy spoon should. Worn naugahyde booths, a long L-shaped counter that runs the length of the narrow space from front to back, and a grill front and center where the cook fries up onions, hamburgers, and hash browns. The walls are lined from floor to ceiling with childish cartoon drawings done by the kids of adult patrons. They color pictures while they wait with their parents for orders of greasy comfort food. You can almost see the nostalgia their future selves will feel for the place. Once we're seated at our table, the waitress takes our coffee orders and hands us menus. I push mine away because I already know what I want. I ask the waitress for their blueberry pancake special and coffee. Connor studies the menu for a moment and then sets it on top of mine. He orders biscuits and gravy with chorizo. It sounds like a heart attack on a plate, but who am I to judge? The waitress moves away and comes back with a carafe of coffee and 2 mugs.
I'm impressed by your stealth skills, to be honest,
Connor remarks, glancing toward the window.
Surprised you caught sight of me. Bet you best believe I'm not gonna let you get the drop on me again.
Challenge accepted. I smirk, taking a sip from my steaming mug. But there's not going to be a next time because you're going to stop following me around, right?
No comment again.
Connor, honestly. I lean back in the booth, exasperated. What are you even doing? That thing with Hooch was just a one-time deal. I'll stay away from the G-spot and therefore I won't run into him again. Problem solved.
I thought you said he wasn't taking no for an answer.
He stares at me long and hard over his coffee mug.
Sounds to me like this is part of a pattern. How do you know he won't show up at your work or at your apartment?
I don't have an answer for him, because the fact is, it's already occurred to me to worry about exactly that. He was pretty mad yesterday. And I'm sure getting kicked in the nads by me and then punched out by a rival biker didn't help anything. Luckily, our food comes and the mood shifts as we tuck into our food. We avoid controversial topics as we eat our breakfast. Mostly, we just catch up with each other's lives. He asks me more about my job at the hospital and what I do in my spare time these days. I ask him about his family, particularly his sister Gigi, who I was pretty close to back when Connor and I were dating. Apparently, she is a tattoo artist now. Connor tells me she has her own business.
It's a mobile tattoo studio that she runs out of a converted Ford C2 Transit bus,
he tells me.
She does events, shows, private tattoo parties, stuff like that.
That makes sense. She always did have an artistic streak. Gigi's bedroom walls were always covered in sketches and paintings, done in different styles, like she was experimenting to find her own unique voice. Probably most parents would throw a fit over their kid drawing all over the walls like that. But Gigi and Connor's dad was always too drunk to care.
Gigi's still mouthy as ever,
Connor continues as he eats.
She and Mac still get into it whenever they're in the same room.
Oh, Mac! I cry in surprise, picturing Connor's best friend. I haven't seen him in forever.
He's a royal bastard now. We patched in together.
I suppose that's no surprise. Isn't his dad a royal bastard, too? I ask, remembering the barrel-chested man.
Yep, Choppa. One of the original members of our chapter, matter of fact.
I chew my food, recalling how Choppa and his wife Rainey were basically surrogate parents to both Connor and his sister when they were growing up. After their mom died in childbirth with Gigi, Connor and Gigi's father essentially buried himself at the bottom of a bottle. Both kids grew up with next to no supervision, except for Choppa and Rainey. Connor and Gigi's dad died of alcoholism not long after Gigi graduated high school. I know that for all Connor pretends to find his baby sister a pain in the ass, he's always been extra protective of her as a result of their upbringing. I tell Connor I'd like to see Gigi again sometime.
I'm sure she'd like that, he replies. I'll be sure to say hello to her for you.
We finish our food just in time for me to go off to the hospital for my shift. Connor pays and leaves a large tip for the waitress. He walks me to my car, then tells me he's going to escort me to work in his pickup. I don't need a babysitter, Connor, I warn him. He shrugs.
Don't care.
And just like that, the easy, comfortable banter between us is replaced by the tension of before. You know, some people would call this stalking behavior, I point out.
It's not stalking if I'm just trying to make sure you're safe. The stalker is who I'm trying to protect you from.
Connor, I groan.
Look,
he says, cutting me off.
I appreciate that you're not happy about this, but I'm not going to take no for an answer. I'm going to be making sure that you're safe until I'm convinced you don't need me watching over you anymore. So you best just accept it, Katrina.
In spite of being pissed at him, a giggle escapes me. Ooh, Katrina. Using my full name makes you sound so serious.
I am serious.
He frowns.
As a heart attack. Matter of fact, not only am I going to be following you to work, I'll be there when you get off at the end of your shift to see you home.
Oh, for God's sake. This is ridiculous, Connor.
Call it whatever you want.
He crosses his arms.
It's what's happening.
Ugh, fine, I say, flinging up my hands. I don't have time to argue with you anymore. I'm going to be late. I climb in my car and drive away, silently fuming as I see him pull behind me to follow. I consider gunning it and trying to lose him, but that's not only dangerous, it's probably also not something I could even manage to do. Eventually, I just give up and drive. The idiot follows me all the way there, even into the parking garage, where he keeps pace with me until I pull into a spot and get out of the car.
When are you off work?
He asks me as I start to walk away. I consider ignoring his question, but I wouldn't put it past him to follow me inside and trail me all shift if I do. So I tell him.
Have a good day, Katrina,
he calls out as he leaves. I go inside, knowing I should be irritated with him, but for some reason, I'm smiling instead.
Chapter 7. Fury. While Kat's at work at the hospital, I go back to the clubhouse for church. And speak of the devil, my sister Gigi is there when I arrive. I know this before I even go inside because her crazy-ass vehicle is parked in the lot as a dead giveaway. Gigi's mobile tattoo studio is called the Body Bus. She painted it herself, of course, in a swirling mix of images in black work and anime tattoo styles, along with something she calls trash polka style. It's hard to describe, but the effect is pretty freaking cool. It gets her a lot of recognition and publicity, too. Gigi drives the bus in an annual art car parade that they do in Minneapolis, and apparently her appointments always spike in the weeks afterwards. Even if I hadn't seen Gigi's bus parked outside, I would have known she was here as soon as I stepped through the door. The first thing I see when I walk inside is her crazy shock of fire engine red hair clear across the main room. With that mop of insanity on top of her head, even at 5'3", Gigi stands out in a crowd. She's got a punk rock aesthetic that is definitely unique. She has clear, pale skin and wears dark but skillful eye makeup that makes her brown eyes look huge and doe-like. Intricate black tattoos twine around her arms and upper body. When she's not working, a dozen metal bracelets adorn her wrists. On anyone else, the whole thing might look cartoonish, but on her it looks distinctive and striking. Even though she's my sister, I have to admit she's beautiful. Gigi's got a personality to match, too. Spiky and sharp, intelligent as a whip. She's the polar opposite of a girly girl. Guys flock to her like moths to a flame. But she's almost as much of a heartbreaker as I've been accused of being. My sister goes through men like kids go through candy. and I've never seen her be serious about a single one of them. I asked G once if she was ever going to settle down. Her answer?
If I could ever find a guy whose company I enjoyed more than my own, maybe. But Jesus, Con, why would I give up my independence just to put up with an endless parade of snoring and fart jokes? The only thing a man can give me that I don't already have is a dick. And frankly, the battery-operated variety works just fine. And sometimes better.
Sighing at the memory, and at the ongoing trauma I live with knowing my sister owns at least one vibrator, I stride toward where Gigi sits with a group of club bunnies. She's hunched over with her back to me, clearly concentrating on something. "Hey, G, what's up?" I call out to her as I approach.
"Shit!"
She jumps, then turns around and gives me a scowl.
"Don't yell like that, dumb fuck. I'm working."
It's only then that I take in the scene in front of me. She's working on a tattoo on the inner thigh of one of our 3 club bunnies. I think it's Suck, though I have a hard time telling her apart from Slap. Slap, Tickle, and Suck are what we call these 3 club bunnies. Those aren't their real names, obviously. Their real names are Sadie, Tracy, and Susie, I think. But no one ever calls them by those names. They got their nicknames for their specialties, if you know what I mean. All 3 of them are busty, blonde, and look so much alike that it's tough to tell one from the other. So it just makes sense to think of them all 3 as kind of one package, which they have been for me on more than one occasion. They don't seem to mind it. I apologize to my sister, and she shrugs and turns back to what she's doing. "Sorry, G. Didn't mean to startle you. What's up, ladies?" Slap, or is it Suck, gives me a wide, big-toothed smile.
"We're getting matching tattoos."
The other 2 giggle. "Yeah? What of?" Tickle stands and carefully pulls down the low collar of her tank top to reveal a freshly wrapped tattoo done right over her left tit. I peer at the design under the transparent plastic. It's a small skull with barbed wire and roses around it, and the words, "Bikers do it better." "Nice." I look over at Suck, then down at her thigh. "So you're getting the same thing?"
"Uh-huh,"
she says happily.
"And Sadie's doing hers on her ass."
"Very classy, ladies." Well, I guess if nothing else, the placement of the tattoos will help to tell them apart. At least when they're naked, that is. Someone clears his throat behind me. Well. To what do we owe this dubious honor?" he drawls.
"Oh, great,"
Gigi mutters under her breath. I can almost feel her eyes rolling back in her head, and I choke back a laugh. Mac steps up next to me and takes in the scene, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "You know, Gigi," he says, "I ain't exactly an expert on tattoo artistry, but this doesn't really seem like a very sterile environment for you to work in." Not even looking up, Gigi raises her arm and casually flips him the bird.
"Didn't ask you, Maxwell. Besides, I have supplies I carry with me to sterilize the setting. But, thanks for making sure I thought of everything with my defective lady brain."
My kid sister and my best friend, it should be noted, do not exactly get along. "Just as pleasant as ever, I see," Max says dryly and turns to me. "Your sister is always such a joy to be around, Fury. I swear it's a damn mystery to me why it is she can't seem to get a man to save her life."
"Get a man?"
Gigi snorts.
"You mean a man like you? Jesus, no thank you. The last damn thing I need in my life is a man who expects me to act like a Barbie doll and bow down to his supposedly superior intellectual skills. Hate to break it to you, dumb shit, but your opinion on what I should act like is about as welcome as a roll of 40 grit sandpaper to wipe my ass."
Slap, Tickle, and Suck break out in a simultaneous chorus of oohs. They glance at me in shock, but I just shrug. I can't think of any other woman, nor man for that matter, who would dare talk to Mac that way. But Gigi has always been supremely unafraid of him. "I'm just trying to help you out, Cupcake," Mac offers.
"Eat glass,"
Gigi retorts.
"We're getting matching tattoos,"
Tickle tells Mac nervously, looking back and forth between him and Gigi.
"Yeah,"
Suck says in a throaty voice from her perch on the couch. She flutters her eyes at Mac.
"Bikers do it better."
"We do indeed," Mac says sagely. Gigi lets out a loud bark of laughter.
"Yeah, right."
"Well, as fun as this little encounter has been," Mac continues unruffled, "it's about time for church." He nods in the direction of the chapel where other royal bastards are already heading inside. "Delightful to see you as always, Gigi." Gigi just grunts. Shaking my head in amusement, I follow Mac and file into the chapel with the rest of my brothers. Magnus and Norse are already inside, as is Monty, our secretary. We all take our seats and the others come in behind us. The last man in closes the heavy door and church is in session. Magnus calls us to order without delay. The main order of business today is an upcoming shipment run to Canada. Guns are the main business of our chapter. More specifically, smuggling across the northern border into Manitoba. There's increasing demand up in Canada for firearms, and the royal bastards are more than happy to provide. Since we share a border with our neighbor to the north, we do runs up there year-round, even in winter, when we use the extreme weather conditions to our advantage to avoid detection by the law. The Omaha chapter is sending up some parts to us, Magnus is telling us. Some materials that our contact up in Winnipeg has been asking for that have been hard for them to get. Gonna need a few of you to go on the run. What kind of product are we moving up to them this time? Mac asks. Our contact has requested ghost gun kits, Norse answers. And we've got some AR-15s earmarked for them that they want the serial numbers filed off. Ghost gun kits are parts kits that can be assembled into fully operational semi-automatic pistols, lacking only the serial number required for ordinary pistol sales. They're legal in a few U.S. states, though not Minnesota, but they're illegal in Canada. Magnus looks around the table. Reed, Fury, Black, you'll be heading up to Canada with the shipment as soon as the Omaha guys come through with what we need from them. Reed, our road captain, and Black, our enforcer, immediately give their assent. Normally, I'm the first to volunteer for any kind of run, and in any other situation I'd be happy as hell to do it. But right now, the first thought that jumps to my mind is Kat, and how I'm not going to be able to keep her safe if I'm not here. But saying no to a direct order from my president isn't an option. So I just ask, when do you think that'll be, Prez? Week or so, Magnus replies. Maybe sooner. We're going to move it as soon as it comes in. Be ready to take off with a day's notice or less. After church, on the way out of the chapel, I grab Elmo, our tech and intel guy. Hey, Elmo, need you to find out some info for me on a couple guys in the Eagle's Talon. One's named Quad Berglund, the other one's Hooch something. Can do, Elmo says. What do you need to know? Not sure what I'm looking for. I tell him about the encounter I had with Hooch, but I leave out my connection to Quad's sister. Anything you can get me about what they're involved in would be good. Who they owe, who they've crossed, any shit in their personal lives they've been involved in that seems noteworthy or unusual. When do you need the intel? No huge rush. Next few days would be good. Before I leave for up north. He claps me on the shoulder. You got it, brother. Chapter 8. Fury. Just like I said I would be, I'm waiting for Kat outside the hospital when she gets off work. I text her that I'm outside the parking garage on my bike. I expect a fuss from her, but she just texts back, okay. A few minutes later, her car pulls through the exit. She gives me a little wave through the window, and I follow her through the Minneapolis streets to her home. When we get to her place, I watch her park her car in the small lot next to it. Then I pull in behind her rear bumper. The apartment building where Kat lives has one parking lot with no street lamps near it that I can see. The only source of light I can identify is a small naked bulb above the front entrance, if it even works. I make a mental note to come back here at night and check out the situation. On the far end of the lot are a couple guys over by their cars in wife-beater shirts, talking to each other. They've got that small-time drug dealer and customer vibe. They flick their eyes our way, then keep talking like we're not there. The paint on the building itself is faded and cracking. What little greenery there is needs some serious watering and trimming. The place screams of neglect. Last time I was here, I noticed the lock on the front lobby door is broken. Anybody could get into this building if they wanted to with a minimum of effort. I don't like that. My critical appraisal of where Kat lives fades into the back of my mind as she climbs out the driver's side of her car. Hey there, I drawl over the thudding of my heart in my chest. Damn, she's still just so fucking gorgeous. I don't know how she's gotten more beautiful than she was at 18, but she definitely has. Have a good shift? She smiles at me, looking tired but still absolutely fucking perfect.
Busy, stressful, but that's pretty normal. I'm used to it.
That's just the opening I was looking for. Well, look, are you in the mood to blow that stress off of you on the back of the bike? Unwind a little? I gestured toward the Harley. We could take a little ride, go grab dinner somewhere. I'm pretty sure she's going to say no, so I'm gearing up to argue with her. But to my surprise, she takes a deep breath.
You know what? Sure, that actually sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah? Cool. Well, what do you know?
Can you wait here for a couple of minutes?
She glances toward her building.
I'll just drop my stuff inside and change into something better to ride in.
I watch as she turns and heads inside, noting once again that her ass is still as fine as I remembered. I light up a smoke to pass the time, leaning against the bike and daydream about all the things I'd like to do to Kat Berglund. All the ways I'd like to touch her. How I'd love to make her scream my name as she comes. It's been a hell of a long time since we were together, but I swear to Christ I still remember every moan, every gasp, every whimper. My dick jumps at the thought of her skin, the taste of her, the scent of her strawberry shampoo. Hell, I've jacked off thinking about her more times than I could ever count over the years. The last time being this morning, in fact. I came so hard in the shower thinking about her sucking me off that I thought I was going to pass out. I'm just finishing the smoke and trying to get my cock to calm the hell down when the front door to her building opens and Kat comes back outside. Buck me sideways, she looks spectacular. She's dressed in tight jeans, boots, a t-shirt, and a cute leather jacket that molds to her curves. Perfect, effortless biker babe attire. Flashing me another brilliant smile, she waits for me to mount the bike and then hops on behind me without a word, wrapping her arms around my waist and holding on tight. And just like that, it's like old times. You still like fish? I call back to her as I pull out of the lot. Thought we could go to Minnehaha Falls. They've got a pretty decent restaurant there. Casual place, specializes in seafood.
That sounds really good, Connor,
she murmurs, moving just a little closer to me. In a flash, I remember how I always used to feel like a goddamn king when she was riding on my bike behind me, back in the day. Still feels just as good now. Hell, maybe even better. I take Kat on a scenic drive along the winding Minnehaha Parkway and around Lake Nokomis. The breeze is just cool enough to make her snuggle into my back. I start to feel a deep sense of peace that I don't remember feeling in a long damn time. I remember how easy it used to be between Kat and me. Back then, I pretty much just assumed we'd eventually do the marriage and kids thing. The whole works. I fucked that shit up. Big time. Maybe the biggest mistake of my life looking back. And all at once it comes to me in a flash, like a lightning bolt right to the head. I'm going to do my damnedest to right that wrong. Kat's back in my life for a reason. And the reason is I'm going to get her back. When we get to Minnehaha Park, I park the bike and we take a walk over to the waterfall itself. This is a popular place, and for good reason. It's right in the middle of the city, and the main attraction there is a 50-foot waterfall coming out over limestone bluffs. We've had a lot of rain this year, so the water's high and fast today. The spray from the crashing water mists our faces as we stand at the railing, watching it. Kat laughs with delight and closes her eyes, leaning her face into the mist. I resist the urge to kiss her, because this is a family place, and I'm pretty damn sure that if I do, I'm not going to stop at just kissing. We stand there for a few minutes, just looking at the waterfall, not saying anything. Eventually, I take her hand and lead her to the fish place. We order a couple of fried fish baskets with coleslaw and a side of fries, then sit down at an outdoor table to eat. A few of the families with little kids give us the side eye when they see my cut and colors, but I'm used to that shit, so I ignore it. How you feeling now? I ask Kat as she munches on a fry. Better? She sighs.
Oh, yes. I haven't been to the falls in forever. This food is delicious. This is just what I needed. Thank you for bringing me here, Connor.
It's funny. No one really calls me Connor anymore. Gigi calls me Con, but it's not the same. Listening to my given name on Kat's lips is strange. Not unpleasant, though. It makes me feel like a younger man, someone less jaded, someone who can still make up for lost time. I haven't been with a woman seriously since Kat. Oh, hell yes, I've been with women. A lot of them. I've fucked around more than my fair share. But there's been no one who's held my interest for longer than it took me to get my rocks off. Not since her. No woman has really ever known me, because I had no desire to let them in. No one but Kat. We stay for a while after we're finished eating, shooting the shit. The tension from our last meeting is almost entirely gone now. Kat doesn't bring up that she's still pissed I'm basically acting like her bodyguard. It feels like a good sign. When the sun starts to go down, a chill appears in the air. Kat shivers and says we should probably head back. I take her hand again and lead her to my bike. When she climbs on behind me, she leans into my back and whispers against my ear.
I've missed this.
Neither of us says anything else on the ride back. At her apartment, she doesn't tell me I can't come in, so I follow her inside. We pass by a couple people who Kat seems to recognize, but no one who looks like Hooch or one of his asshole friends.
Thanks again, Connor,
she says when she's unlocked her door.
This was really great. I haven't had so much fun in a long time.
There's no reason the night has to end, babe. I take a step forward, slipping an arm around her. You could invite me in, and we could continue it inside.
What are you implying, Mr. Matson?
Her face is hesitant, but her eyes are bright as she gazes up at me. I think you know, Miss Berglund. My voice is thick with need as I feel her body against me. My cock is instantly at full attention. The hesitation leaves Kat's eyes. Her lips part, signaling to me that she knows what's about to happen, that she wants it. I bend down and our lips meet in a kiss that sends sparks moving through me straight to my dick. Kat, I groan against her mouth. Jesus, you taste good. You've always tasted so damn good.
Connor,
she moans.
What are we doing?
I let out a low chuckle. You can't tell me it's been so long that you've forgotten what this is. I pull back, locking eyes with her. You know what I want. I'm not about to make a secret of it. The question is, what do you want? She swallows hard. Her eyes are so dilated they look black.
This is crazy, but I want the same thing.
It's all I need to hear. Reaching around her, I twist the knob and open the door, guide her through, pushing it closed behind me.
Chapter 9. Kat. Connor's eyes are the shade of storm clouds. I remember how I used to be able to read them so well, back when we were teenagers in love. I knew every expression in them, every nuance. I could tell when he was happy or sad or proud or troubled, without him having to say anything at all. But now there's something new there in his face when he looks at me. Desire, yes, lust too. But underneath, something more. I can't read it. It both scares and excites me. I'm so turned on that my body feels alive with electricity. I shiver with anticipation, excitement, need. It's not unlike the feeling of fear, the sense of inevitability I imagine someone would get just before jumping off a high, sheer cliff. Letting Connor back into my life, even just having dinner with him, was a risk. But this is downright dangerous. This is opening a door that has been closed for a long time. And once we do, I don't think it will be easy to slam it shut again. Connor was my first lover. I was his first as well. Over the years, I've learned enough about men and sex to be grateful that my first experience of intimacy was a good one. The first boy who ever explored my body actually cared about making me feel good. The first orgasms I ever had were with Connor, panting and sweaty in the back of a car, or in stolen moments anywhere we could manage to find ourselves alone. Because of Connor, when the few subsequent boyfriends I've had over the years couldn't make me feel the same way, I knew that the problem wasn't me. I also came to the conclusion that bad sex is worse than no sex at all. A battery-powered friend is always a better choice than with a dick attached to a brain that can't be bothered to take directions. If it hadn't been for him, I might never have known that. Connor presses me up against the wall with a growl. His face is only inches from mine as his eyes turn from storm clouds to hurricane.
"If you want to keep those clothes," he rasps, "you'll take them off right now before I rip them off you."
I shiver, knowing from the low, gruff tone in his voice that he is deadly serious. I shrug off my moto jacket and it falls to the floor. My boots are next as I kick them into a corner. I reach for the hem of my shirt and slide it over my head. Connor takes a step back and crosses his arms, his gaze raking over my body like he's starving for me. His cock creates a large bulge at the crotch of his pants, and seeing it, I actually start to drool a little, which I try to hide by biting my lip. He nods at me once, and the message is clear. Keep going. Swallowing nervously, I undo my jeans button and zipper and shimmy out of them, then step out of the puddle of denim wearing only my panties, bra, and socks. I stand there in front of him, feeling more naked than I ever have in my life.
"Fucking gorgeous,"
he says thickly. His hand goes to adjust his bulge.
"You better take me to your bedroom, girl, unless you want me to fuck you on this floor."
His excitement makes me bolder. I love seeing what I'm doing to him. Giving him a coy little smirk, I reach back and unhook my bra and let it fall from my breasts. His eyes widen a little as they take in their fullness, the pebbled nipples. I dangle the bra from one finger for a second, then let it fall to the floor as I turn on my heels and saunter to the bedroom, knowing his eyes are following me. The sound of leather hitting a chair reaches me a second later, and then he's behind me. His arms slide around me, one hand reaching down to cup my sex. I gasp, my eyelids fluttering as he slips a finger under the fabric and finds me wet and ready for him.
"Fuck,"
he hisses, pressing me back against his hardness. "Bedroom," I manage in a strangled voice. Then I'm in his arms and he's striding forward, finding the doorway and then depositing me on the bed. I watch in fascination as he straightens and strips down as well, first his shirt and then his jeans. He's more muscled than he used to be, and ink defines his arms, chest, and abdomen. Connor has always been good-looking, maturing early into a man's body even when he was 18. But now, he's a work of art. I momentarily stop breathing as I take him in, and then inhale sharply when his jeans pool to the floor and the thick hardness of his cock springs up, like the statue of a god. Oh, my God. He grabs his length and begins to slowly stroke as I watch. We're frozen in this moment together, both of us wrapped in a desire that feels ageless, even as I've never felt so present in the moment. In a trance, I lean forward and replace his hand with mine. He hisses, but lets me do it. The heat, the velvety steel heat of his cock is intoxicating. I fist him, loving the pulsing of his shaft. I lean forward even more, licking the salty head and smiling to myself as I hear him groan.
"I've thought about this over the years,"
he murmurs.
"You've thought about me, too."
It's not a question, but he's right. I have. A lot. I flatten my tongue and run it along the bottom of his cock, wrapping my lips around him. His groan is deeper this time, like it comes from the depths of his soul. He's so big that I can't fit much of him in, but I make up for it with my hand. Connor is thrusting now, just slight movements, and I can tell the supreme effort he's making to hold himself back. I know from how taut he is that he's on the verge of exploding, and the knowledge that I did this makes my blood sing with the power of it. And then, a second later, he threads his hand through my hair and pulls me off him.
"Not like this. Not tonight,"
he rasps.
"Get on your hands and knees."
I do what he says immediately, wanting to go wherever he wants to take me. I can feel his eyes on me, staring at my arched back, the curve of my ass. It makes the thrumming between my legs even stronger. Seconds later, his weight sinks into the bed. His hands are on my ass, pulling me open. Then his mouth is on my pussy, tongue sliding between my folds. I cry out, thrusting back against him. God, I've never felt anything like this. It's perfect. It's torture. I want to die like this. The need so strong, it's painful. His tongue teases me, lapping at me and diving inside me. I'm throbbing now, desperate for him. I hear myself whimper his name, then please, as I strain toward the only one who can give me my release. Finally, when I'm almost crying with need, Connor slips 2 fingers inside me and then sucks my clit between his lips. He slides his tongue over it once, twice, and I come apart, screaming his name as I shudder against his mouth. "Connor!" I gasp, face against the pillow. "Connor!" The bed shifts again, and then his knees are between mine, his cock slicking against my opening.
"Do I need a condom?"
God, I want him bare inside me. "I'm on the pill," I manage to say, "and I'm clean."
"Good. I don't fuck without wrapping up. Never."
I realize what he's saying without him having to utter another word. Never, except for right now with you. I know him well enough to know he wouldn't lie about this. He doesn't really lie, period. Lies are used to cover up weakness. A man like Connor doesn't have to do that. I close my eyes in pleasure as he grabs my hips and slides into me. Slowly at first, giving me time to accommodate his girth. He pulls out just as slowly, then thrusts, plunging deep into me, hard and fast. The window at the head of my bed is closed, but our reflection is there in the glass. Connor thrusts again, even harder, and our gazes lock, my lips part, desire mounting in me again.
"Katrina,"
he says hoarsely.
"You're gonna take it all. Gonna fill you, baby. Gonna fill you with me."
My insides contract as he thrusts again. God, I don't know why his words do this to me, but I feel like I'm going to come again. And then I realize I am absolutely going to come again, which has never happened to me before. His fingers are digging into my ass and hips, and he pulls me harder and harder against him with each thrust, and I swear I can feel him getting bigger inside me, and I whimper, "Connor, oh God, yes, yes," as he drives into me, and then he roars my name and explodes, and the wave breaks over me and my whole body contracts as he releases his seed deep within me. When I finally start to come back to earth, we're on our knees, and he's holding me against him, his broad chest against my back, kissing me. He lays us down on the bed, him still inside me, and we move together, basking in the sensation of being joined together as one. He begins to thrust again, slowly, languorously, then faster, and his hand comes down to caress my slick pussy. We make love like that, taking our time now, and this time when I come, it's deeper and fuller, and he holds me as I explode, and then he fills me again. My name is on Connor's lips as they brush against my cheek. I lie next to him afterwards, on his left side. His right arm curves around me, pulling me close. And it's then that I see it on his right bicep. The tattoo. It's a black ink drawing of a wild cat, the graceful lines almost tribal-influenced. The cat stares at the viewer as it takes a step forward, as though it's about to walk toward you. It has my eyes, which it should, because the cat is me. Connor still has it. He didn't have it inked over with another design. I've never felt so content in my life as I drift off to sleep in his arms. Chapter 10. Cat. Christy and I sit at a prime table on the second floor of the restaurant, next to a tall arched window with a view of the sunny street below. Our finished plates rest in front of us, and we're sipping lattes, feeling full and lazy in the warm and laid-back atmosphere. Brunch in the Twin Cities is an institution. Weekend brunch is a favorite pastime here, and as a result, there are tons of great places to choose from. Dream Breakfast Bar is one of the newer, hotter places. It's located in an old renovated fire station in St. Paul. The space is funky and beautiful, filled with decor that acknowledges its firehouse past. They even kept the fire pole. Christy is telling me about a pharmacy tech at the hospital who asked her on a date a couple of days ago. Lance is really nice. I actually met him when I went down to the pharmacy to fill my own prescription for a yeast infection. She lowers her voice to a whisper. I think I picked it up at the gym. Can you imagine? Here he is, chatting me up, and then when he pulls the prescription to enter in my order, I see the light bulb go off in his eyes. She starts laughing, her face reddening. But he didn't say anything about it. And then when I came back later when it was ready, he asked me for a date. Oh my God. I giggle. That's both mortifying and very cool. Right? She widens her eyes at me in mock horror. I mean, it's probably a good sign, right? That he's a good guy? And he's really cute, too. Not like model handsome, but he's got one of those faces. Hot in a way that sneaks up on you. And he's funny, which of course makes him automatically better looking. Agreed. So when are you guys going out? Next week sometime, probably for dinner. Turns out we both really like Middle Eastern food, so we're gonna pick someplace neither of us have been before. She takes a last sip of her latte, draining the cup, and sets it down. Oh, you know what else? The esteemed Dr. Adam Latto saw me flirting with Lance outside the pharmacy yesterday when I was on my break. And now he's giving me the total cold shoulder. Ouch. Not ouch. Awesome. Christy laughs. At least he's leaving me alone now. He can pout as long as he wants. As long as he isn't a dick to me when we're working together. The waitress comes up and asks if we want anything. When we say no, she leaves the bill on the table. This was really fun. Christy leans back, stretching. I like this place. We should come here again. I know. It's great to actually do something other than go to work, come home, and go to sleep. I lean back in my chair. I can't believe I've actually had 2 social outings in a week. That's almost unheard of for me. 2? Christy cocks her head. What was the other one? Oh, whoops. I forgot I never mentioned my sort of date with Connor to Christy, much less what happened afterwards. Just an impromptu dinner date with a guy I used to see in high school. I wave my hand airily, hoping to make it sound unimportant. But Christy has a nose like a bloodhound for stuff like this. Oh, I can't believe you didn't say anything. She instantly leans forward. Who is this guy and how did you reconnect? He's just a friend. I lie. I honestly hadn't seen him in years. I ran into him outside a bar. I shrug nonchalantly, but my body doesn't let me get away with it. My face immediately flames beet red. Christy's eyes widen. You are not being straight with me. I literally just told you about my yeast infection, so you need to give me the deets right now. I exhale. She's right. And actually, I am sort of dying to talk about it. I end up telling her more about Connor than I planned to. I tell her about how he was my first serious boyfriend, and that he was the boy I lost my virginity to. I tell her I was crushed when we broke up, but I don't tell her why we did. I explain that I ran into him at a biker bar when I was there to look for my brother, and that we've seen each other a few times since then. And, she concludes with a wiggle of her eyebrows, judging from the sparkle in your eye, he did more than just kiss you goodnight on your date. I stare at her. You can tell that? Are you kidding me? You're practically glowing right now at the memory. So, dude is good in bed, I take it. I bite back a grin. He's, better than good. Christy whoops, which earns us some curious glances from around the room. I knew it! So you're seeing him again? Like, is this a relationship? I'm not sure, I admit. But maybe? So he's a biker like your brother? She frowns. That's hot. But, I don't know, dangerous too, maybe? Is a guy like that long-term potential? I'm not even thinking about that, I say firmly. He hurt me a lot back in the day. I probably shouldn't even have let him back in my life, but for now it's fun. So I'm just trying to go with the flow. After Christy and I say goodbye at the restaurant, I head to the grocery store to do my shopping for the week. I'm waiting in line at the checkout when my phone rings. With surprise, I see it's Carla, my brother's ex. I barely said hello when she starts shouting into the phone. "Kat, where the fuck is your brother?" she demands. I have no idea. Have you been trying to get hold of him? Yes, I have been trying to get hold of him. She angrily mimics my tone of voice. That asshole told me he wanted to take Kelly for the day, so I scheduled a shift at work for when he'd have her. He was supposed to pick her up half an hour ago, but of fucking course he didn't show. He's leaving me on red, and when I call him, I just get his voicemail. I'm going to have to call into work and tell them I can't come in. My boss is going to be pissed as hell. Plus, I needed those hours, and I'm not even going to get paid for them now. I'm sorry, Carla. I honestly have no idea where he is. He's supposed to be paying me child support, too. She continues as though she hasn't heard me. But the last time I saw a damn cent from him was last December. Worthless piece of shit. He doesn't care about anything but himself and that damn MC. I wish I could defend my brother, but I know she's right. Carla, I can come over right now if you want. I could take care of Kelly while you go to work. But she just scoffs. You want to help me? Tell your fucking brother to answer my calls and pay me what he fucking owes me. She screams into the phone, then hangs up. Ugh. I guess I shouldn't have expected Carla to take me up on my offer. Right now she hates my brother, and I think that means she hates me by association. I can't say that I blame her. Quad is the absolute definition of a deadbeat dad. But I feel like I have to do something to at least try to help, so I dial his number. And miraculously, he picks up. What? He barks. Quad, I just got a call from Carla. She said you're supposed to be picking up Kelly to take her for the day, but you didn't show up. Quad's tone turns instantly pissed. What the hell business is it of yours, Kat? Jesus. Well, Carla kind of made it my business by calling me, so fuck you, Kat. Of course you'd take her side over your own family. Don't give me that bullshit, Quad. My blood pressure starts to rise. Besides which, seeing as how Kelly is your own flesh and blood, she's your family too. Speaking of which, Carla said you're way behind on your child support payments. Why the fuck should I give her money for my kid when she won't even let me see her? Quad shoots back. Are you kidding me? I feel like my brain is going to explode. How is she not letting you see her when you were supposed to go over there this morning and you didn't even show up? Quad lets out an angry curse. You know what? I don't have time for this shit. Fuck you, Kat. And for the second time in 10 minutes, someone hangs up on me. Well, I guess it's not like I should have expected much more than that from my brother. Denial and circular arguments are pretty much his MO. They always have been. I drive home in a gloomy mood. While I put my groceries away, my mind keeps returning to my conversation with Carla. I remember when Quad first got together with her. I thought she might be a woman he could end up getting serious about. But then she ended up getting pregnant, and as soon as she told him, he already had one foot out the door. He kept telling her he couldn't be sure he was the father, and accusing her of sleeping around on him. He kept insisting he needed a paternity test to make sure the baby was his, and used that as an excuse to refuse to help Carla out while she was pregnant. Then Kelly was born, and she came out looking like such a carbon copy of Quad as a baby that even he had to admit the paternity test wasn't necessary. Quad has just never managed to assume the mantle of fatherhood. My brother's whole identity is wrapped up in being in the Eagle's talon, and I guess there's just not enough room inside him for anything else. I've wondered more than once whether he would have been a better father to Kelly and even maybe a partner to Carla if he hadn't been a Talon first and foremost. When you're in an MC, loyalty to the club isn't just expected, it's demanded. I've been around them enough to know. But does it really have to mean that nothing and no one else matters? And just like that, I'm no longer thinking about my stupid brother. I'm thinking about Connor, and about how he walked away from me because the president of the Chrome Skulls told him to. I can't expect anything more from Connor than Carla can from Quad. They're both bikers. They're cut from the same cloth. They're not, though. Connor is 100 times the man that Quad is. Is he, though? Or do I just want to believe he is? Damn it. I shouldn't even be thinking this way. Connor and I have only hooked up a couple of times. Our past is irrelevant at this point. There's been nothing said about anything more serious. And I need to just take things for what they are, like I told Christy I was doing. We're just two consenting adults enjoying each other's bodies. Nothing more. But after Carla's telephone call and my conversation with Quad, I can't help thinking I've made a mistake letting Connor back in. Maybe I've even made a mistake coming back to Minneapolis for work. Because unfortunately, where Connor Matson's concerned, my heart has never been strong. Or smart.
Chapter 11. Fury. "So what's the deal with that hot piece of ass you've been seeing?" Reed asks me as he leans over the pool table and sights a shot. "Her name is Kat, dipshit," I say with irritation. That draws a howl from Mac, standing next to me. "Shit! Don't get your feathers ruffled," Reed hoots. "Jesus, you must have had it bad for this girl. This is a first." "You don't get it, Reed," Mac chortles, pointing a cue at him. "Fury's got history with this chick. They were in Hearts and Flowers love back in the day." He flutters his eyes. "True LUV love, man. Fury's still got a torch going for her." My fist curls with the urge to punch Mac in his smart mouth for that Hearts and Flowers comment, but I don't say anything. Fighting at the clubhouse is discouraged between brothers unless there's a wager on it. Plus, Mac ain't wrong about the torch thing. Damn it. Thing is, that torch has burst into flames again with Kat back in town. Just thinking about the things I've done in the past few days to her tight little body has me adjusting my cock in my jeans and dreaming about a replay as soon as humanly fucking possible. Reed shoots and misses. I grab my cue and size up my next shot. "You're slipping, motherfucker," I taunt him. "You used to be able to beat me with one hand tied behind your back." "There ain't enough competition around here," he grouses. "No one challenging enough to play with. I'm losing my touch." Reed's skills at pool are legendary. So much so that if he walks into most bars in the area, no one will play with him if there's money involved. From what he says, he learned pool from his dad as a kid growing up in a place called Lupine, Colorado, before his dad was killed in a bar fight when Reed was a teenager. Reed doesn't talk about his past much, or his family.
As far as I can tell, he's mostly estranged from them all. I do know he's got a younger brother who's in an MC there, called the Stone Kings Motorcycle Club. I guess his sister is married to the president of that club, too. It's all in the fucking family, he told me, and then stopped talking completely, his jaw ticking with something that looked a hell of a lot like anger. Reed left home at 16, moved up to Denver, and went radio silent on his mom and siblings. In his early 20s, he got collared on an assault charge and did a stint in county. Once he was out, he moved north of Denver for a while, then decided to leave Colorado entirely once his parole was up. He bought a used Harley, loaded his few possessions onto it, and took off with no idea where he was going. He ended up here in Minnesota, and eventually found his way to our club. As far as I know, he hasn't been back to Colorado since he left. I managed to beat Reed at pool, much to Mac's satisfaction, and he challenges me to another game. Black came to watch us play during the last game and caught the tail end of our conversation about Kat. "Why'd you let this cat chick get away from you in the first place anyway?" Black pipes up from the sidelines as Reed racks the balls. "Her brother Quad was a Talon," I growl. "Still is, actually. This was back when I was a Chrome Skull. Yates was Prez at the time. He told me to dump her." Black takes this in. "Yates thinks she'd have a loyalty problem. Give her brother info on us?" "Maybe. Mostly I think he just didn't want any more aggravation from the Skulls than necessary." "Shit. Talk about your unfortunate associations." "Yeah, it sucked." I scowl. Taking aim, I break, sinking my 2-ball in the corner pocket. "I fucked it up with her good back then. I was a fucking idiot to let her go. I ain't about to make that mistake again, even if Magnus asked me to." The thought comes to me in a flash, and I realize it's the truth. Kat's only been back in my life a few days, but I'm not the same stupid boy I was back then. My club is still my life. I take the oath I swore to the royal bastards very seriously. But Kat is the only woman I've ever loved. If you'd asked me a month ago if I ever thought about her, I'd have lied and told you no. But the truth would have been yes. I still thought about her every single damn day. I knew she was the one that got away. I tried not to dwell on it because, hell, the past is the past. But she ain't in the past anymore. I'm not a praying man, or one who tends to believe in signs. But I do believe in not fucking up the same way twice. The years may not have taught me much, but they have taught me one thing. After so many years without her, I know deep in my gut there'll never be another woman like Kat Berglund. I'd take off my cut, hand it to my prez, and walk away before I'd make the same mistake with Kat twice. And the realization hits me right in the gut. This conversation puts me in a bad mood, though, especially because of my encounter with Hooch. My brain keeps coming back to the fact that since I ain't about to let Kat go, her connection to a rival club is something I need to come clean about to Magnus. I don't get a chance to talk to him about it right then, though, because about an hour later, 2 Omaha royal bastards show up to our clubhouse with the gun parts we need for our run up to Canada. Ponyboy, the Omaha chapter's SAA, and Wreck, their enforcer, come through the gates in a nondescript van filled with the ghost gun kits they put together for our Canadian clients. Magnus comes out to the van to take stock of the shipment. He nods his head in satisfaction as he checks it out and calls Money over to make sure everything the Canadians ordered is here. When Money confirms it is, Magnus glances appreciatively at Wreck and Ponyboy. "Looks good. Tell Irishman we're looking at needing another shipment about the same size in 4 weeks' time." "Will do," Wreck replies. Magnus turns to me, Reed, and Black. "You guys ready to take off tomorrow morning?" "Up and back, 1 stop overnight," I confirm. "Be back in 24 hours at the most." I don't want to fucking dawdle up there. It doesn't feel good in my gut that I'm leaving Kat for even that long. But since I haven't talked to the club about it, I can't ask Magnus to put men on her to protect her. "I'm gonna send Country with you too, just in case," Magnus tells us. "Be good to have 4 men on the job. Go faster too." "Fine by me," I say. Country's good company. As his road name indicates, he's a rural boy through and through, born and raised on a farm in west-central Minnesota. The man might be a biker, and he's a damn good, loyal MC brother to boot,
But he's got a naive streak a mile wide. It's fun as hell to fuck with him. Rec was checking his phone the whole time Money was counting the inventory, and now he clears his throat. If we're good here, me and Pony are gonna get back on the road, he rumbles. I want to get the hell back down to Omaha ASAP. What's so pressing you got to get back so soon? I ask him. No offense, brother, but that drive to Nebraska is boring as fuck. I wouldn't be in any hurry to get back on it if I was you. Ponyboy gives us a smirk. Rec is just hearing the call of the pussy, he jokes. His old lady, Sydney, has him wrapped around her little finger. Not to mention their little girl, Angel. Rec's in husband and daddy mode. He wants to get back home and get back to playing family man. Shut it, Ponyboy, Rec warns, shoving his phone back in his pocket. You're damn right I want to get back to my wife and my family. You'd feel the same if you were in my shoes. I ain't ashamed of it. Reed and Black give Rex some shit about this, joining in with Ponyboy on razzing him. I take a couple of shots at him too, but my heart ain't in it. Rec is about the last guy I'd have ever imagined would settle down with one woman, much less marry her and have a kid. But shit, I thought there was something different about him when he showed up, and now I realize it's something in his face. The lean, hungry look he used to have is gone. In his place is the expression of a man who knows who he is, someone who knows his place in the world. It's the expression of a man who knows what's waiting at home for him. Kat's face flashes in my mind, unbidden. Could I have that too? I gave up believing in a future like that when I gave her up the first time. But hell, maybe it's not too late. Rec and Ponyboy pile into their van and go back to Omaha. Black, Reed, Country, and I get ready to head up north. We pack my F-150 and hook a pop-up trailer to it, into which we load our shipment underneath some fishing and camping supplies. If we're stopped by the law, our story is that we're going up north to a buddy's cabin on Lake of the Woods for a fishing trip. It won't hold up if they decide to search the camper very carefully, but at that point we'll have other problems anyway. Once we're loaded up, Reed gets behind the wheel and we take off, with instructions on where and when to meet our contact. The Lake of the Woods cabin isn't a lie. That's really where we're heading. The club's got a place about 3 miles south of the lake, north of a town called Baudette. It's secluded enough that there aren't any neighbors close enough to see any of our business. People up north are pretty independent and tend to keep to themselves anyway. And they're generally respectful of signs that say no trespassing. It takes us about 6 hours to drive up there, counting a stop at a diner for lunch. When we arrive, we pull the camper in behind the cabin so it can't be seen from the road and detach it from the F-150. There's a fishing boat and a boat trailer on the property that we use for transporting our product across the border. We've transferred the AR-15s and the ghost gun kits into watertight containers, which we pack into the live well of the fishing boat. Then we hook the boat trailer to the truck and drive the few miles to the public boat launch. Half an hour later, we're out on the water. I'm at the helm, motoring slowly on a route I must have done a dozen times at least. The boat's got a good-sized motor on her, but I keep her speed to about 10 knots so as not to attract too much attention. At that speed, it takes us a couple of hours to make it to the meet-up point at Big Island, just across the border. The trawler is already there, waiting for us. It's a smallish one, say 32, 33 feet long. 3 guys are fishing off the back of the boat. All are deeply tanned, dressed in khaki shorts. One wears a white polo shirt with the logo of a fishing company on the left breast. The other 2 wear Hawaiian-style shirts and brimmed golf visors. They're the only boat in the inlet. "Are they biting?" Black calls to them as we motor up. "Can't complain. Permission to come aboard," I shout. "Granted. Come on over." Black and Reed grab the fenders and sling them over the port side of the boat, and they do the same to their starboard side. I maneuver us so we're parallel to the trawler. They've picked a good spot. Our sterns will be out of the line of sight of anyone who might come up on us unexpectedly. We toss lines across and secure the boats together. I signal to Black and Reed to stay back on our boat. The trawler sits higher in the water than we do, but climbing aboard isn't too difficult. The balding guy in the white polo shirt seems to be the one in charge. He eyes me wordlessly, waiting. "You catching any walleye today?" I ask, the beginning of the code sequence. Bald guy shrugs. "Better for sturgeon. Walleyes we got are too small. Have to keep throwing them back." He pauses.
Been seeing a lot of Tullaby, too. Good for smoking, I reply. He gives me a brief smile, code complete. You're right on time, lifting a chin toward our boat. You got everything? In the live well, it's all there. I give the signal. Reed, Black, and Country start hauling up the crates. We transfer them to the other boat via the transom, and Bald Guy's men pull them aboard. One of them opens each container and shows Baldy, who squints at the merchandise for a bit like he's mentally calculating what's in there. Once he gives his okay, the other ones immediately start transferring it down into the hold. Heads up, Country calls out just as the last container has been loaded aboard the trawler. I turn to him and he points toward the west. A boat is approaching, headed straight for us. Shit, I hiss. I hop back over to our boat and tell Black, turn on some tunes. Then, bending to the cooler we brought just for a situation like this, I open it up and grab 4 cans of beer. I toss 3 of them to the men in the trawler and keep one for myself, then climb back onto the transom of their boat just as Leonard Skinner comes pumping out of the portable speaker we were using earlier. Minutes later, the craft approaching us sees nothing but a group of men on a couple fishing boats rafted together, having a party. They wave, we wave back. They pass by to our port and continue on their way. Whew, Country says under his breath. That was a fucking close one. They were probably fine, I reply. Wasn't the Coast Guard, just some pleasure boaters. But last thing we needed was them getting suspicious and calling the guard. I take a swig. Come on, finish your beer and let's get back on solid land. Business concluded, we untie from the trawler and head back. The trip is a little shorter this time, the wind and thus the current being on our side. By the time we get back to the cabin and unload the boat, it's time for happy hour. I try to convince my brothers to drive back down to Minneapolis tonight, but they're not feeling it. I know if we were on the bikes, they'd be up for the ride no problem, but we've been sitting in a pickup or on a boat for the whole damn day, so I don't push it. Instead, we find ourselves a bar and grill in Baudette and settle in for some drinks and a meal. We put our cuts back on and go into the restaurant, and we get some suspicious looks from the local patrons. At the table next to us are 2 old buddies who look like they've spent the last hour sucking on lemons. They stop talking as soon as we're seated next to them, and it becomes clear pretty quickly that they're going to sit there and listen in on our conversation. So we give them something to listen to. I strike up a conversation with Black and Reed about when they got their Red Wings. They immediately figure out what I'm doing and play along. Country doesn't know what the term means, just like I expected. So I give it to him. And our audience, a very detailed explanation. The biddies leave the bar soon after that, and we settle in to eat in peace. Next day, we get back to Minneapolis. I don't waste any time. I'm dialing Kat's number as soon as I leave the clubhouse. Babe, I say as soon as she answers. What time do you get off work? I'm coming over tonight.
Chapter 12. Cat. Waking up in the morning in Connor's arms feels right. When he got back to Minneapolis yesterday after his run up north for the club, he came straight here and hasn't left since. I was so happy to see him I almost cried. I missed him so much. A lot more than I probably should have, considering we've only been back together for a little over a week. As I lie in his warm embrace, listening to his deep breathing, the novelty of being here with him is not lost on me. Until recently, we had never actually slept together for a whole night, in an actual bed. We were too young to have any place to go back when we were first together. Plus, we were sneaking around behind my brother's back and then hiding our relationship from Connor's MC. My heart feels a little pang for the young-in-love girl I used to be. The young boy Connor used to be broke my poor foolish heart. And now here I am with him all over again. Isn't the definition of crazy doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? Is this madness, opening myself up to being hurt by him all over again? I shift restlessly in the bed and Connor stirs. "Where you going?" he murmurs, his arms tightening around me. I push away my doubts, not wanting to waste the time I have with him. I have to pee. I sigh. And, unfortunately, I have to get to work pretty soon. "Already?" He groans. "How is that possible?" I grimace. I'm covering someone else's shift for them today. Believe me, I wish I didn't have to go. It's true. I'd love to stay in bed in my little sex cocoon with Connor and shut out the real world for as long as possible. Hopping out of bed, I resist the urge to cover my naked body before I pad barefoot out of the room. In the bathroom, I turn on the water and jump in the shower. But before I can start soaping up, Connor appears and climbs in with me. "Well, hello there," I say, giving him a coy look. "I figured you'd go back to sleep for a bit."
"Already wide awake,"
he says, nodding down toward his crotch. "Ah, I see what you mean." I smirk.
"How about we get dirty before we get clean?"
he rasps, reaching for me. I had always heard that shower sex was overrated, but my sample size of 1 soon tells me that is definitely not the case. I emerge from the steamy bathroom panting and buzzed, wishing more than ever that I could stay here with Connor all day, with the goal of having sex in every room of my small apartment, including the closet. Connor slips into the kitchen and makes a pot of coffee while I dry my hair. He brings it to me back in the bedroom and lies on the bed to watch me as I get ready for work. "Stop it," I protest as I catch him in the mirror staring at my ass. "You're making me self-conscious." He lets out a bark of laughter.
"Babe, after everything we've done lately, there's not 1 inch of your body I haven't seen or tasted. It's a little late to feel shy, don't you think? Besides, you are the hottest, most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You got nothing to be worried about. Trust me."
At his words, I can't help but wonder how many women there have been for Connor over the years. My God, there must be dozens. Hundreds? Gah! He's an incredibly good-looking man. He exudes masculinity, and he can turn on that sexy biker charm like a light switch. I bet women practically drop their panties just at the sight of him. I've been around bikers enough to know they are hardly saints. Everything tells me that Connor has probably had his pick of pretty much any woman he wants. I honestly can't imagine anyone saying no to him. I know I don't really have the right to be jealous. After all, Connor and I haven't been together for years. But I am, damn it. I really, really am. Don't think about it. You'll drive yourself crazy. Just enjoy this for what it is. Easier not to get hurt that way. Connor takes me to work on his bike. As we ride toward the hospital, I lean into his warm, strong back and close my eyes, relishing the feel of normalcy. I pretend that this is our life, that we never separated all those years ago. The fantasy is so compelling that it takes over my mind, shutting out everything else. When I feel the bike slowing to turn into the hospital entrance, I jolt back to reality with a real sense of loss. Connor pulls up and slows the Harley to a stop. I climb off and smile at him, feeling suddenly shy. "Thanks for the ride," I say sincerely. "Last night was great." In response, Connor grabs me around the waist and pulls me close.
"It was,"
he growls.
"It is."
He gives me a kiss that leaves me dizzy.
"We've got a lot of lost time to make up for, Katrina."
"Is that what we're doing?" I tease, but my heart leaps at his words.
"Damn straight it is."
He releases me and asks me when I'm done with my shift.
"I'll be back to get you after work. Meet me right back here."
Connor drives off before I can refuse. Not that I would. I'm flying high on sex endorphins as I enter the ER for my shift. Christy is there on shift, and she immediately notices. Miss Thing, what is up with you lately?" she asks with a cock of her head. "What do you mean?" I ask, feeling myself flush beet red. "You are acting like the cat who ate the canary, as my Grammy would say." Christy is a transplant from Tennessee, and her Grammy is apparently an endless supply of sayings and homespun wisdom. She peers at me harder and crosses her arms. Okay, spill. I'm serious. I have told you all the drama in my life, including the guy I dated 6 months ago who turned out to have not one but 2 wives. It is your duty and obligation to share with me. It's nothing, I lie. I just had a pretty decent date last night. Just last night? Well, I blush. And, maybe also this morning. Is this still the biker? Hot damn! She raises her hand up and makes me high-five her. Get it, girl? Good for you! Even Jimmy notices my good mood when I go out during my break to bring him a sandwich and sit with him.
You're looking tired today, girlie. But in a good way.
He grins as he takes the wrapped egg salad on white from me.
Whatever cost you a good night's sleep, it looks like it was worth it.
No comment? I laugh as I slide onto the bench next to him.
Who is he?
He asks as he unwraps the sandwich, then stops and blinks at me.
Ah, shit. Or is it a she? Shit, I know I ain't supposed to be making assumptions like that.
No, it's a he, I reply, and then when he starts to laugh, I realize I've been conned. Damn it, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Still chortling, he points the sandwich at me.
Got you though, didn't I?
Damn, is it really that obvious? I frown. My nurse friend upstairs said the exact same thing as soon as she saw me. Jimmy chews for a moment, then swallows.
It's pretty obvious,
he concedes.
But only because most of the time you look kind of anxious, I guess. Preoccupied, like you got a lot on your mind. Today you look free and easy.
Well, damn. I'm not sure whether to take Jimmy and Christy's remarks as compliments or not. Silently, I resolve to try to tame my resting bitch face a little bit in the future. Eventually, the conversation steers toward other subjects. Jimmy goes off on a tear about local politicians' calls to crack down on homeless encampments in the city.
They treat us like trash and like everything we own is trash. They kick us out and just bulldoze our shit. Ain't enough beds in the shelters. I ask you, where are we supposed to go?
My lunch break is interrupted when I get an alert from the emergency department that I'm needed. I give him both of the packages of Oreos I brought for our dessert and say goodbye before heading back upstairs. The second part of my shift starts with a young child who has been admitted with a head injury. Time flies by as my colleagues and I swing into action, all of us working to do everything we can for this little girl. She's wheeled into surgery, and I assist as the doc places a brain pressure monitor, drilling a small hole in the skull and inserting the monitor. Then she's admitted to the pediatric ICU. When the doctor goes out to speak to the parents, I take advantage of a brief lull in the action to take a short walk around the floor to clear my head. I'm used to the stress of my job, of course, but it's always especially hard when the patient is a child. I'm rounding a corner going toward the main elevators when, to my surprise, my brother comes storming up to me. "Quad," I gasp. "What are you doing here?" But he's in no mood for small talk. He grabs my arm and pulls me into a small family waiting room, slamming the door shut.
"What the fuck are you doing with Fury?"
he demands. Shit. "None of your business," I retort with more bravado than I feel. Quad pushes me against the wall, squeezing my arm so hard it hurts.
"You're damn right it's my fucking business,"
he yells, so loudly that I shush him, but he ignores me.
"So it's true."
His eyes widen in angry disbelief.
"They told me you were with him last night, but I didn't fucking believe it."
"Who told you?"
"One of my guys. You were seen on the back of his bike, you dumb cunt. Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be?"
Quad is so worked up that flecks of spittle are spraying my face. I grimace and turn my head. I'm not in your dumb club, I yell back. Then, trying to control myself, I lower my voice. I can do whatever I want, Quad, I hiss. Your club doesn't get to tell me what to do, and neither do you. Veins are standing out on his forehead and neck. He leans closer, getting in my face, and for a second, I think my brother is going to hit me.
That asshole doesn't know who he's messing with,
he snarls. I've never seen him so angry.
You stay away from Fury, you get me? Or I'll deal with him. Permanently.
My upper arm is throbbing as he lets go of it, then wrenches open the door and storms out. His boots pound down the hallway. I stand there silently, shaking, until I can't hear them anymore. What the hell? I whisper to myself. What the hell? Feeling weak and more than a little unsettled, I pull out my phone to call Connor, but something stops me. I'm afraid that if he hears the trembling in my voice, he'll overreact and come to the hospital. I can't have my personal life interfering with my work like this. I'm lucky no one saw what just happened with my brother, and I don't need to tempt fate even more by having Connor come here. Instead, I opt to send him a text. I stand there for a moment, trying to find a tone that conveys my point without being alarmist. I settle on, "Hey, someone saw us together last night and told my brother. He's not happy. Be careful if you see him, okay?" I press send and put the phone back in my pocket. On the way back to the department, I do my best to calm myself down. Quad is just flipping out for no reason. He's just blowing hot air, trying to act like a big man. Nothing will come of it. Besides, Connor can take care of himself. It's fine. It'll all be fine. Won't it?
Chapter 13. Fury. A few hours after Kat sends me the text about her brother being mad about someone seeing us together, I ride over to the hospital to pick her up from work. When I get there, I shoot her a quick message to tell her I'm out in front. She doesn't respond right away, but a couple minutes later she sends back a text telling me she's not at the hospital. She gives me the location of a park a few blocks away. When I get there, I can see right away that there's something wrong. Her face is pinched and serious. It seems like she's having a hard time looking at me. A total 180 from when I left her this morning. My heart plummets into my gut. "Hey," I say to her softly as she comes up to my bike. I lean forward to kiss her, but at the last second she turns her head, so the kiss lands on her cheek. I'm confused, but try not to show it. "How was your day, babe? I missed you. Didn't like leaving you here all alone." Kat purses her lips.
I wasn't alone, though.
I shrug. "Sure, I know. I just meant that I didn't like not being able to keep an eye on you." Kat doesn't say anything for a few seconds.
"I don't need you to keep an eye on me, Connor," she finally sighs. "In fact, I need you to stop."
Shit, are we going to go back over that again? I try not to show my frustration. "Look, I know you're a big girl and you can take care of yourself normally, but—"
"No, Connor,"
she interrupts, giving a rough shake of her head.
"Just stop thinking I'm your responsibility to keep safe, okay?"
"Kat, what's wrong? Is it something your brother said when he was at the hospital before?"
"It's not that,"
she insists. I reach out and put a finger under her chin, lifting her face to mine. "Kat, talk to me. You okay?" Her forehead creases. Her eyes dart away from mine. She looks... I don't know how she looks, but whatever it is, it ain't good.
"No, not really," she sighs. "I think we need to talk, Connor."
Shit, that's never a good sentence coming from a woman. "Sure," I say easily. "Let's go to your apartment and talk." I turn toward my bike, but she puts a hand on my chest to stop me.
"No."
Her voice is soft.
"I mean, I think we should talk here."
"What the hell, Katrina? What the hell is going on?"
"It's just..."
She inhales deep, squaring her shoulders.
"I don't think it's a good idea for us to be seen with each other right now."
My stunned brain tries to parse her words. Is she trying to break up with me? She said right now. What does that mean? Is this really what she wants? I refuse to believe this is what she really wants. You're going to have to give me more information than that, I say, trying to keep my head on straight. Why not? Why right now?
Just, please, Connor.
She shakes her head again.
I think maybe it's just better if you stay away from me for a while. Okay?
No, it's not okay. It's my turn to shake my head. Look, I'm no stalker, and if I really thought you didn't want to see me, I wouldn't question it. But that ain't it. I know it isn't. Shit. I hate hearing the pleading tone in my fucking voice. Get a grip, Fury. Kat's eyes flash.
What part of no do you not understand, Connor?
The part of no I don't understand is that this morning we were together and everything was fine. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Just don't play with me. No without an explanation ain't gonna cut it.
Well, no is all you're going to get.
Kat whirls away. God damn it, I spit, caught between anger and despair. Katrina, wait! I storm after her, closing the gap between us, and grab her arm. Kat yelps in surprise, but more than that, in pain. She jerks her arm from my grasp, shying away from me. Jesus Christ, Kat! I exclaim, freezing in my tracks. My stomach lurches. Did I hurt you? She must see the shock on my face. A wave of sadness washes over her features.
Yes. But no, it's not you.
I don't know how to respond to that, but I do know I have to get to the fucking bottom of this. What's up with your arm, baby? She doesn't answer. Come on, you need to let me see it. I reach for her, but she pulls away again. Kat, I say more quietly now, even though my voice is thick with worry. Baby, please, let me see what's wrong. This time I reach down and gently take her hand instead of her arm. I lift it and carefully push up the sleeve of her uniform. There are bruises on her upper arm, bluish purple and nasty looking, in the shape of a large hand. Who did this? I demand.
No one,
she insists, her face flushing. It's a ridiculous answer, but I don't need her to tell me anything. I already know who it was. I will fucking kill Hooch with my goddamn bare hands, I seethe, anger welling up in me like a tidal wave. I swear on my mother's fucking grave, that rapey son of a bitch is gonna regret the day he ever laid a finger on you.
No,
Kat protests, pulling her arm away.
Connor, it wasn't Hooch.
Who then? Tell me now, Katrina. She swallows, casts her eyes down.
It was Quad. When he was at the hospital earlier.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to murder Katrina's brother.
Please, Connor,
she begs.
I don't want you to get hurt. I couldn't stand it if something bad happened to you, and it was because of me.
Kat starts to babble, the pitch of her voice rising.
The bad blood with you is still there as far as Quad is concerned, and with Hooch in the mix too, this could escalate so quickly. It's not just between you and them. It could turn into your club versus theirs.
She grabs my shirt with her fists, pleading me with her tear-filled eyes.
This could get so bad, Connor. I'm afraid for you. You have to let this go.
Listen to me, Kat. I take her by the shoulders and turn her to me, careful not to hurt her bruise. I can handle myself. You know that.
Not you alone and against an entire club,
she wails.
And what if they get you by surprise? I can't stand thinking I could be the reason you get hurt, or worse.
She pulls back away from my grasp and motions between the two of us.
I don't want this. I can't be in a relationship where I'm afraid all the time.
My heart stills. Do you really want me to walk away from this? From us? Or are you just saying that because of your brother's threats? I want an honest answer. A tear slips down her cheek. I resist the urge to wipe it away.
I don't want to lose you,
she finally says.
But I'm scared.
That's all I needed to hear. I pull her close, gather her into my arms. Babe, I'm not going anywhere. We stand there in silence for a few moments. I feel her heart racing as she melts into me. And suddenly it hits me, like a bolt out of the blue. Kat and I are back to where we were all those years ago. We're together, just like we always should have been. But just like in the past, outside forces are trying to get us to walk away from each other. But it's not happening. Not this time. This time I'll protect what we have, no matter what. No one, nothing, will ever come between us again. I'll fucking see to that. Wordlessly, I take her hand. We walk over to a play area at the center of the small park. I lead her to a swing set and guide her to sit down on one of the swings. I give her a push and she starts to kick her legs. I hear a soft giggle as she glides through the air away from me. I know we're thinking of the same thing. An early date we had as teenagers when we did the same thing. Kat has always loved swings. I push her high into the sky and soon she's laughing and whooping like a little kid. The tension of the last 10 minutes seems to fall away from her the higher she goes. It puts a grin on my face so big I feel like my cheeks might just crack wide open. Eventually, she stops pumping and glides to a stop. When she gets off the swing, she throws her arms around my neck and hugs me so hard it's like her life depends on it.
"Why is it that you always seem to know the exact right thing to do?"
she murmurs in my ear. "Because I love you, Katrina." She pulls back to look at me. Her eyes are shining again, but this time the tears are happy.
"I love you too, Connor." She bites her lip. "I just want so badly to believe this can work."
"It can," I say firmly. "It will. Trust me, baby. Can you do that?" She hesitates for just a split second, then she nods.
"I trust you,"
she whispers. We hold hands and walk around the park for a little while. The few other people there give us curious stares, but I'm guessing Kat's nurse scrubs cancel out my leather cut because they don't seem all that alarmed by our presence. I don't know if I've ever formally apologized for breaking things off with you back then, I tell her as we walk. I was a fucking idiot.
"You haven't."
She gives me a sideways glance, her lips quirking up.
"But I accept your apology. Honestly, in some ways, it was probably good for me too, Connor. Back then, all I wanted in life was you. Being on my own spurred me to realize I needed to be able to stand on my own 2 feet. And if it wasn't for that, I never would have left town to go away for college. I might never have made anything of myself at all."
Seems like a twist of fate that a job back here in Minneapolis came your way.
Well, it wasn't exactly fate, I don't think.
What do you mean?
This has always been home for me.
She waits a beat.
And maybe...
Maybe what?
Maybe deep down, I wondered if we'd ever run into one another. If the spark would still be there.
I pull her close. Close enough that she can feel what her words are doing to me. Oh, the spark is still there, baby, I rasp. You best believe it.
Chapter 14. Cat. The high of Connor telling me he loves me lasts until we get back to my apartment building. The tiny lot is full, so I park on the street and Connor pulls his bike up behind me. As soon as I'm out of the car, he slips his arm around me, pulling me close into his warmth. But everything comes crashing back down to earth a second later when we see a familiar and unwelcome figure waiting outside my building's front door. Hooch comes storming toward us, gesturing wildly.
"What the fuck is he doing here?"
he shouts, squaring his shoulders like he's getting ready for a fight. Oh, shit, I moan, turning to Connor. This isn't good. Connor, you have to leave. But he puts a steadying hand on my back.
"It's fine, babe,"
he interrupts me in a soothing voice.
"Don't worry."
But, I hiss, panic rising in my throat. You can't confront him. Not here by yourself. You're going to kill each other. Unbelievably, Connor just snorts.
"That asshole?"
He scoffs.
"Ain't no way in hell he'd even get the chance."
Connor, please. I grip the sleeve of his cut. I don't want to see either of you end up in the hospital, or a police station, or dead. His hand traces a calming path across my back.
Shh. Chill, Cat. It'll be all right, trust me. But look, don't you get too close to that asshole. I don't want you getting hurt.
Hooch continues to lurch toward us. I flinch, but Connor doesn't even break his stride.
You following me around, Hooch?
Connor calls to him.
Shit, I ain't ever had a stalker before. It's flattering. But honestly, you could just send me flowers. Get the fuck away from her, you motherfucker.
Hooch's voice booms like a thunderbolt, ricocheting off the exterior walls of the building. Even though we're still a good 20 feet away, the hostility is coming off him in waves. I freeze, deer in the headlights petrified. This is it. Connor and Hooch are going to have it out right here. One of them is going to end up in the hospital.
Now why the hell would I do that?
Connor asks, clearly amused.
You got a death wish, fuckface?
Hooch roars. I feel Connor still beside me.
Now, that ain't polite,
he says acidly.
If you're trying to get in my pants, you could be a little sweeter. I've always liked daisies. Just a suggestion. That bitch is the sister of an eagle's talon,
Hooch snarls, jabbing a finger at me.
Which means she's our fucking property. Bloody Scorpion's property.
My blood freezes in my veins. Property. I don't like the sound of that at all. But I don't understand why Hooch is saying I belong to the Bloody Scorpions. This conversation is enough to make my head spin.
You really gonna bring the entire Royal Bastards MC into this, Hooch?
Connor asks, shaking his head.
Over a girl who hurt your feelings. Ain't that kind of, I don't know, a pussy move?
Oh, God. Connor is actively antagonizing him. My hand tightens around his waist in a silent warning, but Connor doesn't seem to notice or care.
I don't think you're prepared for what you're about to unleash if you continue down this path, Hooch. You got a problem with me, you settle it with me. You're goddamn right I will,
Hooch snarls, just steps from us now and seething so visibly that he's practically vibrating.
Nobody takes what's mine, you got that?
I'm not yours, Hooch, I say quietly before I can stop myself. Now Connor's fingers tighten around my waist. Careful.
You shut the fuck up,
he spits, rounding on me.
You're a fucking whore traitor. Quad will thank me for teaching your bitch ass a lesson. That's enough.
Connor's voice is ice cold.
You don't use those words about her.
Hooch shifts his body back to Connor, curling his hands into fists.
You're gonna regret this, you motherfucker. Our club is gonna bring the fucking hurt on you and your club, and everybody in it.
Connor lets go of my waist and gently pushes me backwards until I'm standing behind him. Squaring his stance in front of me like a shield, he shakes his head slowly at Hooch.
You're gonna rain down hellfire on your club,
he says quietly.
This is not gonna end the way you want it to. Do yourself a solid and stand down, man.
The words are simple, but I hear the subtext. Last chance, Hooch.
Fuck you!
Hooch roars. He launches himself at Connor. Connor takes a half step to one side and then delivers a swift, hard uppercut to Hooch's gut before Hooch can hit him. Hooch bellows, doubling over, and then changes tactics and uses his body like a battering ram, hitting Connor in the abdomen with his shoulder and head. Connor starts to go down, but then flips himself somehow and uses his leg to knock Hooch's legs out from under him. Hooch lands on his stomach on the ground, and Connor lands on top of him. In a split second, Connor's got Hooch's arm twisted up behind his back. He yanks it up once, hard, and Hooch lets out something close to a scream.
You dumb motherfucker. Connor seethes. You dumb motherfucker.
I want to scream. I want to throw myself between them, but I'm rooted to the spot. Hooch is struggling on the ground, a stream of expletives gushing from his mouth. But Connor holds fast. He just keeps saying, "Are you done?" and yanking Hooch's arm up to make him squeal. Eventually, Hooch stops moving, though he's still calling Connor every name in the book.
"Get the fuck off me!"
he yells.
"Are you done?"
Connor repeats one final time.
"Yes!"
Connor sits back and jumps to his feet in one fluid motion. He looks at me and then glances a few feet behind me, jerking his head. I understand his meaning and back away even more. Hooch scrambles to his feet, looking furious. He reaches for his waistband. His shirt pulls up just enough for me to see the gun he's reaching for. A scream rises in my throat, but terror freezes it there. Connor is faster. His pistol is out and aiming for Hooch before Hooch registers what's happening.
"I asked if you were done,"
Connor bites out. "Hey!" A loud voice calls from the building next door just then. Through an open window, a couple of mid-20s bros in khaki shorts and graphic t-shirts are staring at us. One is waving a cell phone.
"Get out of here right now or we're calling the cops." "Looks like we've got witnesses now,"
Connor says to Hooch.
"I seem to remember you've got quite a record, Hooch. You think your prez is gonna be happy if you get thrown in the slammer because you got butt hurt that Quad's sister didn't want you to be your boyfriend?"
For a second, Hooch's entire body goes rigid, and I think he's just crazy enough to pull out his gun. But then his eyes flick toward the guys next door, and apparently he thinks better of it. He lets out a bitter bark of laughter and narrows his eyes at Connor.
"This ain't over," he hisses. "You're gonna fucking pay."
Then, to my amazement, he turns around and leaves. I'm so relieved my knees almost buckle under me. Connor waves at the two bros next door until Hooch has climbed on his motorcycle and disappeared.
"That fucking pussy,"
Connor mutters.
"Come on, babe. Let's get you inside."
He holds my hand firmly in his as we make our way to my apartment. When we get to my door, he takes my purse from me and reaches inside for my keys. I realize he knows my hands are trembling so much I probably can't unlock the door myself. Inside, I sink down on the couch in a daze and suddenly freezing cold. Connor drops down beside me, wrapping his warm, strong arms around me. "I was so scared," I managed to say before promptly bursting into tears.
"I know, babe. I know."
Connor holds me, rocking me back and forth gently as I let go. I feel so ridiculous, but I can't help it. Eventually, I quiet down and the tears stop coming. "You didn't seem scared," I choked out. "Was that an act? If so, you deserve an Oscar."
"I was a little worried you'd get hurt if you didn't stay back far enough. But other than that, nah."
"Why not?"
"He was waiting for you, not me. He figured he could either sweet-talk you or muscle his way into your place," he explains. "He didn't expect to have to contend with me. He wasn't ready for it. Guys like that are peacocks. They fluff up their tail feathers hoping to make a big show of themselves, but that's all they got. Hooch ain't much without his club behind him. You get to the point you can read guys like that."
"But he had a gun."
"Yeah, and I won't lie, it's possible he would have gotten crazy enough he might have used it. But he didn't get the chance."
I let out a deep, shaky sigh. "What now?"
"Well, for one thing, you're not staying here,"
Connor says firmly.
"Not for a while. Hooch left, but he'll be back. He's just gonna wait for me to leave so he can break in and get to you."
I blink at him. "But where would I stay?"
"You're coming to my place for a while. Pack a bag."
He puts a booted foot on the coffee table.
I'll wait.
I'm too shaken by the encounter with Hooch to argue. And the fact is, I definitely don't want to be here by myself right now. Even if Connor's not right and Hooch doesn't come back, I'd be jumpy as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs if I stayed the night here. I'd think every sound I heard was him returning for me. I go into my bedroom and grab an overnight bag, stuffing it with a spare uniform, a few changes of clothes, some underwear, and a toothbrush. Back out in my living room, Connor stands as soon as he sees I'm ready.
We'll take my bike and leave your car here,
he says. But how will I get to work? I protest.
I'll drive you around, and we'll get you another set of wheels to drive,
he says, shrugging.
Don't worry about that now. If Hooch sees your car around town, he'll instantly know where you are. And trust me when I say he'll be looking for it. Best to let him think you're here until he figures out your car hasn't moved for a while. Come on, let's get out of here.
Connor's grim face brooks no argument, and I'm still so shaken I'm inclined to just believe what he says. We leave the apartment and lock the door behind me, wondering when I'll set foot in it again. Outside, I hop back on the bike behind Connor. On the way to his place, my brain buzzes with a jumble of thoughts and emotions that I barely know how to sort out. I have been wondering if and when Connor would invite me to his home, but I didn't want it to be like this. Far from being the hot night of seduction and sex I'd imagined, I'm now going to be staying there for the foreseeable future. It puts a knot of worry and uncertainty in my stomach to know that he's only bringing me there because he's worried about my safety, not because he wants me there. I'm still distracted by those worrisome thoughts when Connor pulls into the driveway of a sprawling ranch house with a large oak tree in the front yard and a 3-car garage. The garage door goes up automatically, and it takes me a second to realize that his motorcycle must have a garage door opener on it somewhere. Inside the garage is a workshop and the pickup truck I saw him in outside the Old Town Diner. Connor glides the bike inside. Connor rolls to a stop and kills the engine.
Home sweet home,
he tells me and waits for me to get off. The side door opens to a large entryway. The entry has 3 archways, one leading to the kitchen, one to the living room, and one to a sunroom at the back of the house. The sunroom is incredibly spacious, with large windows on all 3 sides. It doesn't take me long to see that Connor's property is on a small, incredibly picturesque lake. The view of it from the sunroom is absolutely stunning, and I step inside and take a few moments to marvel at it.
That lake is why I bought this place,
he tells me as he comes up behind me.
That and the big garage. As for the rest of the place, well, it's not much to look at.
He grabs my overnight bag and slings it over a shoulder.
Come on, I'll give you a tour.
I can't argue with him that the inside of the house isn't a lot to look at. I'm guessing it was built in the early 1950s, and it hasn't seen a remodeling update since at least the 1970s. Dark wood paneling lines the living room, shag carpeting dominates in the bedrooms, and ugly-ass light fixtures hang from the ceilings. The kitchen and bathrooms have been updated a little more recently. Everything is in good shape, though. It's not pretty, but it's definitely functional. One bright spot? The place actually has not 1, but 2 fireplaces. One in the living room and the other in the finished basement. And the yard is fenced in and huge. This house definitely is a diamond in the rough.
The master bedroom is down here,
Connor says, leading me through a door at the end of the hall to the left. Like the rest of the house, it's outdated but clean and functional, with a king-size bed and a big bay window overlooking the lake. He puts my bag down on top of a dresser and turns to me.
Make yourself at home. Grab some space in the dresser and the closet for yourself.
I don't have enough stuff to warrant that, I protest. I can just live out of the overnight bag.
Katrina,
He takes a step closer to me.
Just take a damn drawer and some space in the closet.
I don't want to argue with Connor, so I don't reply. I'm still too worried about, well, everything. Instead, I sit down on his bed, suddenly feeling exhausted. Connor eases down next to me.
Babe, what's eating at you? Come on, talk to me.
How is this going to end, Connor? I ask, sounding a little desperate even to my own ears.
How is what going to end?
This thing with Hooch and my brother, just all of it. I turn to him, anguished, as he sits down beside me. Hooch isn't going to back down, you know. He's been hounding me for months. And now that Quad knows you're back in town, he's turning up the heat as well. Neither one of them will take no for an answer when they want to get their way. Their egos won't handle it. Especially now that you're involved. How is there any way for this not to end badly? I start to feel very cold. I wrap my arms around myself to feel less like I'm about to fly apart. Connor pulls me into an embrace, and I sink into the comforting heat of him.
Kat, I know you're scared, but I'll protect you, I swear it. Do you trust me?
Yes, I whisper, because it's true. He shifts on the bed, then puts a finger under my chin to lift my face to his. He gazes down at me with those beautiful, intense eyes I know so well.
Then stop thinking about it. You're safe here.
I suck in a shaky breath. I know I am for now. It's just... He cuts me off with a belly laugh.
You're not going to be able to let this go, are you?
I'm trying, I protest, his laughter causing my chest to unclench just a little bit. It's just so overwhelming. I feel terrible that I've dragged you into this, and so helpless. I have all this nervous energy. My mind is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Connor arches a brow.
You know the best way to calm your mind down?
He asks, a sexy, lazy drawl creeping into his voice. My body immediately reacts, desire pooling in my belly. Yoga? I smirk, pretending not to understand. Meditation.
You could do that.
He tosses back easily.
But I've got something better.
I'm listening, I tease.
Well, the first thing you need to do is stop talking,
he murmurs, just before his lips meet mine. His hand slides up to cup my jaw, his other moving under my shirt to unclasp my bra. I gasp as his rough fingers find my breasts and he starts to tease a nipple, which instantly tightens under his touch. The heat in my belly moves down between my legs. Connor, I moan.
There it is,
he chuckles, laying me back on the bed.
I'm gonna fuck all that tension out of you, baby. And when I'm done with you, you won't be able to have a coherent thought for hours.
Yes, I think, as he pulls off all my clothes except for my panties, and his hands and tongue begin to roam over my body. Take me out of myself, make everything go away. Everything except for you.
Chapter 15. Fury. I pull Kat onto my lap on the bed. She's naked from the waist up in all her gorgeous glory, nothing on below but a pair of pink panties. My hands move over her breasts, and lowering my head, I take one of her hard areolas into my mouth. She gasps when my tongue flicks over the bud and starts to squirm in my lap, making me instantly stone-fucking hard. Groaning, I clamp my hands around her thighs, pulling her down on my erection and trying to hold her still. Fuck, baby, I say around her nipple. You feel so goddamn good, but you're gonna push me over the edge if you don't stop moving. Her breath hitches, but I catch just the hint of a chuckle on the tail end. I lift my head to look at her. Her eyelids are heavy with desire. There's a hint of triumph in them as well. "You like torturing me, eh?" I say hoarsely. She laughs again and in response rocks her hips over my arousal. Jesus Christ, I don't know how I managed to hold out with this woman. "You're gonna pay for that."
"Make me,"
she whispers. Oh, fuck me sideways. This girl is gonna be the death of me. Kat's little whimpers have me throbbing in pain, pleasure. I grab the neck of my shirt and yank it up over my head, then reach down and slide a finger in between her pink panties and the skin underneath. Mother of everything that's holy, she's soaking wet for me, swollen and ready. And my cock just about explodes at the thought of how hot and tight she'll feel when her pussy is gripping me, taking me all in. I take a few seconds to stroke her swollen clit, my heart hammering in my chest as I listen to her gasp and whine for more. Shit, she's so close. I love how much she needs it, how much she needs me. I keep stroking, knowing it's just a matter of seconds before I make her shatter for the first time. But not even close to the last. Kat's arms tighten around my neck. Her whole body goes rigid now, her thighs clamped around mine as her hips make jerky, desperate thrusts. Then seconds later she cries out and shudders against me, my dick aching as I caress her through an orgasm that shoots all the way through her like a rocket. I hold her with one strong arm while she continues to buck and cry out until she quiets. She's panting against my neck when I draw my hand away from her pussy. I lick the taste of her off my fingers, savoring every drop. My blood is racing in my veins like fire. Gently as I can, I flip her over onto her back, then push out of my jeans, freeing my throbbing cock. Kat's heavy-lidded eyes lock onto mine and then slide down my torso. Her lips part, the tip of her tongue flicking the plump bottom one.
"Connor,"
she moans.
"I need you inside me."
Oh, Jesus, yes. I kneel on the bed above her. Spreading her legs, I grip my cock tightly and willing myself to slow the fuck down. I slide the head through the heat of her slickness. A loud groan wrenches from my throat. It makes me dizzy for a second. How fucking good it feels. I'd think I was already in heaven if I didn't know that being inside of her would be even better. Slow, I say to myself under my breath. Take it slow, at least for a little bit, Fury. Gritting my teeth, I sink the head of my cock inside her. Her whimper of pleasure is almost more than I can take. I still instantly, holding myself there for as long as I can stand it. Kat's legs wrap around me, coaxing me in further. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, my brain chants. When I'm about to lose my mind, I sink in a few inches deeper. My hands grip her hips, and I pull her toward me, sheathing myself inside her.
"Connor,"
she gasps. Gonna lose control pretty quick, I grit out. Need to move. Can't hold out any longer.
"Yes, please, please."
I take her, fast and hard, both of us climbing toward the peak of our pleasure. It's more right than anything ever has been in my life. I almost lost her. I almost lost this. I slam back into her, coming home over and over again. She clutches at me, then throws back her head with a cry. A second later, she comes apart. I follow her over the edge, every muscle in my body spasming as I drive myself inside her one final time and let go. I come until I'm empty, until every last drop of myself is deep inside her. You're mine, I think just before I collapse. You'll always be mine. I make good on my promise to fuck all the coherent thoughts out of Kat. We don't get a lot of sleep that night. We pass out, exhausted, and then wake up again sometime after midnight, where I take her again in the moonlight. I explode deep inside her quivering hot pussy as she calls my name in a throaty voice that's strained from shouting her pleasure over and over again. We don't wake up again until the sun is rising. Kat's growling stomach reminds me we never got around to eating dinner the night before. I get up, being careful not to wake her, and make us a breakfast of eggs, bacon, and pancakes. The aroma of cooking food brings her sniffing out into my kitchen, eyes half closed with hunger. When our stomachs are both sated, I take her into the shower and fuck her senseless one more time under the running water. As we stand gasping together with a hot stream beating down on us, the persistent rhythm of my silent promise is still beating in my head. Kat is mine. Kat is mine. She belongs to me. We haven't talked about it in so many words yet, but our bodies already know it. Much as I'd like to just stay here in this house with her, locking the doors against the world, eventually reality starts making its way into my thoughts. This thing with Kat, unfortunately, has gotten bigger than both of us right now. It's even gone past just me versus that pussy hooch and his bruised ego because Kat doesn't want him. If this shit ain't taken care of, nipped in the bud right fucking now, it's gonna be club against club in an all-out war. It's time to talk to Magnus about Kat. I turn the water off and step out of the shower to grab us a couple of towels. "What do you have going on today?" I ask her as I hand her one. She shrugs.
Not much,
she replies, taking it from me.
It's my day off.
Good. Need you to come to the clubhouse with me. She wrinkles her nose.
Your MC clubhouse? Really? What for?
Gotta talk to my prez about this situation. I finish drying off and toss my towel aside. I ain't leaving you here by yourself. You'll be safer with me until we figure out some protection for you. Kat purses her lips but doesn't respond. I take that to mean she finally understands how much potential danger she could be in. Good. I don't want to have to fight her on this, but if I have to, I'll tie her up and keep her under guard to keep her safe. We take my pickup to the clubhouse. When she climbs down out of the cab, I grab her hand, then lift her face up to mine. Keep close to me, I tell her, especially until all the men get the message that you're with me and you're off limits. Understood? Kat gives me an arch look.
So basically, the way you're protecting me from my brother's asshole friend is to bring me to another club with a bunch of men who are probably just like him?
I shake my head. It ain't like that. These men don't mistreat women. The royal bastards don't take what doesn't belong to us. But that doesn't mean they don't have red blood coursing through their veins. You're a beautiful woman, Katrina. Sexy as hell, and damn near irresistible to any straight man with a pulse. Of course they're going to notice you. They'll probably do more than that. But once they know you're with me, they'll back off. Count on it. I gesture toward the door. Now, come on. Let's introduce you to the club. I lead her inside. At first, she hangs back, clearly a little intimidated as she looks around and takes it all in. But it doesn't take long before a familiar face recognizes her. Katrina Berglund! Mac's voice booms across the room as he strides toward her.
Mac! She squeals. Oh my gosh!
Jesus H. Christ, look at you! My best friend grins, holding out his arms to her. She slips into a hug that sends a hot spike of jealousy through me for a second. But then he lets her go and she instantly turns to me with shining eyes. I slide an arm around her and pull her to me. Mac catches it and suppresses a snort. I can read the look in his eyes. Message received, brother. She's yours. Dad's around here someplace too, he says to Kat. He'll be glad as hell to see you. Mac takes off in search of Choppa. A couple minutes later, the two of them come back into the room. Well, hello there, young lady, Choppa half shouts, grabbing her in his bear-like embrace. Good God Almighty, where have you been keeping yourself then? It's been a hell of a long time.
I was away at nursing school for a while, she laughs. Just moved back a few months ago.
Well, sure as hell is good to see you. He lets her go and looks at me. You didn't mention the two of you were back together, you little shit. I stifle a laugh. It's pretty recent. I slip a protective arm around her. But yeah, we are. Shit, Reedy is gonna want to see you, girl. Choppa pulls out a phone to call his wife. She'll have my ass if she finds out I didn't let her know right away that you're back in town. She is gonna lose her shit when I tell her. I ask Mac and Choppa to keep an eye on Kat and keep her company for a few minutes. Then I go to find Magnus. He's in the weight room pumping iron. He's got earbuds in, and I can hear the metal music pumping through them as he does chest presses on the bench. I wait for him to finish his set. He racks the weights, then sits up and notices me. He yanks the earbuds out of his ears. "You checking out my form?" he jokes. "Or you need me for something?" "Prez, I gotta talk to you about something." Magnus's brow furrows instantly. He can tell whatever I'm coming to him with is serious. He grabs a towel to wipe his sweating face and motions toward another bench. "All right, you got my attention. What's up?" I try to make it as brief as possible, hitting all the major points of what's going down. Magnus listens without a word, as is normal for him. When I'm finished, he sits silent for a few moments, then grunts and says, "All right, I'm calling church. Half an hour. We'll take it up as a club." Knowing I'm going to have to leave Kat out in the main room of the clubhouse while the other royal bastards and I are in the chapel, I decide to take her around and introduce her to any of the women who are here. I find Slap, Tickle, and Suck in the kitchen. "Girls, do me a favor and keep Kat company for me, will you? You treat her right, you hear?" They all giggle in unison and promise to do just that. I lean close and brush Kat's lips with mine. "I'm going to be in church for a bit. That's what we call having a meeting. Just hang tight, okay? I'll come find you just as soon as I'm done." Kat gives me a slightly nervous smile.
Okay, will do.
Chapter 16. Fury. In the chapel with all my club brothers assembled, I give them the rundown on Kat. Mac, Reed, already know the basics, but they listen with the rest of them. "So, Hooch has been threatening her, and her brother Quad is pissed that she's not just fallen into Hooch's arms like a good little obedient sister," I sneer. "After I showed up with Kat at her apartment and Hooch was there, I'm thinking this is about to blow up bigger than just us." I look around the room. I think we need to be prepared for the Chrome Skulls to be coming after her, and maybe for us. "I think it's probably bigger than that," Elmo pipes up. All heads turn toward him. "What do you mean, brother?" "Fury asked me to dig up some intel on Quad and Hooch." Elmo shoots a look at Magnus. "We all know the Eagles Talon are running drugs for the Bloody Scorpions. And from what I can gather, it looks like the Scorpions are working with the Cartel de Sinaloa." There are a few grunts and murmurs around the table. This ain't a surprise to any of us. Elmo continues. "The rivalry between our club and the Eagles Talon has gone down to a simmer the last few years, but this thing with Fury and Kat has a high potential to turn the heat back up and reignite it. This guy Hooch, he just got patched over to the Bloody Scorpions. And from what I hear, Quad is wanting to get patched over to them too. He's looking for Hooch to be his sponsor." Mac speaks up. "Sounds to me like that's why Quad's so eager to get Kat hooked up with Hooch. A little present to sweeten the pot." Jesus fuck, I seethe. If this is true, then Quad's not likely to give up without one hell of a fight. And Hooch won't either. This really does have the potential to blow us all sky high. "Fury." I'm pulled out of my thoughts by Magnus's deep voice. "Prez, what's the story with you and this girl?" He leans forward. "She's just a good time to you or something more?" "She's mine," I say firmly. "She's my woman. She's it for me." Next to Magnus, Norris cocks his head at me. "You claiming her?" he asks. "You damn right I am." Magnus nods. "So she's one of ours then?" It's not a question. "That's right." He bangs the gavel loudly. "Okay." He looks around the table, meeting everyone's eyes one by one. "We do whatever it takes to protect Kat. Elmo, get to work on tracking Quad and Hooch. I want eyes on their every goddamn movement. Anywhere they go, anything they do, we know about it. You got me?" "Got it, Prez." "Right now, the Eagles Talon MC is our main target. The best way to deal with this is to cripple them before they have a chance to attack us. I need men on the ground to follow their officers and anyone who spends time with Hooch or Quad." The men around the table volunteer so fast that Magnus has more than enough men to pick from. When he's finished, he grunts his approval. "Report back to me with any information that could be useful." As I walk out of the chapel, one thing is ringing through my mind. Not one of those men, not my Prez, not anyone, told me to walk away from Kat. Back out in the main room, I hear Kat's laughter before I see her. I follow her voice to the kitchen, where I left her before church. The club bunnies aren't in there with her. In fact, they're nowhere to be seen. Instead, she and Choppa's old lady Rini are at the kitchen table, laughing it up over cups of coffee.
Well, hello there, stranger,
Rini calls out when she sees me. She sets down her mug and stands.
Come on in here and let me take a look at you.
I step into Rini's warm embrace. There's no denying this woman a hug if she wants one. You may as well just give it up. Good to see you, Reen. I glance down at Kat, who looks happy and carefree. A total transformation from when we first arrived. Looks like the two of you are playing catch-up.
Oh, this girl is a sight for sore eyes,
Rini beams.
I always hoped you two would find your way back to each other.
Choppa comes up behind his wife. Guess this boy finally pulled his head out of his ass, he says, nodding toward me. Kat, I ain't sure why you decided to give him another chance, but I'm sure glad you did. Kat gives Choppa a radiant smile.
Wow, it's so crazy to see everyone again. It almost feels like no time has passed.
Plenty of time has passed, I correct her, slipping an arm around her waist. Like Choppa said, just enough time for me to pull my head out of my ass and not let you get away a second time. It does me good to see Kat like this, happy and surrounded by people who love her. It feels like a window into what could be, once we get this shit with the eagle's talon dealt with. Neither Choppa or I mentioned what was discussed in church about the royal bastards tracking the eagle's talon. It's club business for one thing, but also there's no reason to worry the women unnecessarily. Best to let them think things are under control without imagining any details. Rini asks Kat to come over to their place for lunch and to catch up some more. Much as I want to keep her to myself, I tell Kat to go ahead. It'll give her some sense of normalcy that's been missing from her life for the last couple of days. Not only that, I know she'll be safe there. I pull Choppa aside and ask him to go home with them and keep an eye on the two of them. Course, Fury, he grunts. That gal will be in good hands. Count on it. I thank him, grateful he'll be there protecting her. Because I've got someone I need to go see. I drive back to my house and grab my bike. Then I head straight for Eagle's Talon territory. It doesn't take long for a biker in a royal bastard's cut to get noticed in this part of town, which is what I'm counting on. I ride past the Eagle's Talon clubhouse, nice and slow, then continue on along until I spot a large, deserted parking lot outside a shuttered farm supply store. I park, cut the engine, and light myself up a smoke, leaning up against the bike to wait. Not 5 minutes later, another motorcycle rolls up. I snicker when I see it's Kat's brother himself. Must have some eagle eyes watching out from the Eagle's Talon clubhouse. I just keep smoking as he comes to a stop about 25 feet away. He climbs off the bike and starts for me, shoulders hunched and tense. "Fuck are you playing at?" are the first words out of Quad's mouth. "I'm just having myself a smoke." I lift up my pack of cigarettes and offer him one. "Don't be cute," he snarls. "You best get to the point pretty damn quick, Fury. I can have 10 men here inside of a minute who will make you wish you had never been born. You think it'd take 10 talents to take me on?" I chuckle. "Hey, your words, not mine. You're playing with fire." He steps closer, squaring off to face me. "What the fuck are you doing here?" "All right, I'll tell you why I'm here." I take a last drag on my smoke and toss it away. My jaw tightens as I work to control the wave of rage inside me that has been threatening to break through ever since I caught sight of this son of a bitch. You ever lay a hand on Kat again, one single hand, I will fucking end you. Kat's my sister, he spits back, posturing. It's my job to protect her. I take another step forward, praying that this motherfucker makes the mistake that gives me the excuse I'm looking for to beat the living hell out of him. "Bruises all up and down her fucking arms," I shout. "That's what you call protecting her?" The fury inside me is unleashed. I advance on him, certain that I'm about to fucking kill him with my bare hands. Quad flinches, takes a step back, and slips a hand inside his cut. The wild look in his eyes tells me he ain't bluffing.
He's armed, and he's scared enough that he's ready to pull out his piece. Fucking coward knows he can't rely on his fists against me in a fight. His nostrils flare. I can practically smell the adrenaline on him. For a split second, I think he's going to pull the gun on me. And if I end up shot to death in Eagle's Talon territory right now, Kat's future will be out of my control. Get it together, Fury. You're no use to her dead. She's your sister, I grit out, barely holding it together. You're putting her in danger. Don't you fucking care about that? You're the one dragging her into the middle of all this, Fury. She belongs to me. She's my fucking family. You're just the pretty boy who turned her head and got into her pants. He lets out a bitter snort. If you really want to protect her, you'll walk away from her. You're the one butting in where you don't belong. And if you don't walk away right the fuck now, you're going to get hurt, motherfucker. Hurt real bad. And when it happens, I may just make sure that my dear sister has a front row seat for the whole show. He hawks once, noisily, and spits on the ground between us. With a final sneer, he storms away, straddles his bike, and roars out of the parking lot. My jaw is clenched so hard I feel like my teeth are about to shatter. My hands are shaking from the effort of not killing Kat's brother. Jesus. Nothing is resolved, but resolution is not why I came. I came to see for myself firsthand what the stakes are here. And one thing is sure. Quad will not think twice about hurting Kat if it benefits him in some way. He doesn't give one single shit about her. He'd toss her to the wolves without a moment of a guilty conscience if he thinks it will benefit him. And right now, that wolf is named Hooch.
Chapter 17. Cat. Connor comes to pick me up at Choppa and Reenie's place later that evening. His face is drawn and he looks preoccupied when he shows up. He's distracted by something he won't talk about. Choppa and Reenie convince him to stay for dinner. Reenie calls her son and convinces him to come over and join us. Reenie announces she is going to make her famous chicken pot pie casserole. She leads me into the kitchen and pours each of us a glass of wine, which we drink while she's busy with preparations. When I protest that she's not letting me help, she sets me to work making a big tossed salad for the table. Ugh, it's good to have family here for dinner. Reenie sighs as she checks the casserole in the oven. It gets kind of lonely when it's just me and Chop. It's so nice to be here, Reenie. I don't get a lot of home-cooked food unless I make it. I inhale deeply, half closing my eyes in pleasure at the delicious aromas filling the kitchen. When Mac has arrived and dinner is ready, we sit at their table, the five of us laughing and talking about old times. Mac gives Connor a ton of shit, and Connor tosses it right back at him. They've had the same easy banter since high school, and it makes my heart glad to see it again. I can't help but notice how much Connor's mood lightens the longer he's here. Several times during the evening, he reaches over and squeezes my hand, and I squeeze back, feeling like all is right with the world. Being here with all of them for the first time in forever, it's like I actually belong somewhere. It's the best night I can remember having in a long, long time. Even though it's summer, the atmosphere in Reenie and Choppa's warm, comfortable home is like what I imagine Christmas would be, and a family full of love and laughter. That's not something I've ever really experienced for myself. I find myself not wanting the evening to end. In the midst of all this happiness, my mind drifts unbidden to my brother and to our family, such as it was, when we were growing up. Quad is actually my half-brother. We have the same mom, but my dad was my mom's first husband, who dumped her for a younger model a couple of years after he was born. My father was apparently a rebound relationship, an unsuccessful attempt by Mom to make Quad's dad jealous. When Mom found out she was pregnant with me, she tried to get my father to marry her. He strung her along for months, until a couple of months before my birth, at which time he went AWOL. She never heard from him again. I know all of this because my mother told me the story about 1,000,000 times when I was a kid. She always told me how much getting pregnant with me ruined her life, saying that my father wouldn't have left her if I hadn't come along. So I grew up knowing that my mother resented my presence in her life. Quad, Mom, and I led mostly separate lives in our house, hidden away in our own bedrooms with the doors closed. Quad was decent enough to me when we were little, I guess. Then he hit his teenage years. After that, I was just the pain-in-the-ass little sister that Mom made him babysit when she wanted to go out to the bars, which was often. He started leaving me by myself when I was 10, making me swear not to tell our mom about it. I didn't, of course. I knew I was just as likely to catch hell for it as he was if she found out. Besides, the only times I ever truly felt comfortable in the house was when I was alone with no one else there. When I entered my teens myself, Mom took very little notice of my comings and goings, as long as I kept the house clean and left her alone. Unlike other mothers, she never worried about me getting involved with the wrong crowd or getting myself in trouble. When Connor and I started going out later in my teens, she barely noticed, except to tell me that she wasn't going to pay for an abortion for me, and if I got pregnant, I was on my own. When Connor broke things off with me, I spent a couple weeks in my room crying my eyes out. Not once did she come in and ask what was wrong. The week after I moved to Wisconsin to start nursing school, Mom packed up and moved to Branson, Missouri. I haven't heard from her much since then. The last birthday card I mailed to her came back marked Return to Sender. I've always wanted to feel like I was part of a family that actually wanted to be with each other. I gave up hope on my mom a long time ago, and mostly on my brother, too. I'd never tell Quad this. Part of the reason I decided to come back to Minneapolis was because I found out he'd gotten Carla pregnant. I hoped, that he and Carla might stay together. I told myself that maybe once the baby was born, I'd have a role to play in his or her life as an auntie. I had these fantasies that Quad would take to being a dad and a partner. I hoped that maybe having a child with Carla would create a stable little family unit, and that maybe I could find some happiness existing in their orbit. Well, that didn't happen. Not only did Quad and Carla's relationship implode before the baby was even born, now they can't stand each other. Carla has to hound Quad for any help at all, financial or otherwise. Worse, her absolute contempt for him extends to me as well. So now, I'm the auntie to a niece who will probably never know me at all. The way Rini and Chapa greeted me today is a contrast so stark that it's hard to believe. They make me feel like a long-lost daughter. The warmth of their family unit makes my heart ache. More than once during the evening, I wonder why I can't have this for myself. Why I don't even know where my mother is. Why she could never get past her anger at my father to love me. Connor squeezes my hand again, and I look over to see him giving me a questioning look. I flash him a reassuring smile and squeeze back. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. Right now, I'm happy. At the end of the evening, Connor, Mac, and I leave at the same time. We walk out to their bikes, and Mac gives us a one-finger wave as he drives off. I get on the back of Connor's bike, knowing he's going to take me back to his place instead of mine. We ride through the night, with me snuggled up close to his back against the cool of the air. "Home sweet home," Connor murmurs to me as he pulls me inside, not bothering to turn on the lights as he picks me up and carries me to the bedroom. Home. It's a word I've been thinking about all night, like family. Connor is making me want things I'm afraid of hoping for. I start to fret, start to think maybe we need to talk about what's happening between us. But then Connor puts me on the bed, strips off my clothes, moves between my legs, and starts to tease me with his mouth. "God, it's been torture being next to you all night like that for hours, and not be able to touch you, to taste you," he says hoarsely. His tongue grazes my swollen nub, and I cry out. I'm so sensitive, so close already. Only he does that to me. Only him. My beautiful cat. I can't get enough of you. You taste like honey and sunshine. You bring the light back into my life. He thrusts his tongue inside me, tasting me, then licks me long and slow until I'm shaking, my fingers digging into the mattress. His beard rubs my thighs, and I thrust my hips toward him greedily. Connor, please, give me what I need. He chuckles, low and sexy. What do you need, baby? I need to feel. Make me come, I beg. I need to come. He pauses, moving his mouth off me just long enough that I think I'm going to go mad with frustration. Then, dipping back down between my thighs, he takes my clit between his hot lips and starts to suck, slowly and sensually. A buzzing starts inside my head, turning to fire as it licks down my body, finally erupting between my legs in an explosion that turns me inside out. I'm screaming his name over and over, coming in waves, and then he's inside me, thrusting deep and hard, stretching me wide, filling me with him. His body rocks into mine, speeding up, and I hang on to him for dear life as he bottoms out inside me. I lift my hips to meet his thrusts, and then I'm climbing again, with him this time. Baby, I'm almost there. I'm almost there, he chants. Come with me, cat. Come with me, now. Connor, I moan, my thighs shaking. My muscles clamp down on him, and he goes rigid inside me. Time stands still for a moment, and then both of us let go, Connor shouting as he releases deep inside me, and I contract around him, riding out our orgasms together, holding each other like it's the end of the world. My cat, he whispers against my neck as I tremble in his arms. My gorgeous cat. In the hazy afterglow, when my brain starts to be able to think straight again, my eyes land on the cat on his bicep. I noticed you kept the tattoo. I run my finger over the design. I didn't expect to see it still on your arm. He looks down at it, almost like he's surprised. Shit, course I did, Katrina. We might not have been together anymore, but Christ, you never left my mind. I was the one who fucked things up between us, I know. I'm not gonna lie, I thought about covering that tat up. But that was because looking at it reminded me of how I screwed up the best thing that ever happened to me. He leans down and gives me a deep, passionate kiss that leaves me a little dizzy. It would have felt even worse if I'd erased the memory of you. I never realized how much I've wanted to hear him say those words. Connor's self-confidence and self-assurance were always qualities I admired and envied when we were younger. But at the same time, his cockiness made me feel like he would always care more about himself than me. When I left town for nursing school, it was the first time I had ever done something that I felt really, truly proud of. I felt like I was finally doing something big, something hard. But when I graduated, I didn't have anyone in the audience as I walked down the aisle to get my diploma. No parents, no brother, no boyfriend. I was proud of me. I had to be, because there was no one else there to be proud for me. That day, I remember thinking that everyone in the world picked someone or something else over me. I wondered whether that would ever change, whether my important days would ever matter for anyone else. Connor has thought of me. He called me the best thing that ever happened to him. But am I still just an afterthought? Am I still just someone who takes last place in his life, like I seem to do for everyone else? What are we doing now, Connor? Are we back together? For how long? The questions start swirling in my mind again as I take in his words. But I'm too tired to ask any of them. Later, I tell myself. Tomorrow, I'll sit him down and we'll talk. I won't be a coward. I'll ask him what this is. Right now, I'm content to let myself sink into this post-sex haze, to drift off to sleep in a cocoon of warmth and happiness. Chapter 18. Cat. The next day, my warm cocoon of happiness fades away as soon as I wake up and cold reality comes crashing through. Psst, sleepyhead, Connor murmurs, nudging me awake. I need to get over to the clubhouse in a bit. You're coming with me. I roll over and look at him. No can do. I have to go to work later. He plants a kiss on my forehead. That ain't gonna be possible today. Call the hospital and tell them you need the day off. Uh-oh. I have to go to work, Connor. You might not think my presence is very important, but people depend on me there. I know your job's important, he says in a voice that tells me he's trying to be patient, but he's not about to take no for an answer. But these are unusual circumstances. Call them. He grabs my phone off the nightstand and hands it to me. Don't tell me what to do, ass. Fuck. He sits up in bed, then drags a hand across his face. Look, Cat, don't you have some PTO or something you can take? I can sense anger and frustration.
Even in the midst of a journey, we pause for beauty. This music is that moment just for you. Thank you for spending your time with us.
frustration radiating off of him. Connor wants to keep me safe, I know that. But I don't want to back down either. His desire to protect me has escalated crazily in the past few days. Before, it was at least manageable. A little crazy, but manageable. Like insisting that he accompany me to and from work. But now he wants me to stop working completely? Absolutely not. I think he thinks I'm in danger, but this is insanity. I can't just stop living my life. I take a deep breath to steady myself. Connor, I work in an emergency department, I explain. My colleagues count on me. They need me there. We're understaffed as it is. I can't just take time off for no reason without giving them adequate warning. It's not for no reason, he insists. You do it if you got sick, right? Or if you got in an accident or something. They'd figure out how to cover for you. But I'm not sick, and it's not like I got hit by a bus or something. It's just not right. I can't do it. I squeeze my eyes shut, feeling my self-control threaten to slip away. Being a nurse is a calling, Connor. People depend on me, staff and patients alike. Cat. I open my eyes again, matching him glare for glare. I can go to work, so I'm going to. End of story. But la 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 la, I sing, plugging my fingers in my ears. I can't hear you. Very mature, Cat. What has this situation reduced me to anyway? Still, I continue to sing-song until Connor grabs my hands and pulls them down. You are a giant pain in the ass, you know that? He scowls. Oh yeah? I shoot back. Well, you are in competition to be an even bigger one. Fuck me. He sighs. He drops my hands. Damn it, woman. I can tell there's not going to be any reasoning with you on this. Okay, if you're going to insist on being pig-headed, I guess I'll have to go to Plan B. What's Plan B? I'm gonna grab one of the other bastards and put them on you while you're at work. What? You mean drive me to the hospital and watch me go inside? Seems like a lot of effort for basically nothing. You could drop me off and accomplish the same thing. I don't mean waiting outside. I mean go in with you and keep an eye on you. Connor, I protest. You can't do that. What will my colleagues say if they see a leather-wearing biker following me around the hospital all day? But he's already shaking his head. Not negotiable, Katrina. I ain't comfortable with just sending you into the hospital without eyes on you. If you're going into work, you're gonna have protection. But I haven't even heard from Quad at all since... I trail off, not wanting to put into words what he did the last time I saw him. And I haven't even seen Hooch either. They've probably decided to back off. Can't we just wait and see? His jaw tenses. You want to go to work? You're going to have one of the bastards there watching out for you. I try to protest, but he puts a finger on my lips. End of story. I resist the urge to bite the finger right off his hand. As I go into the bathroom and hastily get myself cleaned up, Connor spends time on the phone talking in hushed tones to someone I can only guess is one of the royal bastards. When I come out into the living room dressed and ready to go, he tells me that his president has assigned a biker named Black to chauffeur me around and make sure I'm safe. Black? I ask. Is that his last name? No. Then why do you call him that? Connor's brow furrows. Because murderous bastard who tortures people for fun was too long. I let out an uneasy burble of laughter, but he doesn't laugh with me. Wow, I don't actually think he's joking. And that is how I ended up walking into the hospital an hour later with a huge, silent brick wall of a man clad all in leather. Black's personality is as dark as his name. To say he's scary as hell would be an understatement. Connor told me Black is the club's enforcer, whatever that means. All I know is it makes me jumpy as a jackrabbit to be around him. And I'm the one he's supposed to be protecting. Every time I attempt to make small talk with Black, my voice comes out as a high-pitched babble, to which his reply is to raise a dark eyebrow at me and say nothing at all. As we walk down the corridor toward the emergency department, Black and I get more than a few openly curious stares. I pass Christy in the hallway, and she flashes me a smile that fades like she's seeing a ghost when she realizes the mountain walking beside me is actually with me. She shoots me a look filled with stunned confusion. It's only then that I realize I told her I've been seeing a biker I used to date in high school. Shit. She must think Black is Connor. I shake my head and mouth no at her, but she just scurries by without saying anything. Once we get into the emergency department, I turn to Black and motion toward the waiting area, which is already pretty full with patients. I hope you have something to do for the next 8 hours, I joke. He gives me a somewhat terrifying frown.
Yeah, I'm watching you,
he intones, in a deep voice that sounds like he doesn't use it much. Not while I'm working, you're not.
I'm watching you,
he repeats. I stare at him in disbelief. You know you can't follow me into the actual emergency department, right? You're going to have to wait out here, Black.
Fury told me to keep an eye on you,
he says darkly. His arms cross in front of his chest.
I'm keeping an eye on you.
Well, you're going to have to do it from the waiting area, I say firmly. If you try to come in there with me, you'll get security called on you. He snorts.
Don't care about security.
You might not, but I do. Without thinking, I place a hand on his chest to push him back. He looks down at it like he can't believe what he's seeing. Hastily, I withdraw it. Black, you have to stay here, I insist, hearing my voice start to turn shrill with desperation. Look, call Fury for confirmation, okay? He'll understand that this is as far as you can go. Lord, please let Connor understand that. Stay here. Sucking in a deep breath, I turn and walk away before he can say more. The beginning of my shift goes pretty routinely, as much as emergency department work can be routine. A patient comes in who burned herself pulling something out of the oven without wearing mitts. There's a man who got the fingers on his left hand caught in a wood saw. A child comes in with a probable concussion after falling off a jungle gym. Christy passes me between patients and grabs me by the sleeve, pulling me aside. "Who was that guy you were with a bit ago?" she whisper-shouts. "Was that the biker you're seeing?" "No, he's just, friend," I say lamely. "He's here visiting a patient." "A friend?" she chokes, looking at me like I might have lost my mind. Well, he is hot as Hades, but Jesus, he looks like he just got out of prison. I don't reply, because it is entirely possible he has. Chapter 19. Cat. When I finally get a break in the insanity at work, I manage to slip away from Black's overprotective gaze and take a back stairway down to the first floor. Jimmy is camped out on his typical bench outside. I grab 2 of his favorite sandwiches from the cafeteria, chicken salad on soft white bread, and sit down beside him.
"Hey, stranger."
He greets me as I hand him one of the sandwiches.
"You on your break?"
"Yep, I was in the mood for a lunch date. How are you doing?" He starts to unwrap the sandwich.
"Could be worse. You know, I always take life with a grain of salt."
He pauses, then gives me a smirk.
"And a slice of lemon. And a shot of tequila."
I groan. I should have seen that one coming. We sit and eat mostly in silence. A few minutes later, I notice Jimmy keeps eyeing me as he chews.
"You got something on your mind, girlie? You're looking like someone peed in your cornflakes."
Shit, I'm surprised it's so obvious I'm stressed. I contemplate trying to tell him a short version of what's going on, but it feels kind of selfish to be complaining about my life to someone who doesn't have a home. I'm okay. I smile. I've just got some weird stuff going on with my brother. Remember the one I was on the phone with last time?
What, is he being a sphincter again?
He asks. I burst out laughing. He is, yeah. He's pissed off at me because he doesn't like this guy I've been seeing. But my brother doesn't care about me or what I want. I think he just has an ego problem. He just wants me to do what he wants me to do. Jimmy snickers.
Yeah, that's a problem that us people with block and tackle between our legs seem to struggle with. I know I've been like that in the past.
His face clouds over.
Cost me more than one good woman. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know what to say in response. Jimmy's life has been so hard I can't even imagine. He's lost so much. He risked his life for this country, but his country has let him down. He makes me ashamed to ever feel sorry for myself, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. Jimmy, I say, turning to him, why do you hang out at this hospital? Why this bench?
Well,
He blinks and looks away. For a second, I think I've offended him, and a spike of regret slices through me. I start to apologize, but he waves me off.
To tell you the truth, one of those good women I lost, she ended up here. They brought her in. Overdose, but she didn't come back out again.
He shrugs.
I guess I feel bad, 'cause I wasn't there when it happened. I should have been with her. Maybe I could have stopped her.
His voice cracks. I hear him swallow, like he's struggling to say more. I'm so sorry, I say. Jimmy clears his throat.
You know, a good girl like you should have someone taking care of you. That guy you've been seeing, is he gonna do that?
He's trying. A dry little laugh escapes my throat. I'm not always so good about letting him, though. I can't really figure out if he's just being a possessive ass or if he's really protecting me. Seems like sometimes with guys, it's awfully hard to tell. Jimmy gives me an appraising look.
I can see that. Does he make you feel safe or unsafe?
Safe, definitely. I exhale. But I guess I'm afraid that if I start feeling too safe with him, then I'll wake up and one day he'll be gone. I'm afraid to trust him. Or maybe I'm afraid to trust myself.
You know,
he says slowly,
every day you get a chance to wake up, that you have breath. That's a gift right there. You never know when your time will come, or someone else's time. You gotta look at it that way, even when times are tough.
I'm not exactly sure what Jimmy's trying to tell me. I can hardly believe that this man is comforting me, instead of the other way around. But then his eyes lock on mine, and I see the kindness in them. His words are a gift, too. I just need to think about what they mean. I'm still contemplating what Jimmy said to me as I make my way back up to the emergency department. I'm barely halfway down the hall when Chantal, the nurse manager, comes jogging up to me, looking harried. Kat, where have you been? There's a stab wound in exam room 3 who's shouting for you. What? My stomach flips. He says he knows you and wants you there with him. Chantal purses her lips. He came in with a knife still in his upper arm. He won't calm down. You need to go there and talk to him before he hurts himself or someone else. Oh my God, I gasp, thinking instantly of Connor. I'm going. I rush to the exam room. As I get closer, I hear a man yelling my name. His voice doesn't sound familiar, but trauma might be affecting him. Connor? Connor! I push into the room and skid to a halt. Inside is a bloody, rough-looking man with a long knife lodged in the soft tissue. One of the doctors, Anthony Elsher, is there with a couple of orderlies who are trying to hold him down. "Sir, you need to calm down right now," I say forcefully, "or we'll have to restrain you." The second he catches sight of me, he stops struggling. "Cat?" he rasps, eyes bugging as he stares at me. My brain works to place his face. I don't think I've ever seen him before. "Yes, I'm Cat Berglund." I frown. The man stills immediately, as though someone has just shot him with a tranquilizer dart. He looks at the men restraining him. "It's okay," he mutters. "I'll be calm now." Visibly relieved, the orderlies take their hands off him. And then, before I realize what's happening, the man leaps off the exam table, reaches for the knife, yanks it out of his arm, and lunges for me. I rear back, but not enough. The blade lashes out and catches me in the face, a whisper-thin slice of pressure tracing across my cheek. "Quad says fall in line or get cut down," he roars. "Remember that every time you look in the fucking mirror, bitch." He bolts across the room and is out in the hall before anyone can catch him. Screams and crashes signal his escape. "Call security," Elsher yells and steps toward me. "You're bleeding." My hand reaches up on its own to touch my wounded cheek. When I pull it away, red coats on my fingertips. A dull throb, almost like a paper cut, starts to pulse from seemingly far away. A second later, Black crashes in. His coal-colored eyes instantly register what happened. "Where is he?" He booms at me, pushing the doctor out of the way. "He ran," I stammer. "I don't know who he was." The doc tries to assert control of the situation. "Sir, you're not authorized to be here." "Fuck off," Black spits out. "Security," the doc yells. Black scowls. "If your security is worth a damn, I wouldn't need to fucking be here, would I?" He turns to me. "You hurt other than that?" he asks, nodding toward my cheek. I shake my head. Christy runs in behind Black and skids to a stop when she sees me. "Oh my God," she exclaims, putting a reflexive hand to her own cheek. "Cat, what happened?" "She got slashed because your security ain't worth shit," Black barks back. "Oh my God," Christy repeats. "By who?" "Someone who wants to teach her a lesson," Black answers for me. "But I'm gonna find him and teach him one." "Security!" the doc yells again. "This guy?" Black says to Christy, angling a thumb at Elsher. "He ain't worth shit in a crisis." He glances at me, then back at her. "You keep your eyes open," he says to Christy. "You look smarter than he is." Black throws a venomous look at Elsher. "Try to keep her safe for fuck's sake." He grunts, then turns and sprints off. I let myself be led into another exam room since this one is contaminated now. About 10 minutes later, Elsher is stitching my face when Christy comes into the room, followed by Connor. "Here she is," Christy says. "She's okay, but she's had a scare." Connor pales at the sight of me. "Babe," he chokes out. He steps through the doorway, fists clenched. "Jesus Christ, your face." "Connor," I say shakily, "how did you find out?" "Black called me." "Oh, of course." My hand goes up self-consciously to my face. "Does it look bad?" Connor shakes his head impatiently. "You look beautiful. Don't worry about that. Does it hurt?" "It's okay," I say, trying to sound braver than I feel. They numbed me up. He looks like he wants to destroy something. "Who did this to you, baby? Did you recognize him?" "No." My gut twists as I make myself not say any more. It's not a lie, of course. I didn't recognize the man. But I can't tell Connor what he said to me. Not right now, in front of my colleagues. I don't want to bring the drama of my life back into their minds. Chantal comes in as Elsher is finishing up. "Cat, you're off the clock," she tells me in a brisk voice tinged with worry. Take the rest of the day to take it easy and relax. I blink. Are you sure? Positively. We've got your shift covered. Don't worry, okay? Just take the time and rest up. You must be pretty shaken up. I don't argue with her, even though I know my absence will leave the department short-staffed. I let Connor lead me out of the hospital and into the parking garage.
Sorry, I came here on my bike,
he tells me as we walk toward his Harley.
It was faster to get here.
It's okay, I assure him. I'm fine, really. Just a little shaken up. I climb on behind him and we ride back to the clubhouse. Connor takes me to his president, Magnus, and his vice president, Norse. There, I finally break down and tell them the full story about the man who sliced my face and the message he told me.
Jesus,
Magnus hisses.
What kind of man does something like this to his own sister?
I'm not convinced it was Quad who sent him. I protest, hoping like hell it's the truth. Maybe it was Hooch behind it. Maybe he told that guy to say it was my brother. Connor and the other men don't say much. I can tell they don't agree. They communicate with each other mostly through eye contact while I'm in the room.
I'm taking her back to my place,
Connor finally says, putting his arm around my shoulders.
She needs to rest. You should keep her here,
Norse tells him.
Be safer, easier for us to keep an eye on her at the clubhouse.
Connor considers this.
You might be right. Can't have her at my place if I'm not there to make sure she's okay, even with a bodyguard.
Even though I'm shaken up and still trying to make sense of everything that has happened, the way they're talking about me like I'm not even here is starting to piss me off. Can you not talk about me like I'm not part of the decision? I complain.
She's getting her sass back, that's for sure,
Magnus remarks.
Okay, I'm gonna set her up in one of the apartments,
Connor growls, ignoring my outburst. He stands up and holds out his hand.
Come on, Kat.
He leads me out of Magnus's office and down a hallway of closed doors. Can you not talk about me with your friends like I'm not even there? I complain as he pulls me along. And what was going on back there? It felt like there were things you weren't telling me.
Nothing to worry yourself about.
Connor's voice is tight.
Club business.
Connor, I repeat.
What?
He snaps back. Don't bark at me. I shoot him a glare. And don't hide things from me. This is about me. This is my business. He shakes his head.
Can't promise you that, babe. Sometimes it's for your own good.
This sucks. I want to yell at him. I want to scream that it's not fair. That he's treating me like a child. But I know it's no use. It won't change his mind. Instead, he opens a door and beckons for me to step inside. It's dark inside, but as my eyes start to adjust, I see it's an empty studio apartment.
Stay here,
he orders.
Get some rest. I'll be back in a while. Don't come out until I'm back.
The door closes behind him. I'm alone. And even though this is supposed to be for my own protection, I feel more like a prisoner. Something's going on that they're not telling me, and I have no idea how to find out what it is.
Chapter 20. Fury. I want to kill them all. Torch their fucking clubhouse. Torch their houses. Erase Eagle's talent from the face of the earth. Burn it all to the fucking ground. Patience, brother, Mac admonishes me, placing a hand on my shoulder. This is Kat's brother you're talking about. I shrug off his grasp angrily. I don't give a flying fuck. He's a dead man. They all are. The thought of bringing Quad, Hooch, and every last one of them to a painful, torturous end puts a rictus grimace on my face. Fury? Magnus's deep voice cuts in, silencing all of us. You need to calm the fuck down until we address it in church. We've got recon reports coming in from the men. We'll decide what to do once we hear them. I'm not fucking waiting.
I explode to my feet and glare at my prez, hammering my fist on the desk so hard that it shakes. This shit has gone way too far. Every second those motherfuckers are still breathing on this planet is too goddamn long. Stand the fuck down, Magnus roars. The sudden silence in the room is deafening. No one dares to speak. I know you care about this woman, Magnus continues, but this is also club business. You best believe you will do as I say, Fury, and I say that you will wait until we decide what to do as a club. He pauses a beat. Or do we have a fucking problem? We lock eyes. The challenge in his is unmistakable. I've never been one to disrespect Magnus. He's a good president, the best. But right now there's only one thing on my mind, other than the fact that Kat is in an apartment right now with a slashed-up face. And that's that I once let a prez tell me what to do regarding her, and it was the wrong fucking decision. It's part of the reason we're here right now, goddammit. If I hadn't been such a fucking coward back then, if I hadn't been too much of a fucking pussy to stand up to Yates, I would never have lost Kat in the first place. She would have been my woman this whole time. Quad would have had to come to terms with it. She probably never would have met Hooch. She wouldn't have stitches on her cheek and a permanent scar on her beautiful face. This shit is my fault. A direct result of not doing what I knew was right. Damn the consequences. Kat is my woman, I bark. I will protect her. I'll give you until church. But I warn you, Magnus, if the club doesn't act, I will. You, Magnus bites out, do not threaten me or this club. I'm not threatening. I'm stating a fact. I turn on my heel. Next to me, Mac mutters, Jesus, man. Fuck him. Fuck them all. I once let a prez tell me what to do where Kat was concerned. It was the worst decision of my goddamn life. I won't do that again. The blood is pounding in my ears as I stride down the hall toward the apartment where I left Kat. Quietly, I turn the knob and stick my head inside. She's asleep, knocked out on pain meds and exhaustion from her ordeal, and the sedative that Wishbone, our medic, gave her. I want to talk to her. I need to sink myself deep inside her, to feel the realness of her, to feel the moment where we're both so lost in each other nothing else matters. She's the only thing that can calm me down right now. But I know right now what she needs most is rest. So instead, I pace angrily through the clubhouse, practically jumping out of my own skin, until an hour later when the bastards assemble in the chapel. We're all sitting around the big table. Reed, Country, and Bleach tell us they have found evidence that the Eagles Talon are due to take possession of a shipment of drugs tomorrow and the location where they'll stash the equipment until it can be sold. We argue about what to do with this info. Then Norse leans forward. Law of conservation of our energy, he says. We move on them when they have the shipment relocated. We grab the drugs, destroy them. That puts them in deep-ass shit with the cartel, Norse snorts. That should distract them from Kat for a while. Meantime, we get to watch the show and plan our next move. Fuck that, I sneer. That's coward shit. If we know where they are, we meet them, surround them, and end them all. Fury, man, listen to Norse, Magnus interjects. We're playing the long game against the Talon. You go in there hot now and blow shit up, it won't do what you want it to do. You want revenge. His eyes gleam. Shoot higher. Shoot for vengeance. I ponder his words after church is over. The club voted to do what Norse proposed. I still want to go in and take no fucking prisoners. I'll go it alone if I have to, but for now, I'll grudgingly accept this, because it's movement forward. The men know that she's my old lady now, in every way that matters, and knowing Kat is safest here has influenced my choice. Going it alone means I can't be everywhere at once. I hate to admit it, but I need my brothers with me on this. I need my club. Speaking of brothers, knowing that this shit is about to blow up means that Kat is about to lose her only brother, either figuratively or literally. I just hope I don't lose her in the process. The only reason Quad isn't already dead right now is that he's her brother.
Killing him would ruin her emotionally. It would wreck her. He's a fucking piece of shit, but he's her only family. If I shed his blood, I know I'll be shedding hers too. She'd never forgive me, even if I'm doing it for her. Sorrow and grief for my woman start to mix inside me with the anger. Pretty soon I'm shaking from it. The blood churns in my veins, cold fury simmering white-hot inside them. Jesus, I need to hold it together for her. This shit ain't gonna end well. I can feel it. Mac is nursing a beer next to me at the bar as I sit in silence, turning it all over in my head. I've known him long enough to recognize when he's wanting to say something to me. "What?" I snarl. He doesn't flinch. "You don't want Kat to suffer from the fallout to all this," he comments. "I get it." "Fuck," I spit, slamming my bottle on the bar. "If he wasn't her brother, he'd already be dead." He turns to me with a gleam in his eye. "What if we feed him to the law?" I stare at him. "The fuck do you mean?" One corner of his mouth tips. "Johnny Carlton," he says. John Carlton is a buddy of Mac's and mine from childhood. These days he's a rising star in the Minneapolis PD. You wouldn't know it from the uniform he wears, but he was pretty goddamn wild in high school. Time and circumstance being what they are, he wound up on one side of the law, and Mac and I ended up mostly on the other. We haven't seen him in a few years. "We want to crush the Eagles' talent," Mac continues. "You know the cops should have reasons for wanting the same thing. The reasons don't have to be the same for us to both get what we want." "Fuck that, Mac. Work with the goddamn cops?" I shake my head in disbelief. "Even if it could work, you think Magnus and Norse would ever go for that?" "I think Magnus is a pragmatic motherfucker." Listen to you with the $10 words. "No, hear me out." He drains his beer. "We steal the talent shipment so they can't sell it to their buyers, which means they're on the hook for the money with the cartel. The cartel is now on their ass. But then feed the talent's asses to the cops. They get hauled to jail. They can't operate from inside, but they also can't hide from the cartel's connections either. They're sitting ducks for Sinaloa to pick them off one by one in the slammer." He spreads his hands wide. "We don't have to do anything. Just watch and wait." My jaw works as I consider what he's saying. It's not as satisfying as beating them all to death with my own hands. But getting Kat's brother out of the way and behind bars makes him pay for his sins without making her suffer the pain of seeing her brother killed by my club. Fuck. It's an option, I have to admit. "Let me think about it," I growl. Still ruminating on Mac's proposal, I go back to the apartment to see Kat. She's still sleeping. I look at the slash on her face, the stitches holding the skin together. She's going to have a scar for sure. Kat must sense my eyes on her because her own lids flutter open a few seconds later.
"Hi."
I go to her and sit down on the bed, careful not to jostle her. "How you feeling?"
"Okay."
Her voice is scratchy. She sits up, rubs sleep from her eyes.
"How long was I out?"
"A while." I reach up, gently touch her cheek, careful to stay away from the wound. "How does this feel?"
"It aches."
A flicker of something crosses her face.
"I'm going to have to look at this scar for the rest of my life,"
she whispers.
"What if it's ugly?"
I shake my head. Impossible. The face it's on is too beautiful. Kat grimaces.
"Don't do that."
"Don't do what?"
"Pretend like it won't matter."
"Kat, look at me." I lean closer, making sure her gaze is locked on mine. "I didn't say it doesn't matter. It matters like hell to me that someone hurt you. But I'm not pretending. You are beautiful. That's just a plain fact. And this scar, it's going to fade with time. I already know that you will only be more beautiful to me every single day, with or without it. Do you think I'm lying to you?" She hesitates.
"No."
I slide closer. "Are you still mad at me?"
"Sort of. But I'm too tired to fight."
"Good." I lie down on the bed and Kat lies down next to me. I take her in my arms. "Sometimes I won't be able to tell you stuff, babe.
Well, it's about the club. It's an oath I took. I know it pissed you off, but that's not what I meant to do. I mean to keep you safe, babe. I tilt her face up to mine. I'll always tell you anything I can. That's a promise. Can you live with that? She lets out a soft sigh and snuggles up to me.
I guess so.
Need to hear you say you know so.
Okay, I know so.
Having her so close, her breasts snug against my chest, sets my mind racing with all sorts of ideas. My dick snaps to attention with ideas of its own, but then Kat yawns and I feel all the tension leave her body. I can tell she's close to falling asleep again. There will be time for me to take her in all the ways I want to after we've both had some rest. We're going to stay at the clubhouse tonight, I tell her, just in case someone is watching my place. There's no way anyone can get to you here. You'll be safer than anywhere else. Do you believe me? She yawns again, sagging against me.
I believe you. But can you really not tell me anything more?
Just know I'm watching out for you. I kiss her forehead. And so are the royal bastards.
Chapter 21. Cat. I wake up to find myself alone. I can't tell what time it is because the windows in the apartment have blackout curtains on them. I yawn, stretch, put my hand over my mouth to check my breath. Ugh, gross. There's a small lamp on the night table that's emitting enough low light for me to move around the room. I go into a tiny bathroom that's barely big enough to fit a toilet, sink, and diminutive shower stall. There's a tube of toothpaste in the vanity, and I put some on my finger, do a quick scrub of my teeth and tongue, and then pull on my clothes. When I get to the door, I have a strangely panicked second of fear that I've been locked inside. But no, the knob turns freely. Somehow that freedom holds me back for a second. I let go of the knob and press my ear to the solid wood. Other than the distant beat of some music, there's no other sound that comes to me from the other side. Cautiously, I grip the knob again and open it, then step out into the hallway. There's not a soul in sight, but from here I can hear voices. I make my way toward them. I find them in the kitchen, a group of women I don't recognize except for Renee and one other person. "Gigi!" I cry. "What are you doing here?" "About time, lazy ass," Gigi complains as she gets up and gives me a hug. "I've been waiting for you forever. I was afraid I'd have to leave for work before you woke up." When she pulls away from me, she's frowning. "You're skinny. It's like hugging a rail." "Mornin', darlin'," Renee drawls. Well, that answers the question of what time it is, anyway. "From what Fury says, you slept like the dead. Guess you needed it. Sit your butt down and eat some of this breakfast I made." "Damn, Gigi, I haven't seen you in years and already you're starting on me?" I toss back at Connor's sister, falling automatically into the easy banter we used to have back when I was dating him. "So, did you just come here to rag on me then?" She snickers. "Wouldn't have missed it." Renee sets a cup of coffee down in front of me and I accept it gratefully. "Nah, the truth is, Con asked me to come over to see you," Gigi continues. "I think he figured it would be nice for you to see some familiar faces here, since you're going to be here for a while." "But I have to go to what?" "Nope," Gigi interrupts. "Fury told me to tell you he called the hospital and told them you're taking some PTO. You don't have to be back until at least early next week." Renee sets a plate of eggs and pancakes in front of me and puts a hand on my shoulder. "So relax, darling, and eat up while it's hot." My stomach rumbles in agreement with her. I grab the fork she gives me and tuck in. I'm the only one eating, which makes me feel a little self-conscious, but I'm too hungry to care much. "So, Kat," Renee continues, gesturing toward the other women in the room. "This here's Dee. She's Slice's old lady." She points to a woman who looks to be in her late 40s to early 50s, like Renee. Dee is crazy gorgeous, with thick blonde hair, a figure to die for, and tight-fitting clothes to take full advantage of her curves. "Hey, baby," she coos. "Nice to meet you finally. I've heard a lot about you." "Really?" I say between bites. "From who?" "Rini and Gigi mostly, but a couple of men have talked about you too. Said you were feisty." The corners of her mouth quirk up. "You'd have to be to capture Fury's heart. You're hot too. You ever done any acting?" "Dee owns a porno movie business," Rini tells me. I almost choke on my food. "Wow," I blurt. "That's interesting." Dee grins at me. "I'm all about female empowerment in the industry. It's a calling. I protect my actors and pay them well." The grin slips into a smirk. "And I make a pretty damn good living at it if I do say so myself." She glances toward the other woman I don't know who is sitting next to her. "And this is Maria. She's actually one of my actresses. My star actress, actually. She's country's old lady." Maria's age is hard to guess. She could be anywhere from early 20s to mid-30s. She is movie star beautiful, with dark eyes and hair and light olive-colored skin. It doesn't surprise me that she'd be a popular actress in Dee's movies. Any straight man in the world would fantasize about her. She's that amazing looking. I'm a little intimidated by her. But then she opens her mouth, and it's clear in an instant that she's just a sweetheart. "It's really good to meet you, Kat," she gushes. "Country told me you and Fury were high school sweethearts. I love romantic stories like that. You were fated to get back together someday." "I don't know about that," I say. "But I do think maybe we both needed to grow up a little before we could get back together." Maria's obvious excitement about me being here is sort of contagious. It makes me feel like I actually belong as one of their group of women. I find myself smiling at the thought. But then I remember what brought me here to the clubhouse and that I can't really leave without going against Connor's direct order. The smile slides from my face. Troubled, I take another bite of my pancake. "Where are the men?" I ask as I chew. "They're out," Rini says vaguely. "Club business. But they'll be back soon. Fury told me to make sure you know you should feel right at home. If you need anything here, just ask one of us or one of the men. Or Little Big Mama. She's the bartender, and she lives here too. She's gone to pick up some supplies, but you'll meet her in a while. You can go anywhere in the common areas except for Magnus's office and the chapel. That's the room where the club has their meetings called church. It's the room off to the side of the main room with a big table in it. That room is off limits for anyone who isn't a royal bastard." Rini, Gigi, Dee, and Maria go out of their way to make me feel welcome, peppering me with questions about my job and my past with Fury. They end up getting me to share some embarrassing stories about him, which makes them laugh, and the morning passes quickly and pleasantly. Eventually, Gigi leaves to go to work. Little Big Mama, the bartender, comes back in the early afternoon, and I meet her too. Soon after she arrives, the three youngish blondes I met last time I was here, named Slap, Tickle, and Suck, come giggling into the clubhouse. The three of them don't really talk to the old ladies, though, and I get the sense that there's kind of a hierarchy of women. Little Big Mama seems to exist somewhere outside of the hierarchy. She's as comfortable hanging out with the other old ladies as she is talking to the club bunnies. The wives seem to respect her as an equal, too. "Don't be intimidated by any of the bastards," she tells me, waving a dismissive hand. "They're all cupcakes. You just gotta know how to handle them. Don't let them give you any shit, either. They try anything, you come to me and I'll yank off their balls and give them back in a Ziploc bag." As the day progresses and the men don't come back, I start to notice that the other women seem a little bit on edge. I get the feeling they know a little more about what the MC is doing than they let on. But I feel like I can't ask for more info. Even though they try to hide it, their nervousness starts to have an effect on me, too. I'm scared that Connor might be in danger. I don't voice it, though. For some reason, saying it out loud that I'm worried about him feels like betrayal. Like giving voice to my fears might make them come true. Around the time I feel like I might be ready to lose my mind, the sound of approaching engines alerts the women that the men are back. As soon as the door to the clubhouse swings open, Renee, Maria, and Dee are instantly at their men's sides. Connor's eyes scan the room as he crosses the threshold. When they lock on me, my stomach does the crazy butterfly thing it used to do when we were younger and he'd look at me across a crowded room. I'm almost dizzy with desire and pride and relief. My man, he's here. He's safe. My whole body relaxes. It's only then that I realize how worried I truly have been. Then Connor's arms are around me, his mouth on mine. "Missed you," he murmurs against my lips. "I missed you too," I say, feeling a little breathless from his kiss. "Everything okay?"
"As okay as they can be right now."
"Connor?" I wait until he pulls back to look at me. "Will you please tell me what's going on? Did you go do something to Quad's club?" His jaw tightens.
"We acted against the Eagle's talon, yes."
"Oh my God. What did you do?" I ask breathlessly.
"I can't tell you that."
He barks, but when he sees me flinch, he continues more gently.
"Babe, we acted to protect you. You're gonna have to trust me."
"How can I trust you when you keep things from me?" I insist.
"We talked about this. I promise I'll tell you everything I can."
"Connor, is my brother in trouble?"
"He might be,"
Connor admits.
"but what we did was the right thing to do."
He searches my face.
"Babe, why do you care about him, after everything he's done to you?"
I know he's done some bad things, but in spite of everything, Quad is my family. I still care about him even when I don't want to. Can you understand that? His thumb brushes against my cheek.
"Katrina, Quad doesn't care about you. He'll hurt you if it benefits him. You know that, right?"
I can't believe that. I shake my head. I don't want to believe that.
"Then you're living in a fantasy world,"
he retorts, an edge of anger reappearing in his tone.
"I'm gonna protect you from anyone who's a danger to you, Kat, whether you want me to or not. Even him. You're safe now."
Suddenly, everything is too much. I don't want to think about any of it anymore. "I'm safe?" I ask him. "I'm out of danger?"
"Yes."
I nod slowly. "Good. Then I'd like to go back to my apartment now."
"But Kat,
if I'm safe now, then you have no reason to refuse me, do you?" I insist. "I want to be alone, Connor. Please. You can't keep me here against my will. I want to go home, now." Connor is silent, his brows knit together. Eventually, he sighs, resigned to the knowledge that I'm not going to take no for an answer.
"Fine. I'll take you home."
Chapter 22. Fury. I don't refuse Kat when she insists on going back to her apartment, but that doesn't mean I can't keep watch on her. She's quiet and lost in thought when I drive her home on my bike. I try to come up to her place and stay with her, but she refuses.
"I'm sorry, Connor," she sighs. "I just need some time alone to think."
I don't push it much as I want to. It ain't right to force a woman, so instead I go back home and get my truck and spend the night outside her place, watching. I follow the lights in her apartment as they turn on and off. I watch the comings and goings of other people in the neighborhood.
I watch every single person who goes into her building. No one suspicious shows up. I'm on edge, damn it. I know I did the right thing to protect her. I didn't expect her to be pissed at me. Or maybe not pissed exactly. She just acts kind of numb. Hell, at this point, I'd almost prefer for her to yell at me. I guess it's because I couldn't tell her exactly what actions our club took against the Talon. I know she thinks it's her business because Quad's her brother. What she doesn't understand is that it's better for her if she doesn't know. I need to keep her as uninvolved as possible. If she knows anything about us destroying the Talon's drug shipment, and Quad finds out about it, she'll be in danger. The next day, I text her and ask her how she is. She doesn't answer. I stick around until the early afternoon, when I see her leave the building in her nurse's uniform and make her way to her car. She doesn't look at me, but I can tell she knows I'm there by the stiff way she's walking. Well, fuck. I ain't trying to have a big confrontation with her about this right now. She drives to work and I follow behind her, doing a bullshit dance that we're both aware of but don't acknowledge. When I can see she's safely inside, I don't send Black in after her again. We're going to go after Quad and Hooch directly, right now. This problem is going to be taken care of. I'm in a bad goddamn mood when I get to the clubhouse for a post-mortem of yesterday's run. Plus, I'm preoccupied by the image of Kat's pinched expression as she tried to pretend she didn't notice me. When I walk through the door, I almost don't notice the crazy, skull-faced motherfucker until he's standing right in front of me. "Jesus H. Christ!" I yell, jumping back so fast I nearly fall on my ass. Christ on a crutch. This dude is not a ghost or a demon. He's real. His entire face is made up in a skeletal mask that makes it look like he's not even human. His head is shaved, emphasizing the look. He's like something out of a goddamn horror movie. The skull-faced demon grins maniacally. "That ain't who most people take me for. Most folks assume I'm from down below, not up above." I stare at him, gaping as my brain tries to reassemble itself. Eventually, as I take in the familiar leather cut and patches he's wearing, I begin to make some sense out of it all. "Tonopah," I say, reading his patched out loud. "Sergeant-at-Arms. Shit, you're one of the Tonopah bastards. You're a Reaper. You're Rael, ain't you?" The Tonopah chapter of the Royal Bastards MC is... well, it's a fucking strange one. That club is the stuff of legend. They call themselves Reapers. People say that they do some dark voodoo-ass shit, that they made some sort of deal with the devil to take people's souls and give them to him when they die. I never took much stock in the stories, but I gotta admit, more than one big-ass motherfucking biker has had fear flashing in the whites of his eyes when he's told a story of witnessing the Tonopah chapter in action. Their initiation into the club involves something called the Devil's Ride. I hear it's some demonic shit, and that witnessing it will scare the goddamn soul right out of you. Like I said, it all seemed like bullshit whenever someone told me about it before. But now, looking at this scary-ass motherfucker, I get a little tingle of something at the back of my neck. Norris approaches us, flanked by Mac. "I see you and Rael have met." Mac smirks at me. "Rael, this is Fury, your counterpart here." "So I see," Rael affirms, nodding at my own sergeant-at-arms patch. "I'm up here on a job for Grimm," he tells me. "Just got in a bit ago. Gonna be around for the next few days." Shit, right now I'm almost glad Kat isn't here at the clubhouse. This dude would scare the living hell out of her. "What's the job?" I ask. "Ain't at liberty to say, but since Magnus was kind enough to let me bunk here at the clubhouse while I'm in town, I'm available to help out your club if you need it." The four of us grab some beers from Little Big Mama at the bar and head on up to the rooftop deck. We've got it all set up there with space for partying, including some fire pits. The sun is just starting to dip in the sky, so the view is pretty good up there right now. We grab some chairs around one of the pits. I set my beer on the ground and light up a smoke, then glance at Norse. "You fill Rael in on the shit with the Eagle's Talon?" I ask him. "Yep, I was just doing that. Got as far as telling him about the meth shipment we grabbed off of them yesterday." "Where's the shipment now?" Rael asked. "You selling it?" Norse shakes his head. "Took it out in the country into a field out in the middle of bumfuck and torched it," he grimaces. Fucking stank to high heaven. God damn, that shit's poison. Jesus Christ, Rael says under his breath. That's a fucking big waste of money. Could have made a fortune off it. Not worth the scrutiny of finding someone to unload a haul that big. You can't keep shit like that a secret. North spits on the ground. Besides, fuck meth. That shit is evil. Any time now they should be getting to their hidey hole, I observe. They'll discover their stash is gone and their guards are nothing but bloody corpses. It makes me laugh to think, imagining them starting to panic, knowing the cartel will be coming for them because they won't be able to pay what they owe. The Talon won't know for sure who did it, but it won't be too hard for them to guess. Bring it on, you motherfuckers. The sun sinks deeper. I think about going back to the hospital in time for the end of Kat's shift later. I ended up calling in a prospect to go out there, one to hang out in the parking garage by her car. At this point, the Talon's probably got too much going on for Quad or Hooch to have time to be focused on Kat. But still, I don't want to leave too much to chance. As I sit there nursing my beer, my gaze pointed south in the direction of the hospital, I find myself wanting to head back down there to check on her anyway. But I doubt she'd be happy to see me. And hell, maybe she's right. Maybe the last thing Kat needs in her life is someone like me. Maybe I'm the one bringing danger to her doorstep. Maybe when I walked away from her all those years ago, it was the best thing I ever did for her. And maybe coming back into her life now is the worst.
Chapter 23. Kat. The first time I dial my brother's number, I get no answer. The phone rings in my ear, then goes straight to voicemail. I leave a long message. The second time, I just say, "Call me." The third and fourth times, I hang up and don't even bother. My texts have gone unanswered, too. My own brother leaves me unread. Quad and I have never been that close, but he usually used to pick up when I called him, at least. I try to tell myself that he's legitimately busy instead of just ignoring me. On the other hand, Connor has been trying to get hold of me for the past few days almost as frantically as I've been trying to connect with Quad. I finally sent him a short, clear text. Please leave me alone and respect my boundaries. I need time. For a while after that, all I saw were the dancing dots that told me Connor was trying to compose a response. When it finally came through, it was just one word. Okay. After that, Fury stopped following me around to make sure I was safe. But he did have another royal bastard watching over me instead for a couple of days. Or maybe it was a bunch of different ones. None of them ever got close enough for me to recognize them. I pretended like I didn't notice they were there. But ignoring them didn't make me feel any better, like I was hoping it would. I didn't see anyone sitting outside watching my building last night, and there was no one out there this morning. Maybe Connor has decided to let it go and stop tracking my every move. I hope so. Hopefully I can put off seeing him again face to face until I can figure out my feelings. If I can ever figure out my feelings, that is. Sighing, I flop down on my tiny couch and stare up at the crappy popcorn ceiling, trying to figure out how my life went so sideways. Maybe I should just swear off interactions with men. I could get a cat, or a dog, or even an iguana. A nice simple animal that doesn't talk or text or drive me crazy with their hot and cold behavior. Today is the first scheduled day off I've had since I went back to work following my attack. Normally, I would relish the freedom of a whole day with nothing to do in front of me. Today, though, I'm a little at loose ends, wishing I had something to do to fill up my time. I think about going to get a pedicure. Or maybe I should see if my hairstylist has any free time today. But even as anxious as I am, I can't make myself actually do anything productive. I spend most of the morning turning around in circles in my apartment, trying to make a decision on what to do with myself. Gah, what is wrong with me? Snap out of it, Kat. I've just about managed to talk myself into getting into my car and driving to a park to go hiking or something, when my phone pings. Amazed, I see that Quad has finally gotten in touch.
"Can you come meet me here in an hour?" he texts. "We need to talk."
A moment later, a second message arrives with an address. A perverse part of me wants to tell him I'm busy, just to get back at him for leaving me hanging for so long. But he's right. We really do need to talk. I tell him I'll be there. He doesn't reply, but the little dots show for a couple of seconds, so I know he's read it. There's still no sign of any of the royal bastards outside my building when I leave. I exhale in relief and get in my car, checking my rearview mirror a couple of times just to make sure no one is following me. My mood is kind of terrible, so I find a playlist of upbeat music on my phone and turn the volume way up. Listening to my tunes keeps me from thinking too hard about the confrontation I'm about to have with my brother. A little over half an hour later, I'm pulling up at an old commercial building on the south side of town that seems to no longer be in business. Confused, I park my car, then walk toward what is probably the front entrance. I knock on the heavy steel door. After a moment, realize it's open a crack, so I push it and walk through. "Quad?" I call into the dusty stillness. This is craziness. Motes dance in a shaft of light in front of me. The place is mostly empty except for moldy, dank-looking cardboard boxes and old disused display cases. I can't even tell what this place used to be. Some kind of machine shop, maybe? A car parts store?
"In here,"
he calls back. I move toward the voice, stepping cautiously. Whatever's on the floor crunches under me. It feels sort of slippery, like tiny bits of broken glass. I cross into the next room, which looks like it was once a storage area, filled with now empty metal shelves. Quad is there. He's perched on a metal work table, smoking his cigarette. "What the hell is this place?" I ask him in disbelief. "What are we doing here?"
"It's just some place to talk undisturbed," he mutters, "where no one can see us."
"Why would we need no one to see us?" Quad squints at me through the haze of smoke encircling his head. He looks sad, mad, both.
"You fucked up, Cat. You fucked up big time."
"What?" I stare at him. "I fucked up? I'm sorry, but how exactly?" I jab an angry finger at the stitches on my face. "Did I not do a good enough job of almost getting stabbed to death by the guy you sent after me?" Quad waves his cigarette-holding hand at me dismissively.
"He was never gonna kill you. Jesus, it was a warning. Shit, there's barely a mark on you. Just enough to remind you what your place is when you look in the mirror. Besides,
Oh my God! Fuck you, Quad! I yell, nausea overtaking me as I realize he really did send that man to the hospital to hurt me. Jesus, what is wrong with you? You may not give a damn about me, but I'm your sister. For God's sake, where the hell are your priorities?
"Yeah, you're my sister," he spits viciously. "You got a lot of fucking nerve talking to me like that. Where the hell is your loyalty? You open your legs to the first fucking asshole who wants a taste of your pussy, so don't act all high and mighty like you're too good for hooch."
Fuck you, Quad. I'm no slut, and I can be with whoever I want. I can sleep with whoever I want. That's none of your damn business.
Oh, sure. You can fuck anyone you goddamn want. But look at who the fuck you choose. A goddamn royal bastard. And who fucking pays for it?
He jabs a thumb into his chest.
Me. That's who.
What? What in the hell are you talking about? How do you pay for who I choose to spend time with? What in the hell does it have to do with you anyway?
How did I pay? How did I pay?
Quad jumps off the table onto the ground, his voice amping up to a screech. He looks at me wild-eyed, more furious than I've ever seen him. He advances on me, and I back up in fear, until I'm pushed up against the wall. Quad gets up into my face, standing so close that flecks of spittle spray my face as he screams at me. "Fucking royal bastards burned up an entire fucking shipment of product we owe to the Sinaloa cartel," he yells, gesturing wildly. "Worth more money than you can possibly fucking imagine. And what do you think is gonna happen now? You think the cartel is just gonna say, no worries. We understand that you don't have what you owe us. You can just pay us back when you've got the chance." He lets out an unhinged howl of deranged laughter. "Jesus. Kat, thanks to you and your fucking asshole boyfriend, we're in deep shit. These fuckers do not fuck around. If we don't pay, we're dead meat. I'm dead meat. Because I'm the reason your boyfriend's club did this. Because of you." My mind reels as I struggle to make sense of his words. "How do you know this has something to do with Connor?" "Fuck you, Kat. It couldn't be anyone else. Plus, we got cameras that show us who was around the area just before the fire. When I say the cartel will literally kill me, I mean it." Furiously, he scrubs a trembling hand through his hair. It dawns on me that he's telling the truth, that he's actually terrified for his life. "But there has to be a way to pay them back, doesn't there?" I stammer. "It doesn't make sense that they would kill someone who owes them money before you've had a chance to pay them. There has to be another way." Quad lets out another crazy-sounding bark of laughter that makes my blood run cold. "Yeah, there is a way, little sister. There sure as fuck is. Glad you asked, because you're gonna find out exactly what that answer is." He juts his chin toward me. "Our club is gonna deal with the royal bastards, and you are gonna pay back what we owe the cartel." "Me?" I gape at him. "Quad, I don't have that kind of money. I don't even have a savings account. Every extra dollar I have goes toward paying off my student loans." He eyes me grimly. "That ain't how you're gonna pay for it." "Then what?" There's a muffled sound behind me, followed by footsteps. I turn in time to see two hard-looking men emerge from the darkness. I turn to Quad for an explanation, but he won't look at me. Before I can react, the men grab me by the arms and begin dragging me away. "Quad!" I scream. "What's going on?" His voice turns hard. "One of the cartel guys agreed to take you as partial payment for the lost shipment." Quad, stop!" I start to kick and struggle, but the men are far stronger than I am. I scream my brother's name again, but the taller one punches me on the side of the head. My ears start to ring. "Shut the fuck up, bitch," he snarls. He yanks on my hair and pulls my face so close to his I can smell his sour breath. "You're Sinaloa property now." Outside the building, I struggle to get free, but I'm no match for the strength of the two men. They don't even bother to stop me from screaming. We're too far away from anything for anyone to hear me anyway. Roughly, they drag me to a large SUV with black-tinted windows. Zip-tying my wrists and ankles, they throw me in the back seat and throw the safety locks on the doors. The two of them climb into the front and pull away. Terrified, I look back through the rear window, but Quad isn't there. The only familiar thing I see is my car parked in front of the building, receding into the distance. I turn back, tears in my eyes, to see the tall man in the passenger seat pointing a gun at me. "You ain't gonna yell in here, you got me? That shit gives me a headache." "Where are you taking me?" I ask, my voice shaking with fear. "To your new owner, Hector Loera." He shakes his head, his lips curling into a cruel grin. "You ain't gonna like him. He's not a nice man." Without warning, I begin to sob uncontrollably. The man with the gun snaps at me to shut the hell up, but I can't stop. The gun pointed at me doesn't help. He shouts at me a couple more times, but eventually seems to realize that's not helping me to stop crying. Eventually, he just sighs and turns back toward the front. I spend the remainder of the trip weeping in the back seat, trying to get hold of myself. After probably half an hour, we arrive at a large mansion-style house on the edge of a town I don't recognize. The driver punches a button on an intercom outside the gate and says a few words into it. A few seconds later, the gate swings open, and we pull inside and up to a large portico-style front door. The taller man gets out of the car, opens the rear passenger side door, and cuts the zip tie around my ankles so I can walk. I'm pulled inside the mansion and led upstairs to an elegant but sparsely furnished bedroom. The man slices the zip ties binding my wrists and pushes me inside it with such force that I stumble to the ground. "Get ready to meet your new owner," he sneers as he closes the heavy, solid wood door. A bolt slides into place, locking me in from the outside.
Chapter 24. Fury. "I can't believe I'm teaming up with the effing royal bastards," Officer John Carlton mutters, pinching his brow. "In what universe does this happen?" "In the universe where we can be mutually helpful to each other." Mac claps him on the back. "Dude, we know the cops have been trying to get at the Eagles' talent for a while. Don't overthink it." Mac and I hadn't seen our old high school buddy for years, until I called his precinct from a burner phone and invited him out for a beer and a friendly chat. He looks none too happy right now to be standing here out in the middle of a darkened parking lot with a bunch of outlaw bikers. But he ain't dumb. When he heard what I had to tell him about the Talon, he couldn't walk away from the deal. We met to talk over a game of darts at an out-of-the-way dive bar in Newport a few days ago. "You know the Eagles' Talon is a support club for the Bloody Scorpions," I explained to him. "They're more than interested in their whole club getting absorbed into the Scorpions. Well, we don't want that to happen, and I don't think the cops do either." I had weighed my words as I talked, keeping any hint of cat out of what I said to Johnny. He didn't need to know there was any connection between me and Quad Berglund, let alone Quad's sister. "Our club just stole a shipment the Talon was planning to sell for Sinaloa. It was a major source of income for them," I continued. "We destroyed it. I can give you proof of that. But they don't know that. They think we're still in possession of it. There's no way they're going to let that stand without trying to get it back. That's where you come in." "Why the hell would you involve the MPD?" he challenged, his eyes full of suspicion. "The Talon has to do anything they can to get that shipment back." I glanced over at Mac. "We want to make it so it's the last thing they ever do. If you take the proof we give you of their crimes and work with us, you can take down the entire Eagles' Talon. The MPD is happy. We're happy. You probably get one hell of a raise and a promotion. And the streets are cleaner for everyone," I concluded, dusting off my hands. Carlton squinted. "Are you two shitting me? So you're trying to play the good guys here? Are we ignoring your club's own contributions to the mean streets of Minneapolis?" Mac struck a conciliatory tone. Come on, Johnny. You know there's a difference between our clubs. Yeah, we might skirt the law sometimes, but these fuckers in the Talon, they're a different story. They have no honor, no code, just greed and naked lust for power. They deal meth. They're involved in trafficking, prostitution. They sell kiddie porn and minor girls to pedos. They pick up women off the street and drug them. I pick up where Mac left off. The women they enslave have to submit to any customer the Talon wants them to. If they don't, they're beaten. Or worse. My mind instantly flashed to Kat, and cold fury rushed through my veins at the thought of something like that happening to her. I leaned forward. If someone doesn't bring down the Talon now, they'll be absorbed into the Bloody Scorpions, and that will be 10 times worse for this fucking town. The Scorpions will be twice as big, twice as strong as they would be otherwise. They'll have a real foothold here. Don't tell me you don't get how huge this is or what it would mean for crime in this city. Fuck. Johnny jammed a hand through his hair. Why are you bringing this to me? Because we don't want that to happen any more than you do. Mac said. Maybe for different reasons, but... He trailed off, shrugging. You know us. You know you can trust us on this, dude. This could make your career. Johnny scoffed at that. But in the end, he agreed to work with us. Now, days later, we're ready to put the sting in motion. We planted false intel through a prospect of ours who got drunk enough in a bar to start shooting off his mouth to a couple of Talons about one of the locations where we store our own product. He was heard bragging about a major haul of cotton candy that the royal bastards grabbed out from under a rival club. Now we're just waiting to see if they took the bait. The house where we're posted up in North Minneapolis has a basement that contains a Cold War-era bomb shelter built by the crazy old coot who owned this place back in the 1970s. That coot was our man Black's grandfather. Black's granddad is dead, but the house still belongs to Black's family. No one lives here right now, which makes it the perfect stash house for our club to hold contraband while we're waiting to move it. Or so the Eagles talent thinks. It's also the perfect location for a sting operation and an ambush. The product has been supplied by the Minneapolis PD. Black, me, and Mac hang out in the house while Johnny and his men get into position. To the Talon, we're here guarding the product, sitting ducks, waiting to be picked off. If they were smart, they might be suspicious that this is a setup, but I'm guessing their thirst for revenge and money will override their intelligence. The product, supplied courtesy of the MPD, is in the bomb shelter. Johnny's voice comes through my earpiece telling me the cops are in place. We settle into the partially furnished living room and watch Sports Center. It could be hours or days, but I'm banking on the Talon being too amped to wait for very long. My phone beeps in my pocket. I take a hopeful glance at the screen, thinking maybe it's Kat, but it's an unknown number. I frown and put it away. Kat has wanted some distance to think things over, so I haven't seen her in a few days. We've been texting back and forth some, but I don't like not being able to hear her voice. I've tried to call her a few times today, but her phone keeps going to voicemail. I need to check in with Franco, a newly patched royal bastard who's keeping an eye on her to make sure she's okay. I don't get a chance to make the call, though, because just then Johnny's voice comes crackling through the earpiece. "We got movement," he hisses. "It's go time," I tell my brothers. Black, Mac, and I slide out of our seats. Grabbing my piece, I glide silently into the hallway off the kitchen and move into the doorway leading to the stairs down to the basement, killing the lights. I barely hear the muffled sounds that tell me the other two have taken their places. Minutes later, booted feet come crashing into the place. By now, I'm in the basement, and the stomping is right above my head. I can make out 3, maybe 4 sets of boots. These guys don't bother trying to be quiet, assuming that whoever is here can't be taken out easy enough. I'm in the shadows when the first set of boots comes hammering down the basement stairs. I take care to stay out of sight behind an old washer-dryer set, my breathing shallow and silent. The bomb shelter is a big rectangle built of concrete block, taking up one entire side of the basement. The door to the shelter is closed, but not locked. The rest of the basement is pretty empty, so the Talon immediately makes a beeline for the shelter door. As he nears it, a second guy comes thundering down the stairs. Up a couple floors, there's shouting and some crashing. The rest of the Talons must have found our guys. The first Talon turns to the second one, who's now at the bottom of the stairs. "The fuck is that?" asks the second one, but the first one ignores the question. "In here," he says urgently as he swings open the shelter door. I don't think I recognize his voice as Quad's. The second dude follows as they both step through. Seconds later, whoops of glee erupt from inside. I step out from behind the washer, careful not to make any noise. Slowly, I approach the door to the shelter. Wrapping my fingers silently around the handle, I spring forward, swinging the heavy door shut before they can react. The heavy-duty Slade self-locking flip latch I installed earlier on the outside of the door clicks closed. I shove an ice pick under the hasp to jam it locked. That'll keep them here long enough for the cops to get to them. Jury's out on whether they'll be dumb enough to try to shoot their way out of a bomb shelter. As I start jogging up the stairs, Mac shouts down to me from the second floor. "Fury, you good?" "Yeah. You?" "Yep, we got him dealt with." More footsteps and shouts come from the front porch. A bunch of cops in tactical vests come rushing in with their guns drawn, Johnny Carlton in the front. Shit, stand down, I shout. It's all taken care of. Johnny lowers his gun a hair. You sure? You got 2 Talons in the basement, locked in the bomb shelter with the drugs. They're armed, so be careful. Black and Mac got the rest of them. Shit, you took your damn time. You sure you weren't hoping the Talon and us would just take each other out? Johnny's mouth twitches. No comment. 15 minutes later, all 4 of the Talon members are handcuffed and on the ground in the living room. Johnny Carlton looks triumphant as he holds one of the baggies of crystal down at their eye level. Breaking and entering, first-degree possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, he lists in a sing-song voice. I'm guessing you boys have at least 1 prior felony drug conviction. That's a minimum mandatory sentence of 4 years. Could be up to 30. Carlton shakes his head. And we got another unit currently raiding the Talon clubhouse. You fucking stepped in it, my friends. You're done. Quad is face down on the pavement, his hands cuffed behind his back. He struggles against the bonds as I approach him until my boots are inches away from his head. You're shorter than I remembered, I quip, staring down at him in satisfaction. Fuck you, Quad spits. Cop lover. Next to me, Mac tisks. Language, very unbecoming. But they'll teach you better manners at county finishing school. You'll pay for this, Fury, you motherfucker, Quad retorts, cheek against the concrete. I let out a loud burst of laughter. Ha! Not sure you're in any position to be making threats, son. Quad turns his head as far as it will go until he's able to make eye contact with me. His lips curl into an angry leer. Good luck finding Kat, he rasps. She knows you're to blame for what's going to happen to her. My mouth goes dry. The fuck you talking about? I demand. But Quad just twists his face away from me and lays it back down on the pavement. You I rasp, pulling back my boot to kick him in the fucking gut. But Johnny yanks me back. No, he shouts. You need to leave, Fury. You're already too close to this. You touch him and you'll end up getting charged. He turns to the other cops. Get him out of here. Tell me where the fuck she is, I yell as the cops lead me out of the house. Mac and Black are waiting outside. What the fuck, brother? Mac asks, looking alarmed. Quad said, I begin and shake my head. He just said that to get to you. He's lying. I grab my phone, punch in Kat's number. No answer. I hang up and call Franco. He doesn't pick up either, and he knows better. If he was there to take the call, he'd answer it for sure, no matter what. My blood turns to ice. By now, the cops are leading Quad and the others out of the house. Storming toward them, I reach out and grab him by the hair, yanking his head up. Where the fuck is she? I roar. Answer me! Carlton grabs me and hauls me back. Fury, you stupid son of a bitch! Stop! He hisses. We got an audience. He jerks his head, raises his brows. I scan the area and see that a few people have come out of their houses to stare. And there's gonna be cams on us. We can't have witnesses to you beating on a suspect in custody. Fuck, I hiss as the cops drag Quad into a squad car. Matt grabs me by the shoulder. Hooch, he says. She's got to be with Hooch. Let's go get her. Chapter 25. Fury. I'm gonna kill him, I shout, gripping the table of the chapel with both hands so hard that I'm surprised the wood doesn't splinter. I'm gonna find Kat, and I'm gonna kill him. Ooh, let me come, Rael hisses, a gleam in his eye. I love a good death. Hooch isn't hard to find. 2 of us in my truck, 2 in a car. Mac, Black, Rael, and I head to his address in Richfield, which Elmo finds for us in a matter of minutes. No alarm system, no security at all except for a fake ADT sign outside his front door. It's almost too fucking easy. I'm amped up enough that I pull up outside his house and am kicking his front door in almost before the rest of the men are in position. Hooch is in his living room on a sunken-in couch. He jumps up when I kick through the door and moves to grab the gun on the side table next to him, but I've got my piece aimed right between his eyes before he can get to it. Sit the fuck back down, you motherfucker, I seethe. Over there on the chair. I keep the gun trained on him as he moves over to the knockoff lazy boy with a sneer that's mostly bravado. When he's sitting in it, I sidestep over to the side table and grab his pistol, shoving it into my waistband.
What's the matter, pussy?
He spits out.
You lose your little girlfriend? She ain't here.
There's a noise toward the back of the house. Mac, I yell.
Yep,
the call comes back. Secure the perimeter. Check the rest of the house.
There's no one else here,
Hooch snickers.
She ain't here. I told you. She's somewhere probably getting a train run on her.
His sneer widens.
Bet she likes it.
My jaw clenches. My fingers itch to turn the gun around and pistol whip him with it. But I can't waste time right now. I need every second laser focused on finding out where Kat is. The rest comes later. Rael comes into the room from the back of the house. He comes to stand next to me, gun also drawn.
This him?
I nod, then turn back to Hooch, who is staring at Rael, eyes wide. He looks like he's seeing a corpse come to life, but he can't quite believe his eyes.
Who is this asshole?
He says uncertainly, blinking.
You're fucking lying, Hooch,
I shoot back at him.
If she ain't here, you got her somewhere.
Hooch forces his face into a cocky grin.
Hey, Halloween's not for a while yet, faggot.
He smirks at Rael, then drags his eyes back to me.
I ain't lying. I don't give a shit about that bitch anymore. She's damaged goods. This is on you, you dumb motherfucker. She's paying for your club's fuck-up with her pussy.
I freeze. What are you saying? Hooch huffs out a laugh.
I'm saying your girlfriend is paying back what you fucking stole from the Talon.
As I stare at him in disbelief, Hooch tells me that Quad sold Kat to pay for the drug shipment we blew up.
You owed the Talon. Quad took what had the most value to pay them back.
Hooch leers.
Fresh pussy. Quad gave his own fucking sister to Sinaloa. You didn't want it to happen. You should have thought twice about fucking with the club. She belongs to Hector Loera now. No way you can even get near her.
Hector Loera. I know the name. And nothing I know about it is good. If he has Kat... Jesus.
Where can I find him?
I demand, coming closer.
Where is Loera?
Hooch lets out a crazy shout of laughter.
Are you fucking kidding me, you dumb son of a bitch?
This time I can't control it. I grab his own pistol out of the waistband of my jeans and wind up, smashing the butt of it across his jaw with such force that his head snaps sideways on his neck. Blood and spittle go flying with a couple of teeth. The solid crack of bone tells me I've broken his jaw.
This doesn't get better for you, Hooch,
I rasp.
You tell me where they are. Give me something.
Hooch's eyes water with pain, rivulets streaming down his face. His jaw hangs at a lopsided angle. He swallows a couple of times as blood and saliva leak from one side of his mouth.
I ain't a weak bitch,
he mouths, grimacing with the effort.
You can't break me. Besides, I'm a bloody scorpion now.
It's almost impossible to understand his slow, labored speech.
This,
he points to his jaw.
The fucking birthday present you just gave me. You understand that? You fuck with me, now you got the scorpions on your ass. You just made the worst goddamn mistake of your life. You motherfucking piece of shit.
Rael steps forward. Before I realize what's happening, his arm shoots forward, his hand grabbing Hooch's face in its iron grip. Hooch lets out a scream of pain that dies in his throat as Rael's eyes lock onto his. Max strides into the room as we witness something that looks almost like Rael is looking into the motherfucker's soul. It's indescribably chilling.
Holy shit,
Mac breathes next to me. After a moment, Rael lets go of Hooch's jaw and takes a step back.
He's responsible,
Rael announces.
He's the one who convinced Quad to hand your old lady over to Laura. He told Quad it was the best choice, to pay Sinaloa and hurt you at the same time. The bastard you assigned to watch over Kat is dead, but Hooch doesn't know where Kat is right now.
A knife of pain guts me in the stomach. I don't know how, but Hooch's terrified eyes tell me beyond a doubt that Rael is telling the truth. Somehow he has read Hooch's thoughts, just like they were written on his forehead. Franco's dead, and Hector Loera has Kat, which means Kat is in danger because of me. Because of me, Hooch pushed her into the path of a man who was probably My brain shouts before I can think the word. Focus. Focus on getting her back. An animal howl of pain almost escapes my throat. I swallow it down, bitter like bile. This is the end, Hooch. You're gonna die. I raise my pistol. You're gonna die for ever daring to touch Katrina Berglund. I wish to Christ I had made the time to take it slow, to make you suffer more than you ever thought it was possible to suffer. I'd peel every inch of skin from your body as slowly as I possibly fucking could. Rael puts a hand on my shoulder. I can do that, he says simply. I can make him suffer more and longer than you'll ever know. I turn to him questioningly. He lifts his chin toward Hooch. Go ahead. I aim the gun at Hooch's head, then change my mind and lower it to his gut instead. I squeeze the trigger a single time. The boom resounds through the room, but none of us flinch except for Hooch, who doubles over, hands clutching his abdomen. He fixes his eyes on me with a look of loathing. Fuck you, he spits. She'll be dead or wish she was by the time you get to her. You're a fucking fool if you think any different. Again, Rael steps forward, his eyes gleaming with menace in his skull face. His hand goes around Hooch's neck. Rael lifts Hooch up by the throat, off the chair until he's hovering off the ground, blood dripping from his stomach onto the floor. Hooch chokes, thrashing in Rael's grip and struggling for air. Rael leers demonically. A snarl escapes his lips. A strange sort of electricity seems to surge through the room, like the atmosphere right before a lightning strike. The air howls. Hooch's eyes bug out of his skull in terror at something only he can see. His body writhes like a jellyfish under Rael's fist. Then, suddenly, a single long scream rips from somewhere deep inside him. Seconds later, his eyes roll back in his head, and his body stops moving. Rael lets go of his neck, and the body drops to the floor. He stands over him for a moment, then intones a single sentence. His soul belongs to my Reaper now. His torture will last for eternity. Rael turns away and walks out of the room. I step toward Hooch's body until I'm close enough to stare down at it. It's like a corpse that's been dead for weeks, a hollowed-out husk with sunken skin that hangs from the bones of its desiccated skeleton. Fuck me, Max says, coming up beside me. What the fuck just happened? I don't know, I managed to choke out. I can't quite say what I'm really thinking. Which is that everything they say about Rael and the Tonopah royal bastards must be true. Rael just reaped Hooch's soul. What should we do with the body? Mac asks. His face is taut with disgust. Such as it is. I spit on the ground. Probably not a good idea to leave it here. Let the Mississippi have him. We'll have Rael and Black dispose of it and meet us back at the clubhouse. Mac lets out a low whistle. I'm gonna need an ocean of fucking alcohol to forget what I just saw. No time. We need to get to Cat. Seconds later, I've barked my instructions to Black and Rael. I race with Mac to where my truck is parked down the street, punching in Elmo's number as I run. Elmo, I shout. I need you to find a list of properties owned by Hector Loera. Yeah, that Hector Loera. He's got Cat. Get Magnus and tell him we need bastards sent to every property in the area owned by Loera. She's got to be at one of them. I jump into the truck's driver's seat. A second later, Mac hauls himself into the passenger side. He's barely got the door closed before I'm peeling out in the direction of the clubhouse. Elmo's going to get her 20, Magnus assures me, glancing toward the chapel door. We'll find her. Outside the chapel, Elmo's in his office, working to find us a list of properties owned by Hector Loera. I'm jumping out of my fucking skin. The waiting is killing me. But there's no way to spring into action before I have an address. Knowing that Kat is out there somewhere, not knowing whether she's hurt or even whether she's alive, it's enough to drive a man crazy. I look down at my hands, which are shaking with the effort of holding it together. We have to get to her in time. We fucking have to. Rael comes into the chapel while Magnus, and I are waiting. He sits down silently in a chair opposite me, saying nothing about disposing of Hooch's body except to give us a short nod to let us know it's been done.
Hooch is gone. He's nothing but a husk sinking to the bottom of the Mississippi River. It gives me satisfaction, but not nearly enough. I'm too preoccupied to talk much about anything, but I know Mac has been itching to ask Rael the question we're both wondering. So, what the hell just happened back there? He says to Rael. There's a shake to his voice that he can't hide. Rael gives us a placid look, but behind his eyes is something so cruel I almost flinch. You've heard about our club? He asks. What can we do? I've heard things, Mac responds. I figured they couldn't be true. But now, he trails off, not finding the words to continue. Every member of our club has powers, Rael tells us cryptically. Our president, Grim, sees the cold, sinister shadows around him of those who harm others. Hell welcomes these souls the most. Demons feast on the essence of the wicked, he hisses, a gleam in his eye. I don't see the aura, but I know a soul bound to hell when I see one, so I help them get there. Rael sits back in his chair and lights a smoke. Taking a deep drag, he closes his eyes. Mac turns to me and mouths again, I need a drink. It takes Elmo less than a half an hour to come back into the chapel, but every second of that time burns a hole inside me that will never heal if it turns out we're too late. When Elmo finally bursts through the door, he's got the gleam of triumph in his eyes. That fucker Loera funnels everything through shell corporations, but the bastard ain't smart enough to evade me. He waves a sheet of paper with a list of addresses. Magnus grabs the paper, stares at it for a few seconds, then hands it to me. Fury, you and I will take some men to the closest address. He scans the room. Remove your cuts. We need to go incognito. If the cartel is able to identify that it's the royal bastards, it'll be all-out war with Sinaloa. Not to mention they'll come for Kat if they know we're the ones who took her. Hector Loera isn't one to forgive and forget. We take cars, not our bikes. No identifiable plates. I'll send a second group of men to the next closest address for Loera. One of those two will be the most likely places they've taken her. I nod, knowing he's right. My brain is spinning 1,000 miles a minute. In a way, I'm fucking thankful to have the choice taken away from me. Magnus and I take Mac, Black, and Elmo. Norris grabs some others for the second location. The drivers of all the cars take headsets and communicate with each other as we ride to our location. In our car, Elmo talks us through what he could see of the property from the maps he was able to get online. When we're all clear on what we're about to do, we ride the rest of the way without further conversation. But that's not to say there's silence in my head. I know right now the cops are probably raiding the Eagles Talent clubhouse on the strength of a search warrant they will have obtained after arresting Quad and the others. If everything goes to plan, the entire Eagles Talent MC will be going down as a result of the sting. I'll be happy with that for now. I'll have to be resigned to Quad going to prison instead of following Hooch to his death for selling my girl to pay his debts to a murdering son of a bitch. Fuck Loera. My gut seizes, a wave of nausea so strong hitting me at the thought of what he might be doing to Kat that it almost makes me lose my mind. She's got to be there. We've got to be close enough for us to find her in time. We've just got to.
Chapter 26. Cat. For what seems like hours, I cower on the floor in the corner of the bedroom, weeping. But eventually, tears dry when there are no more to be shed. When I can't cry anymore, I raise myself up into a sitting position and lean back against the cool wall, feeling wrung out and weak as a dishcloth. Letting out a deep, shaky breath, I close my eyes and listen to the nearly complete silence around me. It almost feels like I'm alone in the house, but I can't believe that's true. The men who took me are probably keeping watch downstairs. They won't hesitate to hurt me if I give them any reason to. And sooner or later that door will open and in will walk Hector Loera. I let out another ragged sob, but no more tears will come. And then something shifts inside me. Some of the terror and despair has leaked out of me along with my tears. Just enough for my brain to start taking some stock of my surroundings. Shaking, I push myself onto my hands and knees on the gleaming polished wood floor. I stand up and cross the space on my bare feet. My assailants took my shoes when they abducted me, to one of the 2 windows in the room. I'm on the 2nd floor of the house, and the window looks out onto a sprawling yard that ends in a dense thicket of trees, beyond which is farmland. From here, I can see no driveway, no roads. This must be the back of the house. The 2nd window is at a right angle to the 1st, but the view is similar, except for what looks like one farmhouse with a tall silo far in the distance. I try to open the windows, but both of them are locked shut. I reach up to where the visible locking mechanism is on one of them and flip it, but the window still doesn't budge. I run my hand repeatedly around the outside of both of the frames, but find nothing. Clearly, they've been secured some other way, such that anyone trapped inside here won't be able to unlock them. My eyes flit around the room, searching for something heavy I could use to break the glass. But there's nothing. No chair to hurl against it, no statues or table lamps. The only throwable objects in here are pillows on the bed and an area rug on the floor. There's no escaping this room except by the door. I sink down on the king-size bed to think. For the first time, I notice there's an outfit laid out on the bedspread. It's a skimpy black lace bra and thong, plus garters and stockings. A palette of eye makeup and mascara sits to one side. No heels, unfortunately. I could maybe have used them to hammer at the window. My stomach turns over as I realize that they're here for me to put on. And why? Repulsed, I push the clothes away from me and stand up abruptly. I start to pace the perimeter of the room, my pulse racing. After a few laps like this, I take some calming breaths and force myself to slow down. I begin to walk deliberately as slowly as I can, taking in every detail of the space and trying to make my mind latch on to something I can use as a weapon or a tool. It's then that I meet my own gaze in a small mirror hanging at eye level on the far wall. It's encased in an antique-style gilded frame, and an idea forms in my head. Initial fear that it won't work is slowly replaced by the dawning realization that there are really no other good options. It's not much, but it's all I have. I start to work the plan out in my head. Adrenaline shoots through my veins, making me giddy as I think it through as thoroughly as I can. I run through the whole scenario once, twice, a third time. I try to imagine it as though it's happening as I picture it, as though by doing so, I can give myself the muscle memory of having done it. Since whoever the next person is that comes through that door will likely be much stronger than I am, my only real hope is the element of surprise, which means I need to get him, assuming it's a him, to let his guard down. Swallowing the bile that rises in my throat, I stare at the outfit on the bed. I don't want to do this, but I think I have to. I pick up the makeup and cross to the mirror. I take out the eyeliner and quickly use it to enhance my eyes. I open the mascara and sweep it across my lashes. Lipstick is next, a deep red color that looks like a gash in the middle of my face. I put it on porn star thick. I catch a glimpse of my still healing scar as I work and deliberately flick my eyes away from it. Then, shakily, I pull off my clothes and put on the bra, panties, and stockings. They fit me well enough to make me push away thoughts of how the person who picked them knew my size. After I'm dressed, I pick up my discarded t-shirt. Using my teeth to make a little hole in the fabric, I rip off a swath of it, then drop the rest of it on the ground. When I'm finally finished, I run through the plan in my head one more time. I take a few deep breaths, exhaling slowly every time. Then I pull the mirror off the wall, raise it over my head, and smash it to the ground. Working quickly, I find the longest, most knife-like shard among the shattered remains. I wrap one end up in the scrap of shirt and secure it behind me under my waistband. Grabbing the mascara, I stand next to the smashed frame of the mirror and wait. Seconds later, loud footsteps. A key slips into the lock. The door opens. A man I haven't seen comes in. He's short and stocky, maybe 50. He has dark black hair. He's wearing a suit that looks expensive. Hector Loera. My stomach clenching with anxiety, I launch into the routine I've practiced in my head. "I'm so sorry," I wail, looking down at the shattered mirror and taking a few steps back to cower against the wall. "I didn't mean to do it. I was trying to—" I gulp, using my very real fear to make the tears come again. "I was trying to do what you wanted," I finish in a near whisper, "to make myself pretty." His brow creases. I can't read his eyes, but I have to keep going, so I do. I drop my gaze to the floor. They said you'd be nice to me if I was a good girl, that you wouldn't hurt me." Loera leers. "Who told you that?" I hesitate for a split second. I don't know if Loera knows I'm the sister of the man who gave me to him, but if he doesn't, I need to be careful not to tell him. "I don't know who they are. My voice breaks. "They kidnapped me," I blubber. "These strangers, they grabbed me. They took me to a warehouse, and then some other men came and tied me up and brought me here. I was so scared. Please don't hurt me. Please." Loera regards me without speaking. His eyes narrow as they travel up and down my body. When they reach my face again, I see them stop for a long, cold second at the healing cut on my cheek. When his gaze finally locks back onto mine, it sharpens into a cold, pure look of gleeful sadism. Involuntarily, I shudder. He's getting off on this, I realize. My fear, my pain, all of it. He's practically licking his chops to hurt me. If my plan doesn't work, the next hours of my life are going to be more horrifying than I can imagine. Loera lets out a deep-throated chuckle, then reaches down to adjust himself in his pants. When he takes his hand away from his groin, I realize he's completely hard. Instinctively, I take a step backwards. The movement seems to break his trance. He takes a step toward me and starts to mutter some filthy words, half in Spanish and half in English, lips glistening with saliva. Oh my God, this is it? I move backwards toward the bed, pretending to stumble so that I can reach behind myself. Lunging, Loera grabs me roughly by the throat, falling forward on top of me on the bed just as I pull the makeshift knife from behind my back. With all my strength, I bring the shard forward and plant it in the left side of his neck, aiming for the exterior jugular vein. Loera makes a sound halfway between a wheeze and a scream. His eyes bulge in confusion and pain. The hand that's not around my neck clutches his throat. Still holding my makeshift handle, I force the shard deeper and try to pull it toward the center of his neck, toward the trachea. But I'm not strong enough to cut into the cartilage. Loera's grip on my neck weakens. I let go of the shard and use all the strength I've got to push him away from me. He's trying to scream again, but blood turns the noise into a gurgle instead. He grabs at me, but I'm out from under him now, and when he tries to flip himself over on his side to come after me, I kick him in the balls with everything I've got. The wet bellow he emits as he doubles over is inhuman, unlike anything I've ever heard. I don't have time to think or do anything else. I run out of the room, not stopping for anything. Out on the landing, mercy of mercies, I can see the front door at the bottom of the staircase, and I fly down it, almost stumbling as I clutch at the railing to hold myself upright. I race through the foyer, and just as I get to the door, there's a shout of alarm behind me. Panicking, I wrench it open and run through, trying to pull it shut behind me as I pass through, A split second later, the top of the door explodes above my head. I scream and dive sideways, running full tilt in my almost bare feet toward the shelter of a thicket of trees at the end of the property. Behind me, the door slams open. Angry shouts reach me. Cringing, I duck again and veer left, aiming to put the house between us for as long as I can. Seconds later, there's another shot. Crazily, my brain thinks it's coming from the opposite direction. A scream of agony rips through the air behind me. I keep running, legs pumping. My feet get cut by weeds and branches, and the pain rips incoherent cries from my throat, but I don't let myself slow down. More gunfire cracks behind me. I'm almost to the trees now. Almost. Cat! The voice is so familiar, so everything I want to hear, that at first I don't let myself listen. It's a fantasy. It's too impossible for him to be here to save me. But then it comes again. Cat, keep running. Stay hidden until I come for you. Connor. Shaking so hard I stumble badly. I finally reach the trees and throw myself behind a thick trunk. I start to sob uncontrollably. Though I'm so dehydrated, no tears come. More gunfire erupts, echoing in the trees. I stay where I am, peering through the tall grass at the house, my terrified ears tuned to every noise like prey listening for its predator. It takes 5 minutes, maybe 10, before there's any more movement from the outside of the house. Finally, a group of men emerge from the same front door I ran out of. They're dressed in black, all of them wearing black ski masks. One of them breaks off from the rest, running toward me. I stiffen, preparing to take off even further into the trees. But then his voice, his beautiful, perfect voice, calls my name, and instead I'm breaking out into the open, running toward him and his open arms. "You're safe, baby," Connor murmurs when I stumble into him. I'm laughing and crying at the same time. He pulls me into his embrace. I bury my face in his chest and try to stop shaking. "You came for me," I wheeze. "You came." "Shh, baby. Of course I came for you." "I was so scared." "I know you were, baby. It's okay. It's all over." Connor pulls back and lifts my chin. His eyes are shining. "He did it, baby. He's dead. You killed Hector Loera."
Chapter 27, Fury. We kill all the people at Hector Loera's house. On the way out, I grab Kat's clothes from the bedroom where I find Loera himself, dead in a pool of his own blood. We can't have any evidence leading back to her for anyone to find later. I get to Kat and get her out of there before anyone else comes. Time will tell whether we manage to erase our tracks completely, but she is safe. That's what's most important. Back at the clubhouse, our medic patches Kat up and gives her something to calm her down. Physically, she's mostly just bruised, but her feet are pretty cut up from running. Mentally, though, that's another story. Even when you're fighting for your life, killing someone for the first time takes a toll on you that's hard to describe. Kat holds up really well until just about the time Wishbone's done patching her up. And then something snaps in her and she starts shaking like a leaf. "Shock," Wishbone says to me. "The pills I gave her should take the edge off in a bit. For now, just keep her calm and get her hydrated." He reaches over and gives Kat's shoulder a squeeze. "You did good, kid. You've got a backbone on you. You're one of us, that's for sure." When he leaves the room, Kat sinks into me and tries to control her shivering and her chattering teeth.
"I killed someone, Connor," she whispers. "I'm a nurse. I heal people. I don't hurt them."
"You did what you had to do to survive. That's different. You know it is." My throat gets tight. If you hadn't killed Loera when you did, if we hadn't gotten to you in time, you know what he would have done to you, right? And when he was done with you, he would have either sold you to someone worse than him or killed you. And if you would have died, it would have killed me too. You are alive because you're strong, Kat. Never forget that. She starts to weep quietly. I just hold her and wait. She quiets after a while, and her shaking eventually stops. Then Kat finally asks me the question I've been dreading.
What's happened to Quad?
I tell her a sanitized version of the truth, that he got arrested and that he'll probably be behind bars for a while. She wants me to tell her the whole story, but I beg off, saying she needs to rest first. I'll tell you more about it later, baby. I reach out to smooth back a tendril of hair that's fallen over her beautiful face. I promise.
What happened to Hooch?
I know she won't mourn him, but I still can't tell her the truth about his death. It's for her own good for her to know as little as possible. Besides, I have no idea how to explain what happened during Hooch's final moments with Rael. Let's just say we gave him a message he couldn't ignore, I say evasively. He's not going to bother you anymore, I promise. You'll never see him again. But Kat is too smart for that. I know she understands that he's dead.
What about the other royal bastard who you put on me to watch for the last few days?
She asks. When I frown, she huffs out something that almost sounds like a laugh.
Yes, of course, I noticed him,
she tells me.
That he wasn't there anymore, and I figured you'd finally given up on having people follow me around. Is he okay?
Shit. I don't have it in me to lie to her about Franco. Besides, she'll hear it from another bastard or an old lady eventually. I'm sorry, darling, I say gently. The men who kidnapped you got to him first. They took him out.
Took him out?
Kat looks shocked. Her lip starts to tremble again.
You mean they killed him because of me? Oh, God, that's so awful.
Shh. He died serving the club, I correct her. He was a royal bastard, Kat. That's what we do. We protect each other no matter the cost. We're a family, and you're a part of that now. We sit in silence for a few moments, both of us mourning the man who gave his life for his club.
So much death,
she intones in a hollowed-out voice.
So much pain.
But you caused none of it, babe, I remind her. You brought none of it on yourself. Repeat it over and over in your head until you know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Kat doesn't answer. I know it's going to take her a while to process all of this. She's got a long road ahead of her, but she's got me to help her through it. Me and the rest of the club and the old ladies will be there for her no matter what. Wishbone comes back with a pair of fluffy, fuzzy socks that Renee brought from home to protect her feet. She pulls them on, and I pick her up and carry her out to the main room, against Kat's protests. I deposit her on one of the couches, and from there she holds court like a queen for several hours. The men come up one after the other to make sure she's okay, and tell her what a badass she was. The women flock around her, hugging her and taking their places around her like ladies in waiting. Rael even goes over to meet her. Kat looks a little freaked out by his appearance, but she does a pretty good job of just rolling with it. After Rael spends a few minutes talking to her, he saunters over to me at the bar, where I'm watching the whole scene from a distance. "Seems like she's worth all the fuss," he says cryptically. "Glad you got her back." I get the feeling that's a hell of an endorsement coming from him. Gigi shows up later, too. While Wishbone was tending to Kat, I decided to call her and tell her the bare bones of what happened to Kat, leaving out enough of the details to keep my sister safe. When Gigi bursts through the door of the clubhouse, she's crying, a sight I haven't seen since she was a little girl in pigtails.
"Oh my God, Kat!"
she wails, flying to the couch and enveloping her in a hug.
"You could have been killed. God, I couldn't have taken it if my brother had lost you a second time. I'm so glad to see you. You have no idea."
The two share an emotional embrace that lasts several minutes. Mac comes up behind me, looking taken aback. "Shit, Fury," he says, shaking his head. "It looks like your sister is capable of human emotions after all. Who'd have guessed?" Everyone in the clubhouse is in high spirits, and pretty soon a spontaneous party breaks out. Someone turns up the music, and Little Big Mama starts slinging drinks as fast as she can at the bar. We stay for a while, but when I can tell Kat is getting tired, I grab her off the couch and carry her out to my truck, saying our goodbyes as we go. I take Kat straight to my place, and she doesn't argue. I insist on her letting me carry her inside.
"You can't carry me around for the rest of my life, Connor,"
she teases me as I transport her over the threshold and through the house to my bedroom. The hell I can't, I growl. You underestimate me, woman.
She giggles. I think that might make doing my job at the hospital a little difficult.
The laughter dies on her lips. Her face gets a faraway look. You okay, babe? She nods, looking pensive.
I guess I'm glad Quad and his club are in jail rather than the alternative. But Connor, I'm scared this really isn't all over. What if the Eagles Talon implicates the royal bastards to the cartel? What if they come after you?
I shake my head. Not gonna happen. The Talon's got no proof. And besides, the bastards have steered well clear of Sinaloa over the years. We have no beef with them, but there's a long history of conflict between the Talon and the bastards. We can talk our way out of it if we need to. The cartel will buy it if we tell them the Talon were trying to use them to strike out at us. The cartel won't like that at all, thinking the Talon used them. Anything the Talon, or what's left of them anyway, says about us to Sinaloa would end up backfiring on them. And I'm pretty sure they know it. I kiss her deeply. It's over, baby. I promise. Gently, I set her on the bed and then pull off her thick, goofy socks and then her clothing. She's oddly silent as I lift her shirt up and over her head, and then I realize why.
Let's burn those clothes. Her face is pale. I don't want to wear them again. They'll remind me of...
I capture her next words with a kiss, silencing her. We'll get rid of them, I promise, I say when the kiss is over. Right now, the only thing that matters is us, okay? A wave of exhaustion crosses her features. She gazes up at me.
It is over then? Really? Truly over?
Yes, baby. I lean forward and plant a soft kiss on her forehead. It's really, truly over. Seconds later, my girl is naked, lying on the bed, looking up at me with those eyes I could drown in. Jesus, you're so fucking beautiful, Cat.
Even all banged up and bruised.
She reaches up to touch the scar on her cheek that's still healing. You have always been the most beautiful woman in the world to me. I kneel down on the bed. You always will be, Katrina. My throat gets tight with emotion. I was stupid as hell to ever let you go, Cat. You know, I think when I was young and dumb, I was looking for a father figure, someone to admire and to try to make me proud, since my dad was too busy drinking himself to death. I guess I joined my first MC because of that. I gave up the one person who loved me for who I was. For what? I shake my head. I was a damn fool back then, but I swear to you I ain't that fool anymore.
Oh, Connor.
Her eyes grow wet with tears. I love you so much, Katrina. Shit, today I was afraid I'd lost you for real this time. You're not going to be out of my sight for a good long time. You know that? She lets out an amused groan.
You're not going to start following me to work again, are you?
I might, I concede. But you know there is something you could do to ease my mind.
What's that?
Marry me.
What?
I climb over on top of her so she's staring up at me. I mean it. Say yes. Say you'll be my family. That we'll have a lifetime together. We'll have every morning and every night and everything in between. That you'll let me keep you safe. I bend down and kiss her stomach. That you'll let me put a baby in you. Hell, a whole football team of babies. Happy tears are streaming down her face.
I don't know about a whole football team, she laughs.
Is that a yes then? She sighs, sniffles, and wraps her arms around my neck.
God, yes. That's a yes, Connor. It's all I've ever wanted since I was 16 years old. You're all I've ever wanted. And football team of children or not, I'll take a life with you over anything else in this world. You're the only family I need.
I look down at her in wonder, and I can't help but thank the fucking universe for giving this woman back to me. You have a whole big family now, babe. You've got me and Gigi and every last damn person in the Royal Bastards. And you couldn't get rid of any of us if you tried.
Stop talking and fuck me, Connor,
she says, eyes flashing. I groan. Oh, Jesus, baby. That mouth is going to be the death of me. I move between her thighs, my cock throbbing for her. In one thrust, I'm inside her, holding myself deep for a few seconds just to close my eyes and feel her heat around me. Kat locks her legs around my hips.
My wife. Yes, Connor. Fury, I'm yours.
I know I can't hold on for very long. I need her too much. I need to fill her, to lose myself inside her. Kat's arms tighten around my neck as she moans and rocks her hips up to meet each of my thrusts. Jesus, God, she feels good. So close, baby. Can't stop.
Connor, I need you. I'm going to come.
Her words set off the bomb inside me. Seconds later, I'm shouting her name, erupting inside her white-hot as she shudders and comes apart around me. We ride out the aftershocks together, holding on for dear life, both of us knowing it's just the beginning for us. The beginning of a lifetime of this, of us. Later, we drift off to sleep, still locked together. Her presence fills every corner of my mind, pushing away everything else. I could drown in the softness of her skin, the scent of her hair, the contented sound of her breathing as she falls asleep in my arms. My Kat. 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 How did I ever live without you? She's always been it for me. There's never been anyone else. It's not often you get a second chance with a person you were supposed to be with all along. And this time, I ain't about to let her go. Ever again.
Epilogue. Kat. Oh my God. I stare at the ultrasound screen in disbelief, gripping Connor's hand. That's our baby. It's really our baby. It is indeed, the technician says cheerfully. She moves the wand around to get a better view. And it looks like everything is going great. Hear that? A rapid whooshing thump comes over the little speakers. Is that the heartbeat? Connor asks in wonder. His fingers close over mine as I struggle not to cry. I'm so overwhelmed. Somehow, as a nurse, I thought I wouldn't be this amazed, but I was wrong. That little baby is Connor plus me. We made that. Our love did that. It is. Sounds strong and regular. The nurse turns from the screen to look at us. Do you want to know the sex? At home, Connor and I had discussed it and decided we didn't want to know. But now he turns to me and I can see that we're thinking the same thing. He cocks an eyebrow and I nod. Yes, please, I beg. Your little one is being very cooperative, so we're getting a nice clear picture. And here you can see... She moves the wand some more and the angle of the image changes. She reaches up to the screen and points. See there? Looks like you're gonna have a little girl. The rest of the appointment passes in a blur as the technician works to get all the images they need to make sure all of baby's organs are looking good. The OBGYN comes in to talk to us next, explaining all the images in depth and telling us everything is going perfectly. By the end, when the doctor hands us a couple of images of our baby to take home with us, she asks us if there are any questions. Only one. Where's the bathroom? I squeak. I really have to pee. Minutes later, I go out into the reception area where Connor is waiting for me. He's holding the ultrasound pictures and seems completely unaware that pretty much everyone in the room is staring at him in awe. I guess he doesn't exactly look like the typical father to be. Ready to go, babe? He rumbles as he reaches to take my hand. I am, but I'm also starving. Could we stop for a quick bite on the way home? Your wish is my command. Connor leads me out to the truck and gets me situated in the passenger seat. You know, I remark as I sink back against the headrest, I could really get used to this "your wish is my command" stuff. Maybe I need to keep getting pregnant so you keep waiting on me hand and foot.
Sounds like a pretty drastic solution, babe. He chuckles as he starts the truck and puts it into gear. But hell, if you want to keep getting pregnant, I'm all for it. Not only are you beautiful as hell when you're carrying my baby, but I'm a pretty big fan of what we gotta do to get you pregnant in the first place.
Connor takes me to my favorite fast food drive-thru, patiently ordering for me even though I keep second-guessing all my decisions. I wolf down half of my chicken sandwich and fries, and then suddenly I'm full and have to stop, not to mention incredibly sleepy all of a sudden. Connor must see my eyes drooping, because he starts the truck again without a word and drives me home, actually carrying me from the vehicle to the door and then to the bedroom. "Remember the first time you carried me in here?" I ask.
Sure as hell do. Could never forget it. I was still sweating bullets after how close I came to losing you.
He trails off, not wanting to bring back the memories that he knows are always right there. But I brought up the past for a reason. It's okay, Connor. That was a hard time in our lives, but it's in the past. Everything we've been through, good or bad, is what brought us here. And I'm a pretty big fan of here. I smile up at his handsome, sexy face before a huge yawn suddenly threatens to split my face in two. "Oh my God, I'm so tired," I say, covering my mouth. I swear before I got pregnant, I never even knew what tiredness was.
"You lie down here," he says, depositing me on the bed, "and get some rest."
"But there's so much more to do before tomorrow," I protest. Connor shushes me.
"Everything that needs to be done before tomorrow can be taken care of by other people. Your job is to sleep enough that you won't be too tired to enjoy the day."
"Connor, I can't just expect everyone else." But he's whipped out his phone and is punching a number on the screen. A second later, someone answers and he says,
"Gigi, will you tell my wife that she needs to take a damn nap and that you've got everything under control?"
He hands the phone to me and Gigi repeats into my ear, "Cat, seriously, take a nap. Everything is under control."
"See?"
Connor smirks. I flip him off and hand the phone back to him. When he has made sure that I'm comfortable and gotten my repeated assurances that I will not get out of bed until I've slept for at least an hour, Connor leans down and places a soft kiss on my belly.
"Hey, sweetheart," he croons at it. "Tomorrow you're gonna go to your first wedding. Your folks are tying the knot."
"Now that we know she's a girl, we need to start thinking about names," I say as I close my eyes.
"We've got time, darling. Now hush."
I hear the click of the door as it shuts behind him, and that's the last thing I remember as sleep overtakes me. "Cat, are you ready?" Gigi, my maid of honor, bites her lip in excitement and looks at me expectantly. "As ready as I'll ever be," I say, taking a deep breath. She peeks out toward the assembled crowd and makes a signal with her hand. Seconds later, an acoustic guitar begins to play softly. "You look so beautiful," she says, her eyes glistening. Then, turning to Mac, Gigi shoots him a sour look. "Okay, let's go," she mutters to the best man. "Try not to step on my feet." Mac looks back at me with a snort.
"She's just a ray of damn sunshine, isn't she?"
Gigi points down the aisle. "Shut up and walk, loser." The two of them step through the archway made of vines and flowers in time to the music and start walking down the aisle. Next to me, Choppa sticks out his arm.
"You really do look pretty as a picture, girl. You gonna do Fury proud."
"Thank you." I beam up at him. "And thank you for walking me down the aisle."
"It's an honor, darling. Truly. I think of Fury as my son, and so you're my daughter now.
We proceed through the arch and down the aisle of Choppa and Reenie's beautiful backyard. Reenie's master gardening skills have made it into an almost magical place. Even though I saw it all decorated and done up this morning, my breath still catches in my throat as I see it now, filled with friends who are all looking at me with smiles on their faces. And then, at the end of the aisle, is the love of my life. Connor, Fury, brother, club member, friend. He's so many things to so many people, and today he becomes my husband. Magnus does the honors. He officiates solemnly, like a man who takes the responsibility seriously. There's a quiet undercurrent of joy and reverence all during the ceremony. But Connor keeps looking at me and trying to make me smile or laugh, which does the trick of calming all my nerves. By the time we get to the I do's, I'm giggling. And by the time Magnus gets to the you may kiss the bride, Connor announces, "Finally," and sweeps me off my feet with a kiss that leaves me breathless and blushing. From the back of the garden, a whoop erupts, and then everyone is shouting, clapping, and laughing. Rice and streamers are tossed at us. Christy and the other guests from the hospital take out little bottles of bubbles and start blowing them. Country and Reed, the two guitarists, play an acoustic version of Speechless by Dan and Shay, as Connor takes my hand and we walk into the crowd for the first time as husband and wife. The rest of the day is a blur of music, laughter, food, and love, and family. Throughout the reception, which goes on long into the night, royal bastards dance, drink, and even sing. At one point, I even see Black take Christy's hand and lead her out onto the dance floor. She shoots me a look that reads somewhere between, "I can't believe I'm doing this," and "Help?" I just laugh, grab the hand of my own biker, and head into the fray. Not everyone is here, of course. Quad is still in jail and probably will be for some time. I don't know if I can ever forgive him for what he put me through. For now, I'm just going to hope that he'll be okay on the inside. Maybe when he gets out, there will be a path forward for us to reconcile as brother and sister. It's a long shot, for sure. But lately, I've been learning to appreciate the possibilities of long shots. Carla, Quad's baby mama, isn't here today either. I did send her an invitation, but she declined it, saying weddings weren't her thing. She is coming over to our house for dinner next week, though, and she's bringing little Kelly with her. When Quad went to jail, I reached out to Carla again, offering to help with Kelly as much as she'd let me. Amazingly, she broke down crying, saying that if I was serious, she could really use someone in her corner. I've been babysitting for her about once a week since then, to give her a break if she needs to go grocery shopping or just have a little time to herself. Recently, little Kelly has started calling me Auntie Cat. Every time she does it, I get a little teary. I finally got to be an aunt after all, and now my daughter will have a cousin. At that happy thought, I rest my hand on my still small baby bump, a smile coming to my face as I daydream about the future. As though Connor can read my thoughts, he comes up behind me and wraps his arms around me. We sway to the beat of the music together as we watch the guests dance and laugh. "How you doing, Mrs. Matson?" he murmurs into my hair. "Having a good time?" "The best time." I sigh dreamily. With the best husband. Not to mention the best people around us. All of them here today, helping us celebrate Connor, Fury, Matson, and me. And the fact that we finally made our way back to each other. These are the people who will be making memories with us for the rest of our lives. They're the ones who love us. The ones who will always be there for us. They're our family. The family we choose. This concludes Cold Fury by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. Copyright 2023 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.